And we love to know who you are, where you're out of, where you want to do deals. So let's start this off in the chat right away. So drop below, where are you looking to do some real estate deals? Good morning. We got Christine in the house.
We got a whole bunch of people in here
Yeah.
today. So I'd like to get a shout out. Where is everybody at? I'd like to see where are you doing deals. Let's be able to connect down in the chat below.
Awesome.
And then what we're going to be getting into, guys, is all about what is going on in this market today, right? How we're able to help still sellers, right? It's still there's some amazing deals out there. We're going to go over some Q&A today. We've got Lexi coming on who's you've heard her story probably before, but if you haven't, you're gonna hear how she came as our babysitter and now runs our operations and is a superstar. We're gonna have Carlos coming in today. Carlos has been in our community now for just a little over a year, and wait till you hear his story of how he is just a busy dad, has a job, and how he's still building his future, his financial barrier around him and his family. So one day he'll be able to retire and live that life he talks about all of the time, and we can't wait to have him on. So stick around today.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. We got Atlanta. We got Don. What's going on in Bradenton, Sarasota? Hudson, Florida. Gilbert out of Texas. Good morning. Good morning, Donnie. And we got Jerry also, Sarasota, looking in Raleigh as well. Chad over in Colorado Springs. Good morning. We got Sean out of San Diego. Who else we got? St. Pete. You're like our neighbor.
We got a whole bunch of Florida folks in the house. We got all over the country. Well, it's good to see it. And I got to say, guys, there's some exciting things going on in the real estate world. You're probably seeing a lot of headlines of all different types of things going on. And I gotta say, we've been finding more deals now than like it's been just out of control wild. So we're
Yeah.
gonna share with you some tactical things you're gonna be able to walk away with today that's gonna help not only your business grow, but helping some of these sellers out because there's some people out there right now who sincerely need our help. And so we're gonna go over some ways that are working today in this market and in this environment. I see living in Syracuse. I see we got Toronto. So we got folks up in Canada. Man, good
And
to
I
see
want to say,
everybody.
guys, if you can, I'd love to see your smiling faces. I'd love to see off the camera or on camera on. But if you have to say off because maybe you're working your W-2 and this is the way you're trying to get out of that, then obviously we got some gold nuggets for you. But if you can, love to see your smiling faces. And as we get going here, let's keep this chat going. Drop an A if you are brand new to real estate and you haven't done a deal yet. Letter A if you haven't done a deal, new to real estate. And drop a B if you have one property or more. I just want to kind of get a feel for who is sitting in this room today with us. Where are we at in our real estate journey?
And guys, give you a little bit brief background on us. We are Joe and Jen, husband and wife duo. We live in Florida, but are from originally upstate New York. We've been buying real estate. Well, I have been 25 years now, and I started off as broke, and just got lucky and found a course that my buddy bought on television, and he was nice enough to let me borrow it. It was a VCR tape, it was some cassette tapes, and I took messy, massive action. I think that's one of my things that I've just realized. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing, but I'm going to read more of this book and do it. And I took action.
You were watching VHS tapes, like
VHS tapes, like
cassette tapes and VHS. So we're dating ourselves there, but hey, it worked.
well, it said make $3,000 in 30 days, and I did not have $3,000 to my name, so that to me was like really exciting. And I implemented what it did. I found somebody who had a fixer-upper, linked them up with a cash buyer. I actually bought the house with none of my own money because I didn't have any, which was good news. And in a few days after closing, I walked away with a check for $12,733.
Hmm.
And that check right there at 23 years old changed my life because first, I have never seen a check that big before, but it really kind of shut down my negative family who didn't support what I was doing. Some of my friends are like, "Are you crazy? What are you doing in real estate?" Some of my family are like, "You don't have money. What real estate investor? What are you talking about?" I'm like, "With these cassette tapes, right?" So when I did the deal, it helped out a seller. My buyer got a heck of a deal. I got that check. That was like the light bulb moment for me that was just changed the trajectory of my whole life. And I think back to all of us have this crossroads, right? There's this road that there's a fork in the road, and either we're going to go left or we're going to go right. And just like my friend, I could have saw that course and I could have said, "Oh, that's really neat," and then just carry on with my day. But something drew me to it. There was a power outside of myself that drew me to it that was like, "Oh my gosh, like this could be it," right? And so I took that chance and I
Mhm.
did the deal. But now fast forward 8 years later, I bought my own house. I got trapped in the world of now having a job, and I meet my wife. She's awesome. She's got a job as a teacher,
Mhm.
had her own house, and here we were. Now going to be an accidental landlord because she found a guy that she liked and moved in with me, and now we're renting out her house.
Oops.
And that's how we became a landlord for the first time. And we weren't predicting that's what we were going to do with that house. She was going to live there, be that teacher, right?
Mhm.
But then at that same time, anybody remember what was going on in 2008 in the real estate market? I don't know, some of you all really young in here. Some of us might be a little bit older, but I will tell you back then there was like this real estate crash, right? There was things that was happening. It was actually starting to happen around 2007, but 8, but that's a different story. But the market was taking a dip. And I'm telling Jen at the time, my girlfriend, like, there's some deals out
You
there,
emailed me. We hadn't even met yet, and you're like, I want to buy some more houses. And I'm like, well, this guy's kind of, I'm like, I got an old house. Come help me fix this one up.
right? But that's what happened. And we started finding some of these opportunities. And I'll be honest with you, Jen, at the beginning, did not like it
Mhm.
because we already have an extra house. Why am I dragging her to some of the nastiest, messiest, like houses all around Rochester, New York? But where I saw the signs of like distress, I saw also opportunity signs, and I just took action. We ended up finding a deal in 2008. We still own that house. This is part of the reason why we became multimillionaires from real estate investing is because you're going to build wealth not by doing a fix and flip. You'll get a big chunk of money, hopefully, right? You could do other things with real estate, but the way to start really making it big wealth with real estate is owning it and holding it for
Long term.
years, decade, or more. These are where all of a sudden momentum starts to build. And next thing you know, you become that millionaire next door. And I don't know if anybody's ever read the book, but when you look at the millionaire next door, many times when you become a self-made millionaire, you don't even know the day it exactly happened. There's no balloons that fall from the ceiling. Like you did it. Now you crossed over. Your net worth is now worth over $1 million, but it happens. And that's why one of our coaches says, count your net worth every single month. So you know when it happens, right? You have at least a better idea of what way it's going. But these were some of the ways where we very first got started. This was back in 2008 when there wasn't a lot of investors. There was a lot of speculation in the market of, people are losing their jobs. There was a lot of uncertainty. There was a lot of stuff going on back then. Okay. I worked at a car dealership back then. So I saw people coming in and buying cars from us and I saw what was going on. But when we started buying these houses, one every year, we were getting a couple rentals. Now we had a handful. But then in 2016, Jen walked away from teaching already. We were married. We had two beautiful kids. And that's when I was at the bank and I was going to try to buy one of our next properties. My friend at the bank, who I became friends with because he was processing all of our mortgages, said, Joe, Jen, we're going to cut you guys off at 10 houses. And so, what do you plan on doing after 10? And I remember it was like I saw a ghost. I was freaked out. I wanted to get out of the car business one day. It gave me good income to pay my bills, but it wasn't building me wealth, and I was working a lot.
How
Now,
many of you have felt that before? Comment below. Have you felt that like frustration where you're trying to build and you all of a sudden like come across this obstacle of whatever maybe it's a bank or you're just stuck in a job, tell me like what that feels like below for you because I know that like that was so frustrating to us. We were like, "Ugh, are you kidding me?"
I thought I was going to have to work till I was 90. And the problem with if you ever work at a car dealership, shout out to my car guys and girls because you work hard, but you got to work weekends. Right? You got to work
Mhm.
late hours and early morning meetings and things like that. So when I have two little ones and a wife who I actually love to spend time with, I felt like I was missing everything.
Yeah.
And so that was one of my strings of like, I want to be able to quit my job eventually. Like, how great would this be if we could do this full time one day? So I knew if I was going to do that, we had to build a portfolio. So when I knew the bank was going to cap us at 10 houses, and guys, if you look at your average cash flow of a rental property, it's usually $300 to $500 a door. If you have five, great. You're going to get some good income coming in. You have 10, it gets better, right? But when I'm getting capped at 10, I knew I couldn't survive on that kind of income and quit my job. I knew we had to get more than that.
Mhm.
And that's when I started looking into how to buy real estate without using banks and without having to have big down payments. And then I learned you could do it without even using your credit too. Now,
Mhm.
which is fine. I had good credit, but if you don't, that doesn't matter. And this was what the game changer was for us. And this is what the trajectory of our lifestyle was. We went on to learning how to do this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, has anyone here done a creative deal? Let's go back.
Yeah.
Let's drop a C for creative and D, haven't done one yet. So C for creative. I just want to get a feel for, has anyone done a seller finance deal? We're going to get into that. Maybe taking over someone's mortgage or a lease option, right? There's all these crazy terms out there. It took me forever to understand. I was so confused in the very beginning. And now, yes, we can kind of throw those words out, but we're going to break them down and make it really easy peasy. But I just want to get a little know here of
Well,
how we're doing.
I'm glad you bring that up because I see some folks have dropped some comments below. I have some A's in the crowd, haven't done a deal yet. So we're going to make sure you understand what we're talking about today, okay? And then I see some B's in the crowd too. B's are I've done deals before too. So you're going to totally get what we're doing. I even see an A minus. Don't worry, we got you. So what we're looking at was a lot of it for us was like, what were these ways to do it? We started stumbling down all these YouTube channels. We started finding out there was other ways. The ways that they didn't teach me in school, like my parents never told me I could do this. Um, I thought when I started learning about this, I was like looking over my shoulder. I'm like, does anybody else know that this even exists? And that's when I learned about how to buy properties with just something as simple as like seller financing and all these other strategies that Jen was just mentioning.
Yeah, we got Scully here says her first flip was on a wrap. We've got Dr. Jan Newman, seller finance as a seller. So we've got some
There
people
we
in
go.
here that know that there are creative ways. And if you're just learning, then welcome. That's why we're here. We're so excited because when we discovered this pathway of the easy button, seriously, because if you've ever bought traditionally, oh my gosh, I felt like they needed like my daughter's birth certificate and my dog's vaccination records. It was insanity of how many things, how many hoops you have to jump through to go through traditional bank financing. And I'm not making it up when I say when I take over a seller's mortgage payment and how I just go to the attorney or title and we just like okay all the paperwork and next thing you know we own a house. Like it's really that simple as long as you just follow a couple of the key steps. So that's what I absolutely love about that. So oh my gosh, you guys are in the right space at the right time today.
So, and I agree because I see a whole bunch of
Yeah.
folks in there who actually have some experience and some don't, and that's totally okay because it doesn't matter what type of level of investing you have. When I learned this, I was brand new to it too. This was something that I couldn't understand, but then when I got it broken down so easy and I realized this isn't anything new, this has actually been going on for decades and decades and decades. And something is something, and we're going to go over some case studies of how that's going to happen, guys. We're going to go over some live showing you current deals that we are doing right now. And we're going to break down the numbers too, because for me, I can understand a concept of how things work, but when I actually see like what's going on behind the curtain, that's when I learn the best. So does anybody want to see that today? Drop yes, and I'll make sure we'll cover that. And if you want to see it sooner than later, just hit yes. And if I get a whole bunch of yeses, I'll bump this to the front of it. But I also want to go over some current market trends of what's happening in the market. And maybe this is why I'm seeing more opportunities than I have in a long time. And I'll tell you, there a whole bunch of years ago, if you remember when interest rates were really low, seller financing and creative finance is the big umbrella of all the different strategies inside of it. This was working really well in 2018 and 17 and 2020 when we were buying deals back when interest rates were still really low. It was still working wonderfully back then, and we were doing a bunch of these deals then. But then as this thing started to kind of change in the market, anybody know what the rates are today? I haven't checked
I have no
for a
idea.
30-year mortgage.
Anyone know? Drop that below.
Yeah, if you know what today's rates are for
They're high.
30,
How about that? They're high.
but what I realized was it's working really well right now. Okay, it's working at 7%, I'm
Mm,
seeing. Okay.
okay.
And I knew it was in that range. I didn't know exactly what that would be like, but it's working really, really well right now because I didn't realize all of the people back in 2020, 21, even 22, they were refinancing their houses and getting much lower rates. They were buying houses like crazy record numbers. Everybody, if you remember, they were paying way over asking, getting crazy low rates. Their payments were still low, so it was affordable. The US nation, we are payment shoppers. If we could afford it per month, the price is really almost doesn't matter. It comes down to monthly affordability. And what was making that affordable was the rates. So everybody started getting these really low rates, and that's when we found out when these rates have gone up. Who's had a goal to buy a rental this year
Mm-hmm.
is what I would like to see. And now it's June, and maybe you have hit yes, I have, or not yet. Because I want to see that in the chat. Because who had a goal to buy a rental this year and has accomplished their goal? And I want to also say, like, hey, I have that goal to get one this year, but I haven't gotten it yet. Because I got to tell you, I've gone to a lot of meetups here locally in Tampa. We've gone to a whole bunch all over. We got a few lined up because we're going to be traveling the next few weeks, which will be awesome. But what I found out, there's a whole bunch of people out there who had a goal of buying a rental this year and haven't hit it yet. And what I keep hearing is, Joe, when I look at these properties, what they want for them, and then I have to go to the bank and pay 7% like we had typed in the chat before.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes if it's a rental, they even charge a little bit more. And then I add in the taxes and the insurance and everything else. It doesn't cash flow. And in some of these places where I'm going to turn it into a rental, I actually have negative cash flow. So now I have to get creative. I need to do midterm, short term. I got to rent out the ADU in the back, and it starts to get really, really challenging as far as how we're going to make these deals work. And what I realize is when we're stretching on these deals and trying to get too creative, man, that just leaves very little room for error. One little thing could happen and it could really cause a challenge. And so what I realized a long time ago, and many of you already know the secret, so it's not a big secret, but you make your money when you're buying real estate, not selling it. That's when you make your money with real estate, is when you're buying it. You're going to hold it long term, but it's buying it the right way. And that was the key. So when the economy started shifting, what we realized in our world, the way that we've been able to find these deals, and many of you in the chat have too, some you're on your way, some not yet, but many of you already discovered no matter how we're doing it, rates are always low. I'm still talking to sellers today who have a 2% rate, a 3% rate, and they're okay with us taking over their payment. We're going to talk about Joanne Scully today. We're doing a deal with Joanne Scully. We're buying her property with only $100 down. That's down payment to the seller. I do have to pay a few thousand in closing costs and put an insurance policy on there. And I got to get the house cleaned up. But I'm only coming up with $100 down, not 20% down. And the reason why I love Joanne Scully's deal so much is because her payment's only $500 a month. With taxes and insurance, it's just a little bit over that, and that property rents for almost 2,000. So when I can find these deals like Joanne's and Joanne really needs some help, this is where we are finding the magic, guys. So we're going to go over that today. And don't worry, once again, if a lot of you haven't done a deal yet, we're going to show you some things that get you started today. So hopefully you got a notebook, some things to take some
And
notes on.
Jonathan's got his notebook out, I bet, and Chad and Janine here. We got Carrie. Yes, and not yet. So love it, guys. So think about this. What could one rental property do that's cash flowing for your family this year? I want you to think about that. So some of this is, yes, numbers, analyzing deals, but then also like really look inward, right? Like what is it that you're sitting here on a Friday tuning in to a 5-hour live event like this? What is it inside of you that's just saying, like, yes, I want more. My family needs more from me. And you're being called here to really show up and be the best person that you could be. And so just really dig deep. It's really, really important that we go inside and find that why, because that is what's going to keep you going when maybe a seller tells you no, because we're going to hear those stories how that happens. But when you persevere and you just keep on talking to more people and you post the blue ad we'll get into later on Facebook and you just keep generating leads and talking to more people, you're going to find that deal. You just can't quit.
Yeah, and anybody, and many of you already know this, but if you want to know the recipe to actually building wealth, I'm going to break it down in the simplest way. It first starts with having some type of income coming in, right? For me, I had a job working in a car dealership. Many of us have different jobs or different crafts. It's sometimes a little easy right now to make money online with all the different things. It's hard to settle on what it is. But no matter whatever your craft is, your job, you're able to bring in money to pay your bills, right? And then it's time to start saving a little bit more money than you're spending, right? And this is what we're even teaching our kids because we homeschool our kids. So this is just good lessons of how to be a good manager of money, right? Always save some money, which is great. But then also get some of that money to reinvest it to where now your money's actually working for you
Mhm.
rather than you always working for your money. And it's a different change of concept that my mom and dad didn't teach me this.
Mine either.
Like if anybody's read the Rich Dad Poor Dad book, has anybody read that? Put yes if you read Rich Dad Poor Dad because that is an amazing book. One of the ones that changed my life. And the parents that I had, the poor parents, the poor dad, that was my dad. So he was the one saying, "Don't buy rentals, Joe." We did that and failed, right? And all of a sudden, I'm thinking to myself, "Wow, is he right?" But then when I realized having a disposable income and how to build wealth was to buy these rentals and put my money to work and start putting my money to work where now it's working for me. And so when we were doing real estate these traditional ways, we found out this was the way to do it. But why was I doing this? Right? I saw my mom working at Kodak my whole life. So many of her friends were laid off from their jobs mid-career, people that she worked with for 20, 30 years. When you had job stability, I realized there is no such thing as job stability in this country anymore. And
I don't know
so
if
it
it was ever.
maybe there, well, back in the day, you had that job and right out of high school, you could, build a
Yeah.
house and do all those great things. The world's changed a little bit.
Yeah.
So when I realized I wanted to build something that was around my family and myself, that was going to be something that everybody needed, which is a roof over their head, right? So this was the strategy for me that I could see because real estate has the four ways that you could get wealthy. Everybody know the four ways? You probably already do. Some of you already know these things, but you're going to buy the property, right? But you're going to get monthly cash flow. You're actually going to get paid on that property every month. Money that's going into your family's pocket. That could help for groceries, car payments, all types of stuff, right? The second thing is you have debt pay down. Your debt is getting paid off. And here's the best part, it's by somebody else. It's by the people you're providing housing to. So somebody else is paying off your debt. So you're getting monthly cash flow, monthly paychecks, while somebody else is paying off your debt, not even you having to do it. Here's the next part. The government gives you tax deductions and tax breaks for owning these properties. So now I'm even getting a tax break from our government. And everybody's looking to pay less in taxes. This is a legal way to do that, right? I got a lot of my friends like, I need to buy some rentals. I have to pay this big tax bill. I'm like, buy a bunch of rentals. That will certainly help,
Mhm.
right? Because we get tax discounts. And then the last one is appreciation. You start holding real estate a long time, you're getting that monthly cash flow. Somebody's paying down your debt, and these properties go up in value. Guys, it doesn't take rocket science to figure out. You do this for a decade plus, this is life changing. And there's no right or wrong time to start. The best time to start was 10, 20 years ago, is what they always say. The second best time to start is now, right? And if you already have some properties, hooray, great job, right? If you already don't have it and you feel like now is the time, now is the time. And I'm going to go over some forecasting of what's going on in the local market. I'm going to show you software that we use at our company to find out what kind of markets, what's going on in these markets. And some of these strategies that we're going to talk about is why we're seeing so many deals right now where it's been knocking my socks off. I see depreciation too. Don's talking about Chad's like, yes, such a good book. Sean, absolutely. I have his whole series. Good for you. That's why you get all this awesome stuff. Don't cash flow traditionally, but hopefully you will with creative structures.
Yes,
Donnie,
Donnie.
we're going to go over that today
Hmm.
because you know what? We're buying cash flowing properties. We're going to talk about a deal that we're hopefully going to be closing soon. Joanne's just moving and we're able to move at her time frame. And this one cash flows like a
And that's the important thing too, is we're going to talk about that not every seller finance deal is a deal, right? Because numbers matter and everything has to make sense. So it's all about making sure that you're actually making money and that you're buying a good property in the right areas. And so we're going to be pulling that up here. You want to get into that?
Yeah. And I want to kind of talk about one last thing and then we're going to pull up the map. And if you want to see what's kind of going on in your area, shoot your county out and I could pull it up there too. So if you want to see what's going on in your area, we'll show up the map in a second. But I'm going to kind of go over real quick with seller financing. Mike Collins, good to see you, buddy. Um, with seller financing, what kind of properties does this work on? Does this work on the high-end stuff? Does this work on the middle of the road, the rough neighborhoods? Let me tell you, it works on all of it. I've done deals on $20,000 houses that it works on. I talked to a seller list this week who has a house that she wants to sell for $4 million. It's an 11,000 square foot house. And she is completely open to doing seller financing because the payments are a challenge right now. And even in a house that big and that nice, there are people who are struggling in all price ranges. So it's not just one price range. It's the neighborhood that you're driving down, doesn't matter where that is across the USA. There's some house on that street where they're probably having some issues. Okay. And that's just law of averages. So if you're in a high-end neighborhood, middle of the road, doesn't matter, low, doesn't matter. Every single one of those neighborhoods, this stuff works in. I see we got a holy cow, we got a whole bunch of counties down here.
Yep, they're ready to rock.
All right, good. Let's pull this up.
I think the first one was our backyard, Pinellas County.
Yeehaw.
We got
Okay,
Janine.
so I'm going to share this real quick, guys, so you have a good
Okay, you
idea.
can see the map, right? That's
Let
always
me shrink this.
make sure we can see the map.
Everybody can see the map? Let's see if I see anybody say chat down below. Should be able to see it.
Yep, good. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Making sure I'm doing.
Gotta love Zooms. Okay.
Okay.
All
So with this
right.
right here, this is the map of the USA. This is going to go over right now current home values, and you could see it's going to stagger through different states. This is going to be an average. And I'm right now on a state wide. I can go metro wide, county, even zip code. This software is pretty cool. And this is one of the ones that we use quite a bit in our business to just get a good idea of the state of the market and what's happening. One of the things that I look at always is population growth, right? Where are people moving to in the country? Does this create any opportunities? And this isn't always 100% perfect either, because I'll tell you what, one of my secrets, and I'm going to kind of just get out of the bag right now, New York State, where I'm from, super hot market right now. Even though there's not a lot of migration there, the market's still hot, guys. So those deals up there are still flying off the handle, but we're going to kind of go over some forecasting and things like this. But there's opportunities in every one of these places. I've seen places like New York. How many times did Jen and I buy a house with seller financing? And I'm like, why are you going to sell it? And like, we're moving to Florida. We're
Hmm.
moving to Tennessee.
So
And
many times I was like, well, it's about our turn.
right. We actually did move to Florida. But so many times up there, that's what they were wanting to sell. Right. Meanwhile, in Florida, they're like, this is second home, or I'm moving back to New York, right? Or I'm terrified of the hurricane, whatever that was. And we're like, wow, there's actually people still moving back.
Hmm.
And so it doesn't matter what market, but this at least gives you a little bit of a trend of population growth. Some of these things that I like to look at, um, here we go. So market trends. Okay. I like to see for sale inventory. I like to see how many properties are for sale in the States. How is that activity looking, right? I'm looking for sale inventory growth year over year. There's a little bit of these places around the country where you could see there's inventory popping up, except for North Dakota. If you anybody knows what's going on in North Dakota, please let me know, because they don't really have a lot of inventory growth. They still have about the same. But everywhere else, you could see there's some inventory growth happening. That means there's more houses on the market year over year than there were last year. Okay. And this is where we've been finding some of the biggest opportunities. Years before, we could just list my house on the market with an agent and they would sell it right away. With more inventory, there's more choices. With more choices, sometimes that does slow down the market a little bit. And with that being the case, sellers are looking for an alternative, just way to get rid of their house, an unwanted property. We have so many sellers right now who are reaching out and say, "Hey, I've been trying to sell my house, or my neighbor's house isn't sold yet, and I don't want to go through that process. What else? What other way is there something I can do?" So this is what we've been seeing around the country right now. You're going to see some price cuts. Some of these places have some more price cuts than others. You can see Arizona, Utah, Nevada, 30% of their properties are having a price cut. So that means somebody's discounting the property. Some areas of the country you could see not as much. Once again, both create opportunities, and these are where we're finding these motivated sellers. Even days on market, year over year growth, there is a little bit, in some states, a little bit more. But this is what I look for, these telltale signs. Where are people moving to? What's the market looking like there? This is what's going to help me see and understand the market. But guys, this is just statistics. These are just average of numbers. You really dive into it by zip code. These are broad numbers here. But in some zip codes that have a really great school district, those areas are really still red hot. So I'm going to go over some of our favorite deals that we've been able to find that we really like too. Do we have a couple counties we want to pop in there real quick?
Yeah, I saw Pinellas, I think was the first one from Janine. Start there if you want.
Mm-hmm.
We got lots. We'll try to get to as many as we can.
I see Fairfax.
Okay.
Here we go. Hey, here's Fairfax. I'll do that one. That's right at the top.
Yeah, let I think John.
Okay. So this is going to give us a little bit of a for sale inventory. You can see what's currently going on there. You can see a little bit of the growth. Some of these areas are having a bunch more growth. And I'll give you an example. This one section right here of um, town last year had 979 houses for sale. This time it's got almost 2,000. It's a 103% increase. A lot of houses hitting the market there. There's going to be some of these people who really have some high motivation. They have high motivation. There's more inventory on the market, and they might need to be in a situation where they need to sell, guys. So for me, if I see a lot of inventory hitting a market, that's where I'm finding a ton of opportunity. Meanwhile, in upstate New York, there's very little inventory hitting that market, and I'm still finding deals up there too. And the minute we get a deal there, it's been absolutely amazing. So Fairfax County, you got a lot of stuff going on here, which looks to be absolutely wonderful. Your values are still going up. So year over year value, they're still going up here, except for right in that one little spot. DC, they've had a slight, but all these areas are even with the inventory. You have growth going on. Um, Home value growth in the last 5 years, I mean, that's grown quite a bit. We got, let's pull up this next one real quick. Here we go. Now we're up in New Jersey. So New Jersey's got some interesting things going on. It's one of the hotter pockets of the whole
Here you
country.
go, Lewis.
Yeah,
Action up here.
northeast part of the country is just it's still on fire. It's crazy some of these deals that are still happening out here, how quickly they sell over
Mm.
asking still. It's a low inventory market. So
But there's still so many people that they don't want to go list traditionally,
mm,
and that honestly, the way that you're able to buy creatively is just like the best way for them. And even in a hot, hot, hot market like this, whew, like I'll be posting these blue ads all over, and we're gonna get to that.
yeah, and you even still have some population growth going on here too, which is great. Yeah, because I think of Joanne in upstate New York. The market's still hot up there, but she doesn't want people going through her house. And this is what I realized that was a thing for people. A lot of times they don't want their neighbors knowing what the
Hmm.
house looks like. Sometimes they're embarrassed. So when you see these markets and we're getting an idea of what's happening inside the market, which is great, motivated sellers in every single one of these. So you've got a lot of home value here that's pretty decent. It's right now, you're about even as far as your growth, let's look at some market trends of what's happening here. For sale inventory. So you're doing what we're doing down here in Florida. Your inventory is popping up, especially in this area right here. This is, you're going to find these pockets are where these motivated sellers are going to be, where they've listed their house on the market, it's not selling, and some of these folks are in a really bad jam and they are kind of freaking out. This isn't list my house on the market and they're sold in 1 week like they used to be. And some of these listings are on there for, I've seen 6 months. And if you've been listening, I don't know if anybody's sold a house before. Hit yes if you sold a house before down in the comments. I want to know who
Like
has
their own house.
like your own house, a house that you lived in and gone through that experience, if you have. Because when you list your house, man, you've got to have it pristine. You have to have it showable all of the time. And to do this for 6 months where you have to pack up the dog and leave, guys, that's a lot of pressure. You want these things sold quickly. So if they're not getting sold quickly, that's putting some pressure, especially if there's some financial issues going on, issues like that. So these are where we are finding like sellers who are motivated. Even years ago, when they would say, "No, I don't like that. I think I'm just going to put it in the market. And I'm going to sell it." Now they're saying, "Please, can you help me? Like if you could take over my payment and get this thing off my back, I'd love for you to buy my house." So these are these sections, guys. So on any one of these counties that we're looking at, especially if you do see an inventory spike, my gosh, it's really opening up that door. And these conversations, I gotta say, have been much easier than ever before. Let's do this one. This was in Idaho. Shout out to our folks out there.
Spencer.
Okay, here we go. So we are in the Boise area. Um, okay, for sale inventory. You guys are having a little mini spike, right? Nothing too crazy there, but you're still up 30%. So there's going to be some opportunities here. 40% just 1 year ago, there was 88 houses. Now it's up to 123. So there's an increase there. Let's take a look at your home values. So here are for sale growth. You just don't have a lot of properties up there for sale. Here you're having a little bit of growth. Love that. Popular data, your home growth. So you're starting to get a little bit flat there. Your market trends are your for sale inventory is spiking up. So once again, in some of these markets, what we've seen a big amount of appreciation over the last few years. In some of these areas, it's starting to kind of soften out. And now with inventory popping up, this is where getting them sold quickly, those are some of these situations, especially here. I know Idaho's at one of these places where you get a lot of people moving there. So there is some migration going there. Let's take a look what that's been looking like.
And if you're seeing, guys, how much opportunity there is out there today, drop opportunity below because we're just pulling up a couple different zip codes here in counties. But if you're recognizing, like, holy moly, like these strategies that we're going to get into, like, there's so much opportunity. Drop opportunity below if you're seeing what we're seeing here.
Well, look at Idaho. Look at the population of like moving there. You're having some really good growth in Idaho. And I know that because you get a lot of our West Coast friends moving, looking for alternatives, and that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Big time, right, Lewis? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and so there's always going to be opportunities, guys. Even in '08, I think back to when we bought our very first houses. Um, okay, cool. I think I got them all. All right, awesome. I'm gonna stop sharing that, but I just want to kind of share what was going on in the market, guys, because there's going to be opportunities. I think of back in '08. So what was happening back then? Something almost similar to now, where a lot of investors, some have left the market, right? They're not doing deals anymore. And I've been seeing some of that happen. So there's less people calling these sellers. There's less people. I know in Florida, I went to a meetup. Somebody says they haven't bought a rental property in 2 years because they can't find anything that cash flows. These are people who are active investors. So they're sitting on the sidelines, scratching their heads, thinking, well, I can't buy it. None of these things cash flow. I've got friends in Las Vegas, and they're like, every time I look at a property with the taxes and everything included, they're like, I have negative cash flow every month. I can't make any of these work. They're considering doing new builds like multifamily. They're trying to really kind of figure out how to stretch and how to make that work. Once we started having these conversations about creative finance, which we're going to get into today, and we're going to talk about some case studies too. But once we started getting into this creative stuff, guys, we're still, like I mentioned, finding these sellers with these low rates. And these are what attributing to the low payments. This is what's making you cash flow. So some fun facts is 40% of people all across the country own their house outright.
Woo.
That's a big chunk. So when you go down the road, 4 out of 10 usually don't have a mortgage on their house. They're free and clear properties. Okay. So 4 out of 10 houses, I can make offers on every single one of those with what's called seller financing. Does everybody know what seller financing is? And if it's not, that's okay. That's what we're going to talk about today. This is one of my favorite things. This is one of the best ways to build wealth, seller financing. So I love, heart gets warm, free and clear properties. Okay. And the reason why these are where the best deals, I think, in my opinion, lie. So when you have a seller, and I'm going to go over seller Steve. So seller Steve had a property that he inherited from his grandfather. He grew up in the house, going to the house. His grandfather built the house brand new. Grandfather passed away. He inherits it. He buys out the rest of the family, so he's the only owner. He's got it rented to a coworker, and he's like, I don't even know why I'm doing that. He's like, I'm only charging him like not much, and that's just covering the taxes and the insurance. He's like, and everything anytime there's an issue with the house, I gotta drive an hour there after work and go fix it. He's like, I want this place gone. So when we talked to seller Steve originally, he's like, "Listen, I don't want no lowball offer. I know how you investors are. Like I know this isn't that kind of house. It's not a fixer upper, it's not a junker, and it's my grandfather's house that I inherited." And so I knew he had a lot of sentimental value to it. So I said, and I mentioned to him that I could pay his price if he's opening to us doing it in payments. And this is when I learned the world of that I can buy a house and have the seller finance it for me. And so when I explained to him that, yeah, this could be an option of how I could pay a fair dollar for the house, something he's thrilled with, if I could break into payments. And he said, Joe, how would that work? I said, well, once we agree on the price and the payments, I'm going to buy the house. And instead of me going to Bank of America or Chase Bank to get a loan, I'm going to pay the Bank of Steve every month. And he says, okay, how much would you pay me every month? And then we got down to me paying him $500 a month and that we were going to pay the taxes and insurance on top of that. And Steve said, that's fine because he didn't even want to charge us interest, like no interest. So we paid $500 a month every month, and that went towards my balance. He was okay with that because we paid his price, which was more than a fair price because we still got a good deal in the house. The house was still worth more. He wanted a quick, easy sale without a lowball offer. And this is when I learned I could pay full price for a house if I could pay their price, but they're open to my terms. This is where my head exploded. So when I met Steve to start doing some of the paperwork, I met him at McDonald's, somewhere really fancy. I got him a cup of coffee. I drank a coffee and I don't even drink coffee. I was just kind of freaking out. Like, is this really happening? Right. So when I meet Steve at McDonald's, I had the paperwork done. It's just a piece of paper. I had him sign it. It's a purchase and sale agreement. It just said him, us, the details, the 500 bucks, the price, the $100 down. And here was the awkward part is when I gave him the $100 deposit. He's like, I don't want your money. I trust you guys. You guys are great. Nope, I don't want the deposit. And now in my head, I'm freaking out, thinking, I got to give him this deposit to make the deal real. I gave it to him. I tell him, take your wife out to dinner. It's the least we could do. We're so excited to buy this house. So once we bought that house, this is when I learned, like, oh my gosh, this was the easiest process I think I've ever been through. There was no bank involved. There's no me going the loan process. There wasn't me having to come up with money and all the things. Like, this was just going to the attorney's office. I paid some closing costs. Steve already had his $100, so he's good. I went and signed the papers at the attorney's office. I gave them for their attorney fee, some closing costs, there's some transfer fees, did it legally, and now I own this house. And then I was like, oh my gosh. And then we just had to pay Steve $500 a month, which did,
And I literally just, I used to mail him a check. So back in 2017, I didn't even have the bank to bill pay or anything. I just was like writing a check every single month and we just kept it that easy. You know, sometimes we get so overly complicated. There's so much out there, there's so much noise on YouTube and all the podcasts and everything. But guys, if we can show you how simple and easy, how many of you want to get started on this today?
hmm
Today is the day that you're going to start reaching out to sellers, that you're going to follow a simple process, and you're ready to really just start taking what I love to call messy, massive action. Because honestly, that's what it is. It's rolling your sleeves up and it's just doing the thing. And you know what? That's the part is like you might make a mistake along the way, but it's okay. We've made plenty. And that's our goal here and our mission just to make it as seamless as possible for everybody else because it really is not as scary or crazy as I thought it was going to be. Because being an English teacher, this was like totally like left field. Like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. Like, you know, cars and finance, like that was your thing. Well, if I can do it, I know anyone else can because I was a middle school English teacher who absolutely still loves teaching. That's why I homeschool and I love coaching today and it's just in my blood. But man, like, don't overly complicate it.
yeah, because I think about when I first got started, Jen was like, well, who would do this?
Yeah,
Like, who it would do this, right? And it doesn't work for everybody, but it does work really well for the people
for
who,
the right
for the
people.
right people.
Hmm.
And that's when I learned this. Like, just like there's folks out there who would totally do this. And oh my gosh, now I just have to find them. But here was the neat thing what we learned at the same time. So we bought the house. I think the closing costs were about $3,000 to $4,000. I could pull the closing doc. It's super old. We put an insurance policy on the house, and it was ready to go. It was 10 minutes from where we lived. This was the first house that we bought that wasn't a junker or a fixer-upper, where I had to hire contractors. So it was kind of like freaking me out a little bit. I didn't have to do all these extra steps. Besides, this was a nice house really good school district, nice neighborhood at the end of a cul-de-sac that was like a school right there.
It's like your brain wants to trick you. Like, it has to be harder than this, right? And like the answer is no. And I definitely see some great questions rolling in. Lewis, that's a good one. We're going to get to that. So make sure you stay tuned because you've got so much coming here for you.
Yeah. And so when we did that deal and we bought the house, this is when we like learned, well, we could also do what is a lease with the option to buy with our renters. What
Game
we
changer.
some people here is a rent to own, something really similar to lease with the option to buy. So when we advertised this property, lease with the option to buy, we just started getting a ton of messages. And what I realized was 17% of the country could qualify for a mortgage. 17%. That means 83% of the country can't get a mortgage. Maybe they have income, maybe they have okay credit, but self-employed. Sometimes they just went through a divorce. Like there's many different reasons why they can't get a mortgage right now. So it could be a challenge. So when we put this out there for the first time, I couldn't believe the amount of calls that we got. It was like absolutely crazy. A lot of people who reached out wanted to learn more. How can they get into this house where they could rent it, move in now, and then wait till they qualify for a mortgage later on. But they could still paint their kids' rooms, they could still decorate on the holidays. There wasn't an apartment stopping them from doing stuff like that because that was like some real things were happening.
Hmm.
So when our renters moved in, they gave us a $10,000 non-refundable option deposit to move into that house. We were charging them $12.95, I think, for rent. So we got to remember, I bought it with $100 down and some closing costs and insurance policy. My renter moved in and gave me that check for first month's rent and that $10,000 non-refundable deposit. This is when I was like, oh my gosh, not only did I get a great deal buying it, we actually got paid to buy the house at the same time. Our renters funded the purchase of the house. And I know some of you are right now are like, wait, what is going on here? And if that's okay, if you're hearing this for the first time and you're kind of like freaking out, it sounds wild. This was real things that we were doing. And it was just one little small step at a time. It didn't happen all one day, but one step led to the next step, which led to the next step. And before you know it, we did that deal. And those renters actually end up buying the house. They bought it and they owned it. We helped turn a renter into a homeowner. And yes, we did make a big old check when they moved in and got a whole bunch of monthly cash flow. Don't forget, they were paying off our mortgage at no interest. And then when they did, they built so much wealth in there. That big gap, when they did buy it, we got a really big back end check, which then we invested into buying a few more houses. And so we're going to get into how to scale your portfolio. If you're looking to do your first deal, I want to see first, if you're here to learn how to scale your portfolio, write scale down below because we're going to kind of go over both of those things today. Some of it's like getting that first deal, but you know how you scale is after you get your first, getting your second. And we're going to walk you through how to do that.
Yeah, because there's no right or wrong way. So we started traditionally, banks were like, you're going to be cut off. So then we had to pivot. We learned this, but also definitely people out there we've helped that this is their very first rental property that they're getting into, and they're way smarter than us because they didn't even have to go to the banks.
Well, and I see a lot of folks they see first, and I see a bunch that are saying scale too. So
Tim scale, Donnie scale, Jesse first, Chad first. Awesome guys.
so
This is
here's the
so
deal.
exciting.
I wish my first deal was that deal. Because that deal, actually, it's probably better it wasn't because it spoiled me. It made me feel like real estate was a lot easier. Before, when I was going to the banks and hiring contractors and they're behind schedule and contractors would take the money and not show up, and I'm having to track them down and do all this kind of stuff and permits through the town, and I'm doing it. And don't get me wrong, I still do some of those. And yes, the money's great, but man, those are a pain in the butt. When we learned how to buy these turnkey houses with sometimes as little as just $100 out of pocket, and I don't have to lift a finger, just like maybe send a cleaner over there just to clean it up. Some we don't even have to do that. My gosh, that's what made me able to see the vision of scaling. So if I'm going to scale, maybe I'm looking to do more, or it's my first deal. I wish these seller financing deals came across my brain longer before that
When you know
because
better, you do better.
so we're going to go over that today. We're also going to be talking with Lexi. She's going to be popping on here in about 10 minutes. And I kind of want to just, if you haven't seen the podcast of Lexi, she's been working for our team now for 2.5 years. She is from Ohio. I'm not going to tell you your whole story. You're going to hear it from her. But she came to us as a babysitter on care.com, guys. And when we met her, she was the babysitter our two kids while I could take Jen on a date night. And when I was working one day, Jen called me and was like, "Hey, I I got this girl. She's gonna come babysit, but boy, she's looking for a job." She's like, "I think you might hire her." So when I met her at the house, I'm like, "Oh my gosh." She watched the kids. They loved her. We taught her what to do. I offered her a job. She says, "Joe, Jen, I have no experience, so if you train me, I will definitely work for you guys." We brought her on as one of our helpers. I needed help back then because it was just me doing everything. I sat with Lexi because we help people, we train people, we do work with a small group of people where we do this. So even with somebody with no experience, I'm like, I've done this millions of times. We could totally get this to go because she had the right attitude. And so what I've realized with real estate, with owning your own business, it's about attitude. That's the first thing. If you think you can do it, you can do it. Sometimes when you work around other A players, what I've noticed is an A player doesn't need an accountability coach. You don't need the kind of person to call you in the morning to make sure you got out of bed on time. When you work with an A player, they just need to be shown the strategy. They need to be shown the path. They need somebody to be there to answer their questions because there's gonna be questions. And when you get around other A players, I will tell you, you feel like you could accomplish anything. And that's what I've always focused on. My whole life goal is the only circle in my inner circle, people that I'd like to get around, just like you guys, you're here on a Friday. I see a bunch of A players in here, okay? And that's the kind of attitude you're gonna have to do to do this, right? You're gonna have to be an A player. When we got Lexi, she was an A player with zero experience, but I knew she was coachable. I know she could take direction, and I know she's going to implement. And that's exactly what she does. So you're going to hear her story of her first day on the job when I had to explain to her what Zillow was because she never heard of it before. I had to explain to her it's a website for houses. And she says, "Can you spell that for me?" Okay, so she had zero experience. So she's going to talk about what that was like. And then she's going to talk about the deals that she's doing right now for us because I'm going to whatever. I don't want to sound, but I work in my real estate business probably 15, 10, 15, 20 hours a week. She's doing all of the heavy lifting for us. She's the one because she is so dialed in right now. And she's going to talk about the strategies that she's also implementing in our business. So if any of you have any questions and you want to see the behind the curtains business of what Joe and Jen look like in our real estate business, because guys, we are actively doing deals every single month. We have these creative deals we're buying. We do some fix and flips because we do get a lot of leads, right? And we're going to talk about how to make an offer on every lead that you get. We're going to talk about how
No lead left behind.
nobody left behind.
It's like the troll movie.
We're going to talk about how you could even get leads for free. Does everybody want free leads? But free leads don't
Oh,
stay.
I love free leads.
Because this is the strategy, guys. This was the game changer that really flipped things for us. That made me realize, like, holy cow. Because in the beginning, I see everybody wants free leads. I love you guys for that. Really smart. Because I'm going to tell you the strategy that's been working for us for a very long time. For everybody in our coaching community, this is the same exact strategy that we work with our clients when we bring them onto our group. That we tell them like this is how you're going to get leads, and we'll share that with you guys today. Exactly how to do that yourself. Okay, and this is the big thing of how to get started in a business, but you're also going to see the behind the curtains of what our business looks like because Lexi's going to answer some of these questions you may have, but
Hmm.
also talk about some real examples of some struggles. Some of these sellers and some of their stories, like real life things that are happening. Because for me, I always thought, like, who would want to do this? What kind of situations should I look out for? What are some of these things? Because when I first got started, I was only looking for junkers. I was always looking for fixer-uppers I could get a huge discount on. When somebody came across my desk with a big old beautiful house, I'm like, well, you should just go list it with an agent. I can't help you. You want full price for the house. And some of them said, I've already tried to do that, Joan. It didn't sell. And I'm stuck. And I'm in a situation. And that's when we started to dial into this. So we're going to go over some examples of things that we see that will kind of give you some indicators. Because in the first, I had a lot of these deals slip through my cracks of my fingers. Has anybody had a deal where you thought you had a deal and then it slipped away? Say slipped away. I see Tim's like, yup, okay. If any of you been doing this, you'll understand what that's like. Okay. It's sad. Um, Missed opportunities, right? The things that keep me up at night is when I leave money on the table and missed opportunities. And what I didn't realize was by not getting around the right people and not learning these strategies, this is what held me back for so long. If I knew creative finance back in 2008 when the market was crashing and nobody was buying deals and there was just stuff everywhere for sale. And I could have bought all of those properties back then. Guys, the houses that we bought in 2008, 2009, 2010, what they're worth now compared to what we bought them for back then. Oh my gosh. I'm grateful. It's made us, like I said, multimillionaires. But my gosh, did I leave so much money on the table because I didn't know that strategy back then.
But I'm so glad that we learned because I think of all the sellers that we've helped along the way that like I too didn't understand the situations that people would find themselves in from like a family in North Carolina who owned a house up in North Pole, Alaska that they tried to list it multiple times with a realtor. And the realtor just said, I can't help you unless you can, fix that up XYZ. And this family didn't have the money. They couldn't make the repairs. They're already living in North Carolina. They had renters in there and they kind of messed the place up and they're in a jam, right? And so we're able to help a family out that way. And these stories go on and on. So I just want to kind of share that side of it too, because it does take a little time to wrap our head around exactly like what is a wraparound mortgage and all the crazy terms like we talk about. But take the time. And I'm so glad that you're investing it today. And you're going to learn the right way to find these sellers for free using our phone. Like literal, like takes 5 seconds to just do these things.
Well, and I think about that situation. They were living in North Carolina. That's when they reached out, said, "Here, do you want to buy our house in North Carolina?" And they said, "Well, if you really help us with our house in North Pole, Alaska." He was a disabled veteran. They've been making a $1,200 payment for 2 years while it sat there vacant. And none of the agents would list it unless they put like $20,000, $30,000 worth of renovations in the house and they didn't have it. So they're stuck making this payment, living check to check. Like when we hear people who are like legitly like really, really broke right now, this was that. And they were struggling, not knowing how they're going to continue to make that $1,200 payment. So when we talked to them about us buying it, even doing seller financing, they were like level 10, so happy, so thrilled when you can see the impact of you're making on other people's lives to help them. This is where the business it gets to be really exciting. When you could turn a renter to a homeowner, and yes, the checks are great. You get a big old check, but when you're helping a human in that way and you're changing the trajectory of their kids' lives and things like that, I absolutely love what I get to do, and I feel lucky I get to do this. I'm even more blessed that I was able to walk away from my job 5 years ago, and I get to do this full time. And for me, it was about lifestyle. It was about this was my goal one day is I could be around my wife. I don't have to be in a job where I'm working 60, 70 hours a week at a car dealership, working weekends and all these things just to get 2 1-week vacations a year. I had fantasies of being able to go to the beach on a Wednesday if I want to. Now I'm busy. Okay, I'm real busy. I don't go to the beach on Wednesday, I'm not gonna lie. But I have the ability to do what I want within my own schedule. I live 10 minutes from one of the world's greatest beaches. I am totally calling myself out right now. I stink and not going enough. But I do go a lot. And that's the whole blessing of having the ability to do the things that you like for your life.
Mhm.
Because one of the things I love to do is I love to travel. And we're gonna go spend about the next 3 to 4 weeks going to 6 different cities across the US with our kids. So while we're doing this and having fun and exploring, we're homeschooling. So these are the memories, and this is why we work so hard is the ability to have these memories with our kids and with our family and to be able to do those. So for me, why did I want to get into real estate? I had fantasies. I had dreams, and I wasn't going to give up on my dream. And I knew some way I was going to have to make it happen. I didn't have the formal background. I never went to college, but I was scrappy enough to figure out, my gosh, you get me around some other A players because I will work my tail off. If you just show me the way, I will work my tail off and I will do everything I can and make no excuses, right? A players don't make excuses, we just do. And you just need to be shown the way and get the heck out of my way and let me go get my messy, massive action and then be there when I have some questions. And that's what happens. And speaking of taking action, we got absolute rock star Lexi in the house today. Lexi, let's give you a big round of applause, guys. Lexi's in the house.
There we
Hi
go.
guys.
How
There we go. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
We are rocking out. We're having some fun with our real estate friends today. We're talking about the market. We're talking about what we do. And I just want to kind of talk about you and talk about business and what you've been seeing lately, some opportunities. I know we've got some questions for you. I already told them drop your questions down below. So I think we already have some questions. Um, But
Yeah, maybe even put hashtag question if you can, so we can definitely see the question super easily for Lexi. So yeah, Lexi's coming up on 3 years with us, right, Lex?
Yeah, it's crazy. I honestly can't believe how quickly the time has gone by too. I feel like I just jumped in and started all of this yesterday. And so it's wild. Once you dive into real estate, it really is a ride that just keeps going and you keep going up. So it's super, super exciting.
well, you rock. You've been doing a lot of deals. I mean, weekly. You've got, I mean, the text message that you just sent me like yesterday warmed my heart. She's like, we've got so many leads coming in, like, and they're all like super motivated. That absolutely warmed my heart because I know that we're helping people and we're doing deals. And so that's really exciting. I know we just closed on a bunch of deals. I know we've got some more coming up really soon too. And hopefully by the end of the day we write another contract because I know we got a lot of them. But if you're listening right now and you're seeing Lexi at where she's at now, because it's been 3 years almost coming up this fall, she didn't always start off this way. So I want to kind of dial back to Lexi, when you first like, how did you end up even in Florida? Let's go over that route, okay?
Yeah, so I am originally from Ohio, the Akron Canton area. So if you guys know the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but I was so sick of the cold and was just ready for a huge change. And I grew up coming to the Florida, Sarasota area. My grandparents lived there, and so it was always a place that kind of felt like a home away from home. And so I finished school and was like, what am I going to do with my life now? Pretty much the book is open. I can go anywhere. I'm looking on a map and just thinking, where do I want to start my journey, my career journey, my life journey? And it somehow led me to Florida. And so, in that, I had just graduated college. I was looking for a job. I'm in a new state with not really too many people around me that I knew. Maybe a couple friends here and there that were a couple hours away, but really starting completely fresh. Um, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life at that point exactly. I knew I wanted something where I could help people. That was a really big goal for me. I wanted a career that I felt fulfilled me in that way. And I started off on care.com actually when I was looking for a forever position. So I'm kind of waiting in that in between spot, and that is when I found Jen. And so Jen and I got to chat on care.com, which if you don't know, that is basically just a website where you can find babysitters for your kids. And so it's kind of funny because it's a bit of an untraditional way to start in my real estate career, but what first led to me meeting Jen and Joe and their family quickly trickled into learning about their real estate business and what they do and what their goals are. And we really just align there, I feel like, with those overall goals. I wanted to help people. I wanted something that was sort of in the sales realm. That's what I had gone to school for, was sales. So um, it really was the perfect fit there. But yeah, I don't know if you guys want to add on anything to that.
Well, I think it was just so interesting because, anyone who is trying to hire for any position, whether it's for your kids or what, the one thing I want to do is get on the phone. And as soon as Lexi called me on the phone, as you can hear, she's just bubbly and happy and just like so, excited about life. And I think like that is one of like your best personality traits that we're going to get into here when you're talking to sellers. And so I hope that you can kind of uncover for folks that, because that seems to be a bit of a sticking point, right? Like you're nervous to make a call because you were even nervous in the very beginning to talk to sellers, even though you didn't sound nervous talking to me. But, just kind of sharing some of your little secret tricks that you probably don't even realize like are really amazing and really help you a lot in learning the sellers or situations. So I'm excited for anyone who's listening who feels like, oh yeah, that dreaded phone. Like I'm cool messaging sellers, but getting on the phone totally freaks me out. Well, Lexi is gonna break that ice for you here.
Definitely. And that is the biggest thing too. I remember I jumped in with you guys and we did our interview with the real estate company, and I was like, okay, I'm doing this. Like this is really out of my comfort zone even because at the time I hardly knew what Zillow was. I had absolutely no real estate experience. Maybe some family members that were agents, but that's basically the bulk I knew about real estate. And then obviously being fresh out of college, I had never purchased my own property. I had never even thought about purchasing my own property. And so it was definitely all new. But I think what is to be taken from that is you can go from absolutely zero experience and now in 3 years, like comfortably making these calls and giving offers to people, and just having the tools and the people behind you that can help you get to that point. And I think that's one thing that you guys were fabulous with is really teaching me throughout the way, like it's okay to get on a call and not every call is going to be 100% perfect, but it's about taking that messy, massive action and just doing it. And for me in the beginning, it was probably like pulling teeth, I'm sure, for Jen and Joe to get me to get on those first calls. Um, I remember I was really comfortable messaging. I could do it all day. Like I can text a seller, I can talk to them about their property, but then when it came down to, okay, like they want to get on a call now, what do I do? I was freaking out. And so Joe encouraged me specifically, like, just do it. You can't mess it up. You're just talking to somebody. It's just figuring out what somebody needs and how we can help them. And when I heard it that way, as opposed to you're the person that's making the deal, you're going to be in the reins, it's really not all that. Some of it will be, but a big part of it is just listening. What is actually happening with the seller and what solutions can you provide? Because you know that. You don't have to have every answer to real estate to be able to get on the phone with a seller. I think it's more so about knowing the right questions to ask the seller. And when you know that, it kind of gives you that ease of, I can do this. I know what to ask them. I know to ask them, why are you selling your property? What's going on here? How can I help? And so that was really my first step into phone calls of really easing the pressure of it. You're
Well,
just talking to someone.
you had it a little bit tricky because Alexi and I sat next to each other. So she listened to hear my calls. And then I'm like, okay, your turn now. And she's like, oh my gosh, right? But here's the thing is which was super helpful, and this is for everybody listening, because in the beginning, it's new, it's overwhelming, but what truly makes it so much easier is by implementing the right system. Okay, it's all in the systems of how to do it. And this is where I think so many folks get lost in the weeds. Because if I just said, hey, Lexi, here's this real estate thing, and I just kind of like let her go on her own, I mean, in the last 3 years, do you think you would have done one deal if this was just you figure it out on your own?
Absolutely not.
Right? Okay. And now you do more deals in 1 month than the average homeowner owns homes in their entire life. And you do that in 1 month. I mean, I don't want to spread your details on the streets, but you ain't even close to 30 yet. You're still super young. So the fact that you're doing this in your mid 20s is truly remarkable. But it's about having the right systems in place and knowing the right step to take that gives you that confidence because in the beginning, if you don't know the right questions to ask her why I'm doing these things, it could be overwhelming. And it gets to be the point where, I mean, most people, you just stop doing it. But with the right systems in place, I kind of mentioned this before you came on, the good attitude, right? You take action. And with the right systems, a good attitude, and you take action, you just feel like you could accomplish anything. And so what was your like what was your best day of how many deals have you done in one day?
Oh boy. I think you'll have to help refresh me on this too, because now it's kind of getting blurry. But I think I was at seven a day, one day, or eight maybe.
No, sign contracts in one
Oh,
day.
signed contracts.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
You
you're
had a
putting
few
me on
days
the
of, I
spot.
think, for three. I think one day of, or 2 days of three, if I'm not mistaken.
That was right. I think it was right in that range where it was one after another. And it was really exciting because I think it had been after a little bit of time, I had maybe a little dry spell. And then you get that one yes. And it just kind of flowed from there. And I feel like it's all about mindset in that kind of category. It's how are you approaching this call when you're going into it? If I'm going into it with the mindset that they're probably going to tell me no, they're probably going to not like my offer. I'm not going to get the deal. But I went into the first one with a really great mindset of we're getting this close today. We're going to figure out a way to get this signed and under contract. And it followed behind because your energy is really easy, I think, on the phone to be able to get picked up by your seller. And if you're feeling unsure about something, they're going to be able to read that really quickly. And so I think having confidence in yourself and confidence in what you're doing, and especially confidence in your numbers. If you know the numbers of a deal and you can analyze that and understand what it means and explain that to your seller, it's really going to help you out when it comes to the closing table, getting things signed. And so, yeah, I think that. And then I get into my next call, and it was that much easier because I had the confidence from the one before. And then it just kept trickling down from there in the best way possible, where I mean, we were on fire. I was smiling ear to ear that day because it's just awesome to see the hard work that you're putting in mean something. We're helping people. We are making win-win deals every single day.
Well, and I think the coolest thing about it, I think you and I had a call after you wrote the second deal this last time you did it, and you were like, "Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go get one more." Like Lexi wasn't like, "I'm taking the rest of the day off." I did two contracts in the day, and she was like, "No, I'm going to get one more." And I turned to Jen after that call. I was like, "This is why you work with eight people." She just did two contracts today. She's not like, I'm taking the rest of the afternoon off. She lives in one of the most amazing places in the whole country. If I was her, I don't know. I would have been like, oh, okay, maybe I'd go down and spend the afternoon at the park or something. But no, Lexi was about like, I'm going to go get a third contract. And it was that attitude, right? It was that just definite of purpose and burning desire. That's how you did it. And so when we talk about like, I see like, what are your call secrets? It's about having a good attitude. It's about making the calls and taking actions, about having the right systems in place. And when you get one deal, hooray, right? And that's the whole thing. It's just about building that momentum. So what are some of the things that you've noticed working with us for the last like 2, 3 years that you've noticed it's been because you also coach and you help with our coaching group too. So you're not only working with us, but you're seeing other people build their business. What are some of the key factors that you've noticed when we're working with somebody or even when you're growing?
I think the biggest thing is having the confidence in yourself, but also having the support system behind you of a great group of people that can guide you when you are feeling lost. Because I think definitely in real estate, the market's always changing. Sellers are always having different mindsets. You're always walking through a door where you're really not sure exactly what to expect. And so, that positivity is really huge. Always feeling it, and even if you're not feeling it, doing it because it is heard on the phone. And if I'm positive and I'm talking to someone who maybe they're in a really hard position, maybe they just lost a family member and they're trying to sell their property now, and I jump in there and I am sounding bummed and sad and sharing something that might be more of a on the lower end of things, they're going to feel that, and they're not going to feel the energy and the excitement of, wow, this person can really help me. And so I think your tonality is really, really huge when you are speaking with people. And I also think the ability to really listen. And one of the good things that I think with all of our coaching clients, as well as all of us, is we're all action takers. We all want to make these deals. We want to help people. And so when you have that drive in you, it makes it really easy to be positive when you're talking with your sellers and to figure out solutions that otherwise they might not even know is a thing. And so I think just the will to want to help others and the will to want to help yourself is what's going to get you furthest in all of this. You can say to yourself, yeah, like I'd love to do real estate, but it's really like put the pen to the paper, write it out and be who you're wanting to be. And if you have that in your mind, you're going to go so far with this. And then I think what's really cool too is just with the coaching aspect. I was able to go from a position where I had no experience. I knew nothing. If you asked me 3 years ago if I thought I would be where I was today, I would tell you no, because in most programs and most careers, it's hard to go up the chain this quickly where you're actually able to then help people that were in your shoes just a few short years ago. And so I think it really just goes to show if you work hard and you put your mind to it, you're going to be successful here, especially when you have a great community behind you. And with the coaching, I mean, we have people in all throughout the country, even not in our country. And we are working with them on making these deals and teaching them, how do you talk to a seller? How do you write it up? How do you stay positive when maybe you don't feel the most positive that day? Because that's going to happen. And so I think it all comes together with what do you have? What are your resources? Who's your team behind you? And as long as you can have that support and pretty much that straight line approach where you know what steps you're hitting next, it's really going to help. And I would even say too, picking up the phone and not being afraid to call a seller, even if you're not completely sure if it's going to be a deal at the end of the day or not. I'm talking to people every single day where it might be a deal, it might not be. Maybe they're not the most motivated at the end of it, but I think it's that initial point of contact where we're able to at least tell them what we're doing and have that be a solid basis. That is getting us further than me just saying, "Hey, how's it going?" on a text to somebody. So, I think really picking up the phone and taking as much action as you can there as possible.
Well, and I love it too because, that's some of our biggest challenges.
Mhm.
Sometimes we're worried about calling. Sometimes we're worried about we're going to mess it up. And I think one of the reasons why, of course, everybody,
Like anybody watching right now, like be honest, because I had that. I cried after one of my seller calls one time. Okay, so how many of you get nervous? Like me in the comments, like me, I'm nervous on the phone, and that's why we're taking a little time here to go, like Joe said, behind the curtains, because sometimes like we have those feelings of, what if I say something dumb, or what if I don't understand what the seller's saying? Because that's how I felt when he asked me about the amortization schedule. And I had no idea what he was talking about, and I felt really dumb, right? And that's okay to not know everything, like Lexi was saying. And so it just takes baby steps along the way because we've all been there.
well, I think part of the reason why our coaching community does so well is because we actually help them. We make the calls for them
Mhm.
in our community. So this is some of the biggest reasons for success, right? Because like on Fridays, you have to actually go in a little bit, but we still got you for more time. But you run the Friday support call for our community. So not only are you calling our calls today and even popping on here, but now after this, you're going to go call their leads too for the community. And I think seeing that repetition of it done in front of you enough times and getting your hand held through that, before you know it, everything that we do, everything that Lexi does, you'll be able to do it too eventually after seeing it enough times. And that's that whole culture of just teaching one small step at a time. And don't let the part where you feel like you're going to get stuck, the hardest part, let us help you get unstuck with that. So if you kind of feel like you're stuck right now and some of these things are resonating with you, I want you to write stuck down below. And if you write stuck down below, let's talk about getting on a call and seeing if how we could help you, right? Get unstuck. Because I know for me, some of my biggest challenges were I was trying to figure this out.
Oh,
And
your biggest challenge is to be on the phone for like 3 hours with one
that too,
person.
that too, those long seller calls.
My gosh.
And I see a bunch of people writing stuck. So
Yeah.
we'll reach out to you and let's get a call talked about maybe and we'll see how we could get you and your business unstuck because I could tell you for sure firsthand well, I did it last night. I was calling a seller who inherited a home and she's got four other siblings that she's
Hmm.
owns the property with and she wants this thing sold and they're all kind of debating on what they do and it was
It was Mike's client.
Mike, I
Yeah.
think he's actually here today, Mike Collins. So we hopped on that call with the seller. I listened to their story. We are trying to work on that deal and now giving Mike the next step. So these are some of the parts where if I felt like I was stuck in the beginning, even when it came to how to do the paperwork. And now you are doing even the purchase and sale agreements for us. Like you do all of that. So it's been really limiting to you and I meeting, a couple times a week on a Zoom call or on a phone, looking at some deals and making it happen. So I kind of want to transition a little bit into now you've started off investing helping us. You've grown, you've actually really learned it. What have been the biggest things that you've said as takeaways of now teaching other people how to do it?
Oh, I love that because Tim just piped in that he's got his new investor daughter, Andrea, listening in today, and she's loving Lexi's perspective. So, yay!
That's awesome. No, that is so exciting too. And really, and I'm sorry, Joe, what was your question there?
Just like transitioning into now helping other people, like what are some of the things that you've been able to help with or grow with, or some of the like perspectives that you've seen from helping that? Because you went from like newbie to now working for us, crushing it. And now you've been working for our community with for a while now, helping them crush it too. So what are some of those things that you've noticed have been the biggest differences?
It's really cool, honestly, because and this kind of goes back a little bit too, because I know we had mentioned how I used to sit in the office with you where I could hear your calls and you would hear mine. And now I'm in a position where we are doing kind of the same thing, but virtually with the coaching clients. And so I think for me, knowing that I once sat in the seat of the client that was scared and didn't want to pick up the phone, and I'm able to kind of take on your role that you were doing to me, where it's like, no, this is how it, just pick up the phone. Let's do it. Let's do it together. And I think that sense of community is so, so big in that kind of an aspect because I was personally terrified to pick up the phone. I was so scared, and I see that a lot with a lot of our clients where it's scary. You don't want to mess anything up. You finally get this lead and you think it could have some potential and you don't want to mess anything up. And so I think just being able to provide the confidence by showing like I was in your position before and here I am making your call for you, and in a few short months you'll be making these calls for other people and helping others and able to give that back. So I think just being able to show how we're doing these calls and the process of what I say to a seller, and if they ask me something that maybe I don't know the answer to, how to respond to that. I think that's really huge and something a lot myself I was terrified of. I would have a list of questions for Joe after every call where I was like, they asked me this. What was I supposed to say? They asked me this. But it's okay to not always have the answer. We're people. We are not robots. We're not AI. We're not ChatGPT where we can just generate the perfect answer anytime it's needed. And so I think in these support calls, being able to just show how we're doing it, but then on top of that, showing our process after a call. How do we follow up with a lead? What questions might you have? How soon do you follow up? What do you say when you're doing that follow up? And so I think it's really the whole picture of from start to finish, from the time you get the lead to the time that you close the deal, um, how we are handling objections and questions and all of that. And then with the clients too, I guess another thing that really stands out to me, a lot of the clients that come to us, their big thing that they are kind of searching for is a little bit more guidance in what to do. And so I think a lot of the questions that I'll get on my calls when we're doing these live support calls, like I have coming up here at around 1, is just always being there, always having somebody that can help and answer a question. Sometimes, even if we don't know, we're always learning. And so I think just to have that environment where everybody's always learning and everybody's always growing, it makes it a lot less scary because everybody just wants to make a deal. Everybody just wants to help somebody else. And the community behind it is what really helps us, I think, be so successful there.
Well, and I kind of want to pivot to helping. Okay, so we're going to talk about Joanne Scully. I was kind of
I was
mentioned
gonna say,
before.
let's talk about follow-up.
Let's talk about a deal, okay? Anybody want to see a live case study in motion with actual numbers? We're going to talk about that right now. A deal that we've had in the making now for quite some time, and now we got like Sean's like, yes, okay, because this is the key, and this is where I love all the great stuff. I'm about deal making, okay? So I like talking about deals. So we ran into Joanne Scully, and this is why the fortune everybody is in the foul up. The fortune is in the follow up. Okay. So Joanne Scully reached out to us. It was the summer, it was July of 2023. Joanne Scully lives in this house in upstate New York, across the street from the lake. Beautiful house, nice neighborhood. She lives just outside of like a little resort town. She got a really nice garage in this house. I'm in love with it. It's like the big garage. I mean, it's a nice house. But Joanne has a problem. She wants to sell her house and she wants to be able to sell it without listing it on the market. She was out of the house for some medical reasons. Her brother, mom were living there, and brother was a hoarder, stacked to the ceiling with boxes, and she doesn't want everybody to know how her house is. She's embarrassed by it. She wants a quick, easy sale. She doesn't want to have to deal with people walking through her house. So listing it on the market is just not an option for Joanne. So when we talked to Joanne and she's explaining us the situation, Lexi got on the phone with her back in 2023 and she told us this story. She wanted to sell in a few months. Well, that doesn't happen, right? Things started popping up and obstacles would happen, but we would just follow up with her. Now, we've had deals where we've talked to them the first day and made a deal that day. Okay, but that's great. Majority of the deals, and that could be, 5 out of 100 that do the same day. Majority of them, you're gonna have to talk to them a few times. But when you could show that with follow up for 2 years, this is what we were doing, and we just had some automation helping us. It wasn't me like all in our Lexi, but we did do some of
I was
that.
gonna say, I think almost every team member did talk to her, including
Yeah,
myself.
yeah. So long story short, the numbers, I'm gonna give you the breakdown. So now we're at the closing, just about to start happening. We've done the walkthrough. We've figured out her house. When it's all done up and beautiful, and it's a nice house, we're gonna just clean it up real nice. Eventually, we'll put a roof, but doesn't need one yet. But we're buying it with seller financing. Joanne doesn't need her cash. She's already got her next place picked out. What she needs is a fast, quick, easy sale. When we looked at a cash number, it was low. She wasn't going to go for it. Well, we told her how we could pay a little bit more if we were able to do it over time and with doing it in payments. Joanne said, I would love to do that. That sounds much better because she's able to get the money that she wanted for her property. That was her big thing. Quick, fast, easy sale, but the numbers just didn't work out for cash. If anybody's an investor here, have you ever had a seller that you've talked to who wants too much money for their house? Write yes down below. Because I don't know anybody who hasn't. If you're talking to them, everybody's saying yes if you're watching this every day. So us too, guys, and we get tons of leads. We have thousands of leads, thousands, multiple, like a ton of them. And we run into that all the time too. And Joanne is no different. But here's how the numbers work on Joanne's deal. Her house is worth about 240 to 250, beautifully done. She's letting us buy it for $140,000. But we're not coming up with 140,000, are we, Lexi?
Nope.
How much are we buying that house? How much of a down payment?
$100.
Okay, and then at closing, how much do we have to give her?
At closing, nothing.
Right, just $100. Okay,
Mhm.
so we're gonna buy this house with $100 down. We're gonna cover some closing costs. Our purchase price is 140. Now we're gonna buy it. We're gonna pay some closing costs. We're gonna put an insurance policy on there. Joanne is going to take all of the important things, all the valuables, all the empty boxes and all the stuff that she doesn't want. She's going to leave that behind. We're going to send a crew over there to get it all cleaned out. We're going to probably do a little bit of light work in the bathroom to make it just nice. Then other than that, we're going to offer that rent. Okay, so when we're doing it with seller financing, she had a mortgage on it. So this is a long time ago, guys, is when we heard that I could buy a house and I could just pay the seller's mortgage directly to their bank. I don't have to qualify. I don't have to get approved. I don't have to get my credit check. I just make the payment directly to her bank. So Joanne, we're buying it for 140,000. Do you recall how much she owed on her property?
Not off the top of my head. I can see though.
I want you to pull that up
Yeah.
because I believe it's about $18,000 if I'm not mistaken. So Joanne, if I'm not mistaken, has over 6 figures worth of equity in the home, and she doesn't care about getting a payment. She's giving us 7 years until we have to get her cashed out. So here's what's happening. I'm buying it with $100 down. Our payment to her is 500 bucks a month because that's what her payment is. Taxes and insurance combined, her total payment is about $900. That payment for that house will easily rent for $1,800. So I'm looking at about a $900 per month cash flow on that property. Okay. So $900, how many months are in the year? Everybody 12, right? Do the math. It's a whole lot of money coming in, guys. That is over $10,000, almost $11,000 a year in income coming in after I pay the taxes, the insurance, pay her payment directly to her bank because she's got a very small balance. And I could do that for 7 years. And then not only that too, I'm buying it for 140 and the property is worth closer to 240 to 250 once it's all done. Right? So I've got some free equity. And if you think of the math on that deal over the next 6, 7 years, that is a lot of money. That's a 6 figure deal. It's a 6 figure, over a 6 figure profit with just $100 down, some closing costs, and I'm into a deal, guys. So where my question is, when you look at the numbers on that deal, what's more valuable? Joanne's one deal or the system on how you can buy 20 or 30 of those properties that do the same thing. Okay, the value is in the system that gets you there. And that's the system that got us to be able to scale to where we're able to find those deals. Doesn't matter what's going on in the marketplace. And I want to kind of dial into that right now. So if you want to see more of these case studies and you want to learn more about how this does or how this works, write more down below and we'll chat with you about that. But I want to kind of go about, you just sent me a text message a couple days ago. And it's about how we've been talking to so many motivated sellers right now. It has been like absolutely crazy. So I kind of want to go over the state of the market because when you started working with us, it was the end of 2022. Sellers were a little bit different at motivation then, right? Market was still pretty good and things were still going on, but lately we've seen a little bit of a shift in the market, and it seems like people are more open to these conversations. What have you been seeing, Lexi?
I completely agree with that. I feel like right now, and it granted, it depends on the specific area I guess you're looking to buy in. But where we are right now in Florida, we've seen a big shift, I would say, in the market and just what's selling on the market. I think a big part of that was the hurricanes that we had, and there's been a lot of damages, and insurance is changing, and taxes. And so, with that, I think we have had a lot more people that their main goal is they don't want to lose a lot of money on a property that they just bought maybe 2 years ago because now the value is a little bit lower. And so if they list it on the market, they're kind of putting their back up against a wall because they're going to walk away a lot of the time with losing some money. And so when we are now kind of sharing different ways of purchasing, and how we can still be at their full market value for the property and how we can still help them so that they're really not forced up against a wall where they're kind of stuck with their hands tied. We're having a lot more people say yes. And so
And I want to dial into that because we have the motivation scale. I didn't want to interrupt, but I want to kind of talk about that scale because this was one of the challenges we found out is we actually created a scale of 1 to 10 of how we're able to diagnose how motivated a seller is. So Kiera, I see she says she wants more. We'll be chatting. But if you want our motivation scale, write that and we'll get you that link for that. Okay, it's a freebie. But the motivation scale for us, this is when we talk to a seller and they're giving us some of the information. How am I going to determine are they motivated or not by the answers they're giving me? Okay, because here's what I've noticed. I'm doing tons and tons and tons of deals for 2 decades. The people that we do business with, on the scale of motivation, 10 being the highest, they're in that top like 7, 8, 9, tens, mostly like eights, nines, and tens. They're motivated sellers. So would you say recently on that scale, average sellers, has that been like motivation's been going up on average, or has it been the same, or has it been lower, like less motivated? What do you think overall you've been seeing?
I definitely think that that scale, we've had a lot more sellers coming in that are in our higher end of that scale, the eight, nines, and tens lately. And I really do too. I mean, when I first started here, it was very different there. I mean, if we would look at the motivation scale, there were so many people whose properties are selling for over market on the um, MLS. And so their scale wasn't as large. Now, with that shift and the market changing, so many more people are telling me like, yes, I'm wanting to sell now. I need to sell. I need to get out of this property. And so, yeah, that has definitely had a huge increase.
Well, and I think it's crazy because we just recently closed a deal in Montana. We've done deals in probably half the country. So this isn't just like a Florida thing. I'm seeing this all over the country. We get leads all over the place. And I just keep on looking at like, why do you want to sell this house? Right? How soon do you want to sell? These are two questions we ask every seller, obviously, right? Why do you want to sell it? How soon do you want to sell? Does it need any work? These are some of the questions we like to ask a seller, okay? And when we do that, I'm getting their motivation. I'm getting their time frame. Are they looking to do something soon because there's a situation, or are they not looking to sell for a few years? And it sounds like to me, from the amount of leads that we've been getting, I don't know what happened last weekend, but holy cow,
People are wanting to sell.
we had a ton. Okay, but not only that too, it seems like on average they're coming in hotter now than they have in a really long time. And even 4 or 5 years ago, they were still motivated sellers, guys. This strategy works all the time. And we were doing deals, we were finding deals, we were killing it back then. But it just seems like I don't know if there's something in the water or something in the whatever's going on, but it just seems like to me there's been more deals now than there has been in a really long time. I don't know if I don't know if there's just less investors doing this or what that is, but I've
So
noticed
do you
a
what?
difference
How do I connect?
for sure in what I've been, sorry about that. Somebody had a hot mic, but I definitely noticed a difference in the market of what we've been seeing. Um, has that been pretty consistent across the board?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the leads I was messaging you about last week, because I did send Joe a fun text that said, "Oh my gosh, I just talked to like 10 people. All of them were motivated. This is wild." But yeah, I think all across the board in a lot of the different states, we are seeing a big shift where people just they want to sell and they want to sell and they want to get the price that they want. And so being able to provide that value is so big. And yeah, being able to point out specifically who is motivated, who is worth your time is really a huge thing too. So I think that motivation scale is super helpful because you definitely want to make sure you're talking to the motivated people. If you have someone and they're mostly looking to just sell their property, I might sell it. I'm not sure. What do you think it's worth? That is an entirely different conversation than your person who needs to sell or they're relocating or they're they have something that is making them this is a priority. This needs to happen.
Well, and I think too, this boils down to the systems that we kind of talked about.
Mhm.
Because having the right systems, if you're talking to unmotivated sellers all day long, that gets to be a big challenge, right? So having the systems in place to be able to message, have the talks with the motivated sellers, this is what's really springing those conversations to turn into deals.
Mhm. Yeah, and I wanted to bring up too, Lexi, how, one of the things that you love to share on the last Friday support call, you gave me an example of sometimes there's a seller who just is a very frustrated situation, but you were able to, in front of everybody, make the call and share, how to kind of turn them around a little bit and show them like this is how and why a creative opportunity could work best. It may not work for you, but do you want to kind of shed some light on that for us? Because I just thought that was such a great example of a deal and a seller in a real life situation.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, last Friday, I made a call with a seller where I was actually giving them an offer for their property. And this was one of the calls that we did live, and we did it with all of our coaching clients there. And basically, what my seller had expressed to me was they had already gotten offers for the property, and it was well below what they were looking to get for the home. And what I was able to do from analyzing the deal and really knowing what those numbers are and why they are what they are is I explained to the seller the repair costs, what properties are going for brand new in the area. And we really chatted it out and tried to give my seller as good of an explanation of what is happening right now. Because I'm in real estate every day. I know what the market's looking like. I know how to comp a property. I know how to understand that value. A lot of these sellers don't. And so I think it's really important to be able to have the skill to explain to your sellers what's really happening in the market that they're looking to sell in. But basically, what ended up happening with this seller is I gave them her offer, and she wasn't the happiest at first. She was a little offended, I would almost even say. But what I did is I shared my facts. I None of it was opinion based. It was all based on what the numbers really came out to. And when my cash offer didn't work, I was able to reintroduce the seller financing option that we offer, where we can usually be a lot higher in the price that way. And so when one option doesn't work, you always have that backup that you can go to. And although she didn't love my cash number, I represented seller financing to say, well, this might work a little bit better if you are wanting to walk away with some more cash in pocket. And so from this, it went from a situation where my seller was feeling kind of by themselves, like they didn't have anyone that was really looking out for them or wanting to help them. And it turned into a situation where, no, I can help you. And here's how I can do that. And if it works for you, I would love to get these numbers together. And so it shifted it from what could feel kind of negative into a really positive outcome where my seller ended up, oh, thank you so much. No, that makes total, complete sense. I completely get it. But the big thing that I think, which was a takeaway, is even though they didn't say yes in the moment, they didn't say no. And they didn't end our conversation and our relationship with each other on a negative point. So that when I come back and I do my follow up with our process that we have, I am able to come in at a really strong point because my seller respects my offer and what I'm trying to do for them. And so I think it's really huge just to have that behind you and have different options and when you're really making your goal helping these people and seeing what the numbers look like and taking your time to explain that, it'll go a really long way with just the rapport you're able to build.
Hmm.
And I just love that when you share that story. So we're gonna try to pull that clip for everybody. So if you want to see that, right, clip below. I'm gonna try to get that on socials for you. Might have to bleep out a word it sounded like.
Yes.
But we'll definitely share, the behind the scenes, the real people that we're talking to, we're helping out, or at least trying to help out. And again, if it doesn't happen today, like Joanne is a prime example of literally 2 years of follow up, checking in, seeing if she's ready yet, and just being really, really patient. And some people need that time. They're just not quite ready to sell, but her motivation was high. So, I love sharing these real life examples.
And I kind of want to dive into also, and thank you for that, is like what we're seeing a lot of times right now is we're seeing a lot of investors, a lot of people struggling with trying to get cash flow. I see this more often where they're struggling to get cash flow because I keep seeing today, and I think you could attest to this, what we're seeing in Florida, a lot of it is if a seller has a house where they have a 7% interest rate on that property, a lot of times their payment is more than the property rents for, which is really indicating of if I buy a house and I'm going to buy this to turn it into a rental, I can't, right? So much of the inventory was taken by investors over the last few years who were able to buy these houses, get good rates, rent them out, cash flow. We are seeing a lot of that inventory being sold to investors, and that's what they were doing. And right now, that's not happening quite the same. A lot of these investors are now kind of scratching their heads. And what we've noticed are the ones that still cash flow are either the free and clear properties, 40%. Remember, 4 out of 10 houses are free and clear. Those are my favorite ones. But I also want to get into the flip side of this is some of these folks have a mortgage on their house. The other 60% of the houses, right? But here's another fun fact. Out of all of those people that have a mortgage, it's like 65% of those people have an interest rate currently under 4%. They currently have an interest rate that starts with a 2 and 3.
Mm.
So between all of the houses around the country that are owned free and clear, or all of these houses that where they do have a mortgage, they still have interest rates starting with a 2 and 3. These are where the opportunities are lying right now. If I'm trying to pencil out some of these deals at these high rates, this is what has everybody scratching their head. This is why people are getting frustrated they can't invest. But when we're finding these sellers who've got a mortgage rate, and Lexi's kind of like, she's tuned in, right? We're talking to the sellers, and if they have a low interest rate, do you feel like they're proud to tell you like how low their rate is?
And actually, yeah, if I have someone with a 2% rate, for instance, usually they're telling me that on the phone. Oh, by the way, it's 2%. And so, and we get excited when we hear it too. So I'm never complaining.
Yeah, and those are the deals that we really try to focus on is like how do we find more of these opportunities and just kind of get them through our system. So Lexi, I know that you've got some things going on. We're going to be breaking for lunch in a few minutes. I just want some last words of wisdom. If somebody's looking to just get started, maybe they're new. We did a survey before you came in, and a lot of them have done deals, but there's a big portion who haven't done a deal. So if somebody hasn't done their first deal yet and they're just thinking of getting started, rewind Lexi back a couple of years ago, and what were some of the things that you've done over the last few years that would be some key steps for somebody?
I would say putting yourself in a position where you're surrounded by people who are taking my goodness, it's a tongue twister. Messy, massive action. And for me, I mean, having Jen and Joe as a mentor to really be able to hear all these calls and everything has been really huge. But being around like-minded people, the people that are doing deals, be around the people that know the market, be around the people that can really help you evolve in that way when you have questions. And I also think just putting yourself out there, let people know who you are, let people know you're buying properties. Because the more you're going out and doing all of that, the more successful you're going to be in the long run. But yeah, overall, I also think pick up the phone. If you can pick up the phone and just have a first call with somebody, you are going to go further than you'll miss any shot you don't take. And so the more you pick up that phone and also have a plan of action. And so if you don't, finding resources where you can have that plan of action and know what the first steps to do to get into this are, and you'll go so far, you will soar because it really is. Once you have that outline, the sky's the limit.
Love that. Yeah. And you are so helpful too. Again, in the coaching program, you even do a 7 and a 14-day check-in where you sit with everyone and one-on-one and you just kind of like, hey, like let's see where you're at and just like that handheld guiding, which I think was so helpful for you. And I see the success that you're now able to help other people as well. And so thank you for taking some time today and coming on. I know you're busy and I love that you're repping that pink hat, cash flow.
Yeah, girl, love it.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and thank you so much for being part of the community, hopping in today. Guys, if you're not following Lexi on Instagram or Facebook, make sure you're also joining our Facebook community, Creative Finance Playbook with Joe and Jen. Because or Jen and Joe, I apologize. Because inside of the group, this is where we're sharing a lot more of these things. So, and you're going to be around people like Lexi and myself and Jen and so many others where we're sharing what's currently working. So, also too, check out our YouTube channel, Creative Finance Playbook, because like Lexi's interviews on there, there's a whole bunch of really great interviews there
She's
of
got a couple interviews, so it's kind of cool. You can go back and see your progression, every year that you've been with us and how much you just continue to grow and then also inspire others along the way. So
yeah,
awesome.
awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
guys.
Lexi.
Awesome. I see a couple questions here, Jesse, and there's a couple others. Maybe we'll do a quick little Q&A before we break for a little bit of a lunch.
Love it.
Yeah. So again, this is all about, we talk about the messy mess of action. It's trying to help people that are in these real estate situations. And like we mentioned before, like I one time put a post out there is if you have an unwanted property and someone said, well, who on earth has an unwanted property? Like people just have extra houses laying around. They do. And it's weird to say that, but someone passes away or they move in with a spouse or, life happens. So you can't figure out the why or the how, but now you can see if you can help them. And if you can just work on your mindset that, yeah, like Lexi said, they will be open to these terms. They will be wanting to make a deal today. Start telling yourself positive affirmations like that and go into it with a smile on your face and just see how you can help.
Well, and I think too, like not only Lexi doing it well for us, but she's also an inspiration for our 12-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
Because our daughter is also getting involved as like Lexi's assistant. So her energy is contagious. You don't know who else you're helping around you. And what a better role model for a 12-year-old young lady to have is somebody like Lexi, who is doing deals. And I know Lexi's trajectory of her whole life is going to be different. How she's going to look at real estate and view it and how to buy it and sell it and all of the things. She's be able to do that, changing her whole life just by answering a babysitter job.
Mhm.
So when you are looking for opportunities, you don't know what's on the other side of that opportunity. And this is where awareness becomes because I feel like we're given opportunities like little gifts. And if we grab it and go after it, that's where the life-changing things happen. So it's really, really awesome to see her transition. It's really great to see her being a role model for so many others, even including our daughter. And I will tell you guys, Lexi, on a scale of 1 to 10, when we asked our kids how amazing of a babysitter she was, they gave her an 11. And that's when I knew we were bringing the right person on to help us with real estate because the kids loved her. And if you could trust her with your kids, you could trust her talking to some sellers. So we're going to get into some Q&A. And then what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch at 12 o'clock. Right after lunch, I'm going to get into how you guys are going to get some free leads. Okay, so you got definitely want to stick around for that. I'm doing that at 12:30 sharp. 12 free leads, okay? 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. But at 1 o'clock, we're going to bring on Carlos. Carlos is actually in our community. Carlos's story of how he was able to work full time, be a dad, how to buy these beautiful houses in Florida, and his step by step. And guys, I'm going to give you a little bit of a behind the scenes. We're going to talk about his hot seat session that changed his life. And we brought him in the hot seat and asked a couple questions of what he was doing in his business, what just flipped that switch. So if you want to see what the difference was, what were the questions that we asked Carlos, he starts at 1 o'clock. You're definitely not going to want to miss that. So 12:30, don't forget, I'm going to go over leads. Carlos comes on at 1 o'clock. We're going to go over the questions that made his business just like a light switch turn on and how you're going to be able to look at these things too. So let's get off some of these questions. What do we got here?
Yeah, we had a couple. I don't know if
Yeah.
a little tricky because it was a bit.
Taking it from the top.
So many good ones. Trying to find the one from, gosh, I don't know. You want to just pick one?
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Okay, Lewis had asked. He was jumping the gun, but are most sellers asking for a balloon payment, or are you seeing most are okay with a 30-year payment? So, really, how do we handle situations with sellers who have equity? So that means that they have a lot of money that they could pull out from their house once they
Yeah.
sell.
So equity is the difference. So if they have no equity, there's no balloon, right? What that means is, guys, so we understand, if I'm buying a house with seller financing, sometimes the seller says, Joe, Jen, I'll let you do it for up to, like, when am I going to get my money? Right? They're going to say, when is the payday for them? And usually they have equity in the deal, right? And if those are the cases, those are what we call what's called a balloon payment. All the balloon payment is that it's the date of when we owed them that big chunk of money. So what does that mean? I have Joanne. I'll give you that example. When we talk to Joanne, one of the simple strategies that we implement in our business is I don't ever make the offer. I ask a seller a question and have the seller make us the offer. Okay. So when we explained to Joanne that we're going to buy her house and we said we typically buy with no money down. Okay. She's like, yeah, I don't need the money now, but when do I get it? And I said, well, and Lexi says, Joanne, I've had some sellers give me 20 to 30 years before I have to get them cashed out. I've had others who want to get cashed out sooner, like 10 years. So if I pay that price of 140, what's the most amount of time you'd give me? Joanne's like, is there any way that you can do less than 10 years? And what we settled on was 7. So in 7 years, we have to sell the house, refinance the house, or just pay her off, one or the other. Now, in some circumstances, these sellers have a lot of equity. Joanne's is over 6 figures. Sometimes they have a little bit of equity. Well, there's some of those I could just pay them but keep the loan. And then there's some sellers who have got no equity. I'm literally buying the house for what they owe on it. There's no balloon dates on those. I'm just taking over the payments until I either get it cashed out or pay it off or sell it. So that's how we handle the equity situation. Now, here's the misconception. Just because a seller has a whole lot of equity, they're going to want it up front. They need it all up front. Who's going to do this? Guys, don't second guess the process. Just stick to the process. Let the sellers make you the offer. And you're right. Most people do want their equity. You would also be surprised if you just ask the right questions how many sellers don't need their equity. They need relief in other areas. Sometimes they need relief in speed, right? If you go to one of our properties that we bought, I'll drop the address 269 Nunda Boulevard, Rochester, New York. Nunda, Nunda, 269 Nunda Boulevard. Look at that house. It was an Airbnb, high-end house, swanky area. We bought that house with $100 down. The seller had a 2.75 interest rate. We cash flowed over $1,000 a month on that property. You can see I bought it for 290. You could also see where I sold it rent to own for $400,000. You can see the pictures online because that's what it looked like when I bought it. It was a gorgeous Airbnb. It's a huge house. They didn't want to deal with it anymore. A lot to clean it. The neighbors, because it was a high-end neighborhood, wanted to not have an Airbnb in the neighborhood. So the seller, he didn't need his equity. He had a lot of equity in the deal. He did not need his equity. He needed to get that payment off his back and get this house off his books. Airbnb listing, some of my favorite deals, guys. $100 down. I even dropped the HUD statement of the closing. It shows $5,000 in closing costs. So, guys, I own that house for less than $6,000 out of pocket. Now, I did have to put an insurance policy on there. And I think that was about $1,500. But you see what I'm saying? That house is so nice because it's like 2,800 square feet. It's got a finished attic and basement. It's almost 5,000 square feet. I showed it to my wife before we moved to Florida. And I said, hey, should we move in this house? Nice house, swanky neighborhood. And she's like, no, it's too cold here. 6 months later, we moved to Florida. There's a reason why we got married, okay? Not only is she beautiful, she's super smart too. And here we are. But this is real life case studies, guys. And what we did with that house that we bought with $100 down, the 269 Nunda Boulevard, our renter moved in and gave us, I think, 27,000 of a non-refundable option deposit. Our payment was 1,700. They were paying 3,000 a month for rent. So our cash flow was amazing on it. And then eventually they qualified for a mortgage a couple years later. And then guess what we got? I got a big, gigantic back end check. Now, don't get me wrong. A couple things made me sad. Sad I paid off a 2.75 interest rate because my gosh, that was like free money. I'm sad that that thousand and some change cash flow that was just coming in every single month is gone. I'm sad about that too. But here's where I'm thrilled and happy and I feel successful. We turned another renter into a homeowner. We stopped an Airbnb from being in the neighborhood, so the neighbors are all thrilled. I guess that's good. We got a big old check at the end that we've reinvested back into buying more properties with. So if I lose one door, I could pick up two or three more and scale my business. So it stinks I paid off a 2.75 rate. It stinks I lost the cash flow, but I made up the cash flow in more deals and I turned a renter into a homeowner.
Hello?
So mission accomplished. Hi. I don't know. I think we got a hot mic here. But that's the true story of what happened there, guys. So these are the case scenarios of what's out there, and it works in the high end stuff. It works in all different neighborhoods. It doesn't make a difference. Um,
Hmm.
cool.
All right. So we got time for yeah, love that. Thank you, Sean. Okay, so Donnie said, do you stay clear of on-market deals that have been on market for 6 months plus, possibly pay agent their commission and offer zero down to seller? So basically a property's on the market, it's not selling. How do we handle those?
So
Good
couple
question, Donnie.
great question, Donnie.
There's a lot of them,
There's a
especially.
lot of answer to that question. So here's the challenge. Yes, on-market deals are some of the easiest plucked fruit, the lowest hanging fruit. My favorite deals, I'm just going to be very transparent, are off market. They're direct to seller. No other party involved, no other agent involved. Me talking to a homeowner and getting an attorney or title company involved once we've agreed on the staples. Um, and we're going to go over how you're going to get off-market leads at 12:30 for free without spending a dime, and people will reach out to you in abundance. The challenge with on-market, you're dealing with an agent. You're hoping that agent understands how this works. Unfortunately, most agents just don't. I've done deals on the market before where there's an agent involved. And the way that happened, Donnie, was the seller reached out to us because their house wasn't selling. They were frustrated. I'm talking with the seller. We talk about seller financing. They agree on the deal. And then we look and the house is actually listed with an agent. So we had to call up the agent and say, hey, your seller reached out to me. We struck up a deal. We're going to be buying their house this way. And even then, the agent wasn't thrilled, even though we still paid their commission and covered the closing costs, right? So agents sometimes to me are a gatekeeper. There are some wonderful agents out there. So I'm not saying all of them, but majority of them don't understand this. Okay. I've had some agents tell me you can't do it. It's illegal. And I tell them it's not. It's actually on a HUD statement how to do this. Line 203 and 503. And they sat there, scratched their head. They say, well, it's not illegal, I guess, but I wouldn't do it. But they're spreading misinformation. That's the point. So I'm not knocking all agents. I've got plenty of friends that are agents. I love agents. I don't love agents getting my way of buying properties where they're not willing to explain to the seller, where they're not willing to actually do their job the correct way. That's where I have my problems. But it's not an agent that's a bad person. It's just that individual. So for me, those are deals potentially been on the market for 6 months. They're not selling. A lot of times too, that agent might have already been called a handful of times, right? So yes, it does work. Every way works. Driving for dollars, where I'm looking for vacant homes, works. Sending direct mail works. Cold calling works. Every way works. But what I've also found, some ways are easier than others. And I found some ways are even really easier than others, and you don't even have to spend money. So the reason why we talk to agents is because they're easy to find and their properties are easy to find. And that's the reason why we go to agents because of that reason. But I'm going to talk about a way after lunch that's super easy where these people are actually going to find you. And when you have done this as many times as we've had well over 60, 70,000 of these conversations, what I've found is when you go outbound, calls, cold calling, or sending direct mail versus when somebody inbounds and they reach out to you, when somebody reaches out to you, the conversations are better. When they're reaching out to you, they're reaching saying, hey, I have a house I want to sell. And where I've cold called before, and oh boy, it works. But this is what we found that works. It's a little bit easier. So for agents, I love them. I love agents when I have a house for sale and they're going to list it on the market and get it sold because when I'm selling a house, the MLS is the biggest buyers list. And that's why I put my house in the market and that's where I love my agents. When it comes to buying, the last thing I always think about, my cost of acquisition. When I'm buying a deal, how much cash do I have to show up for closing? I've got that no money down like we talked about. Sometimes that works. Sometimes they might need a couple $1,000 for like a U-Haul. But I do have to pay closing costs and attorney fees. I do have to put an insurance policy on the house. I got to put utilities into my company's name, so I got to do some of these things. But now I also have to add a commission to a real estate agent on top of that. And what blows up some of these deals is when you have a too high of a cost of acquisition. I see some of these people in some of these groups. That's why it's the best ways to get your own deals. I see people sharing deals in groups and they want $80,000 to make $200 a month. I'm like, well, how is that mathing? I have to come up with $80,000 for down payment and closing costs and all this stuff, and I make only $200 a month. That doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so that's where high cost of acquisition could kill a deal. If I could buy a deal with no money down, pay a couple thousand in closing costs, then that opens up a lot more opportunities. So agents, they do raise the cost of entry quite a bit too. What other questions do we have here?
Um, yeah, CSA saying he wants to connect. So Mark here, make sure you're connecting with Mark if you want to work together. And then Ashley, she is asking about if you can't afford the down payment, oop, um, how can you make a profit in doing so? Is there a way to forward the deal to another investor?
Ashley, if you ever have a deal where the seller might need a down payment and you got to come up with some closing costs and you might not have the capital to do it, somebody like myself and Jen will pay you a finder's fee for that deal. I do all of the time. I have investors that come across deals and they say, Joe, this is a great deal. Either I don't have the capital or Joe, this is a great deal, but this is not where I normally buy. You send those deals to me and Jen, and we will definitely take a look at it. And if we buy it, I will definitely make sure we pay you some money because I'll keep that wheel nice and oiled up and keep more deals coming our way. So for sure. But the key of it is if we give you that money, start stacking some of that money so when some of these deals come across, you could buy them too, right? And the best part about it, what I do love is when we do offer a lease with the option to buy, a lot of times my renters are funding the purchase of the deal because they have a huge deposit.
Mhm.
So sometimes there's a way to maybe borrow the money in the beginning, especially if it's a really, really good deal. Um, there's many different ways to do that.
Awesome. And Scully, let's get into that one after lunch. Raising some capital possibly for a deal. Otherwise, Joe kind of just started to talk about the other possible way you could add some there too. So we're gonna break for about 20 minutes just to go grab a little grub. So stay tuned again when we come back, 12:30 sharp Eastern. We are gonna get into how you can get free off-market leads, guys, using your phone. Literally, you can do it in a car line, having a cup of coffee, like easy, simple ways. So don't miss it. Come back here, 12:30 Eastern sharp. We are going to get started on time. You're so welcome. We'll see you guys soon.
See you in a few minutes.
Hello, hello. Hope everybody had a nice little break, good little lunch, and we're ready to rock, guys. We are going to talk about getting free off-market leads through one of our favorite methods that seriously, I don't know why everybody doesn't do it because it's almost so simple that I would think that everybody who owns an iPhone and has a Facebook page would be able to implement it every single day.
Yeah, and this was the thing that changed our business, guys. This was like we're gonna give away like the secret sauce right now, which is like the game changer. Because here's what I've noticed: if you have a business, it doesn't matter what kind of business it is, you need to have leads coming in. You need to be able to generate off-market leads. The
Mhm.
best deals by far are every single time are always going to be off-market leads. And those are the deals that are where they're everywhere, all around the country, and they're super easy to find. It just takes one, two, three steps, okay? And we're going to go over that right now. So start taking some notes because the success is in the details. And if you change one of these little small things, it could really make a big difference on the amount of outcome you're going to get.
And the whole reason we love, sharing this free method is that, marketing can cost a lot of money. And if you have a big business that you're running, absolutely, you're going to need to pour money into the operation to pay for some leads as you're scaling, right? But if you're just starting out, man, I wish we had this when we first started in 2017. Because I know Facebook is so simple to use, and we're going to share with that. It does take some time, not a lot of it, and it does take consistency. So we're going to share our little method we call the 5-5-30 method that all of you can start implementing today, literally on this call. And I encourage you to be posting over the weekend too.
So my question to you before we exactly explain is why would somebody do this versus like something else? Like why would they do this versus like cold calling or like direct mail or things like that?
Well, we did direct mail and it's very expensive. And I remember just getting so many phone calls that were also costing us money because we had to set up a call service center to take all these calls. And they were just like hostile people, like, how did you get my address? Why are you calling me? Or why are you mailing me a letter? And now I have to call you. And like they were so grumpy, or they'd write back a mean letter. And oh, there was a lot of letters that like went out and never heard anything back from. And we spent $5,000, right?
Yep.
And we got no deals. Whereas with this method, you are spending some of your time, but you're spending $0. And here you're going to have incoming leads. So people are going to be reaching out to you. So there's some secret hacks here we're going to share because those of you who are live with us today, pouring into your time and you're really wanting to take your business to that next level, we're going to give that to you. And we're also, remember, giving you a closing call script, if you guys recall that. So stay tuned, that is coming. But we want to make sure that you have generated some leads so that you can then ask those 10 questions and then you can get on those closing calls.
Well, and I think part of the reason this is strategy that's worked really well for us is because we have found using direct mail, cold calling, all everything works. Everything works, okay? But they come a cost to it, and it comes to be where you're going to have to spend some money to do that. And these are one of the things that we've learned and how to exactly do that. So what we were figuring out back in the day was there were so many local Facebook groups in Rochester, New York, and all of these different suburban towns, they all had their own Facebook group, and they had many of them. And some of these were yard sale, some of these were garage sale, some of these were all different types of interests. Welcome to the town, um, eats, like all the different restaurants. There's a lot of different things there where it was a lot of activity on some of these local Facebook groups. So then what we learned to do way back when, by accident, I would be posting in these groups. I would do the I buy houses. And we really didn't get much action out of that. We would do all of the different things, and none of it was really gravitating or getting money likes. Nobody was even responding. And then we learned how to do it this way. And we found out with one little magic blue post and the right strategy to implement, all of a sudden the floodgates started happening. So we're going to go over the recipe and how you could do that. So the first thing you have to do is have a Facebook page. And it's your own personal Facebook page, okay? Nothing fancy, no business page, just you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find out where is it that I actually want to do deals. It's usually going to be the city where I live, town, whatever. So what I did was I put Rochester, New York, in the search bar of Facebook. And then it gives you options to look up pages or post about Rochester, or there's groups. I would just hit the groups button. And all of those groups popped up that had Rochester in them. There was a ton of them. I just joined them all. I joined every single one of them. All of the community groups, yard sale, garage sale, didn't matter. I joined them all. There's a lot of stuff like giving away free stuff, but these groups had, some of them had 10, 20, 30,000. One of these had like 80,000 people in the group.
Mm.
So I wanted to join them all because these were 80,000 people in my community were all on Facebook, all in one spot. So what I did is I joined them all. And then what I would do is I would start interacting inside of the groups. And what do I mean by that? Like somebody might ask a question, and I was just being like a generous local expert of what's a good restaurant or things like that. And then I noticed when people were posting those, they were getting a lot of interactions. So I started going in these groups, kind of asking the same questions, making sure I look like a normal local person, because I am. I would ask, where are the best restaurants? Where's the best place for a men's haircut? And I'd get a lot of interaction on my posts. So my first thing was just joining the groups, finding the groups, joining them, and then interacting in them lightly. After doing that for about a week or two, then I would start unleashing my secret weapon, my secret recipe, okay? This is where the real estate stuff came into play. So then what I would do is a few weeks later, I would go back to the same group. I knew it was an active group because I'd ask a question about a restaurant and I'd get 80 responses. So I knew there was people in the group and they were active in it. I'd go back and I'd make a new post. But this post, and this is where the success is in the details. Guys, if you do this recipe, there's no way you can't win. So what I do is I join the group, make the post inside the group after I've already been active in it for a few weeks. This real estate post says, does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Okay, and the reason why I word that way is because is it not market ready? That means it could need some work. Okay, I'm not saying junk or anything like that. I've tried it. It doesn't work as well as this. Does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I'm putting somebody who's looking to sell their house fast. That's ideally what I'm looking by wording it that way. So when I post this post in that group, before I hit send, I just change the background. I could change it to a blue color or a pink color, and it's just that simple, guys. And now I want to kind of break down the recipe and how to do that like super efficiently.
Yeah. So we are
Post in the group
posting into the group and then
our 5-5-30 recipe.
yes, absolutely. So you're going to post into the group 5 times a day, different groups. Sorry. So 5 different groups a day for 5 days a week for 30 days. So we really want to get good at consistency. So what you're going to see by doing this is you're going to be able to post into the groups that are maybe really responsive or maybe not so responsive, because not every group, shocking, is going to have people like jumping out of their seats. Yes, I have a house for sale. It's just kind of the lay of the land, right? Not every person has a house for sale. So if you are consistently putting it into 100 groups a month and you still have no deals coming out of this, call me seriously, because now we got problems. So
Well,
I'm serious though, because there's a lot of, if you're copying it exactly like Joe said and you're posting it consistently, people will be reaching out to you. You've got to deal with like, oh, you're a scam or you're a flipper. Just ignore them, or just, I'm just a person trying to buy a house. Like, because the people that need to see your posts, the people that you are going to help buy their house these ways, you're going to be able to connect with them. And so you just gotta, it's just getting some thick skin, being confident that the right people are going to hear you, and just knowing that if you're really truly, in it to win it and be a real estate investor, this is what it's going to take. And if you need that extra guidance, and this is why you need to book a call with Joe, and he's going to be able to lay out that roadmap for you. By booking a call, you're able to just get this laid right out, step-by-step process, and see how you can make these deals happen in the areas that you're looking to invest. Because I don't care if you're in California, New York, Florida, or Wisconsin, there are deals everywhere, guys. And the reality is there's more people out there selling than really truly know how to do this properly.
yeah, because like my DMs get full of people who are actually like messaging me and say, "Hey, I saw your post on Facebook and I want to sell a house." And it's literally just that simple. But what we're trying to do is just get awareness. It's marketing. And you have to remember, if each group has 10, 20,000 people in it, and you do those into 4 or 5 of those every day for 5 days a week, so you're not quite doing it every day. Do the math, guys. In a week, that's like 500,000 people. But the problem is Facebook doesn't show it to everybody. Facebook is only going to show it to a very small percentage of that group, but the way the numbers break down, you'll still be in front of thousands of people that could see this. And it just takes one of these groups or two of them to really take off to where I've had some of these get hundreds of comments and our record. So because we're telling you this, the only big thing I need from you is if you break our record, you got to take a snapshot of the post and send it to us. But we had somebody get 1,100 comments on one group. That means that was one post in one group, and the comment section went absolutely haywire. People were wanting to sell. I think that was a big group though, but there's a lot of those out there. And so here's the part of what we're looking to do. Guys, if you're not making money on Facebook, you are missing the boat right now. It is the easiest, fastest way to connect with people and businesses all across the world within a click of a button. It's never been this easy. I am 47. I'm going to date myself. Back when I got started 25 years ago, you couldn't find people and do things as easily. Now I could find people who live in certain areas. I could start doing posts in these groups, and people are going to start messaging me for free without having to drive for dollars. So I don't need gas in the car. I don't need any of these things, but I do need leads coming in for my business. And I'm not looking for agents. I'm looking for the seller who hasn't talked to an agent, who hasn't listed it yet, who doesn't want to. And there's many of these people out there. It's just how do we find them? How else are you going to find them? Here's a challenge when I do a direct mail or I do cold calling that costs a lot of money, everybody's pulling the same list, guys. Everybody's pulling the same list, vacant home, this and that, tax liens, and they're all calling and mailing the same people. A lot of these folks aren't even on those lists. They just see all your Facebook posts. So I think of Jody Compton. We did Jody Compton's property. She's got a property in Marco Island, Florida. It's a small island off the coast of Naples, Florida. And Jody just put in the comment 900,000 and it's yours. There's just a comment. That's a lot of money for a house. But I had a messenger. So we just say sending you a message. Then send her a message, right, guys? And we just started asking some questions and come to find out, yes, it's a beautiful property, but she was willing to sell it for a really big discount because it needed a bunch of work. Even on a ritzy place like that, it needed a lot of work. One of the windows was broken, so if it rained, it went in the house. And she wanted a house with some land and didn't want to be on a small island anymore. And she was just feeling overwhelmed and wanted just to be gone. So just on a silly comment like that, we were able to put that deal together just from people seeing you. And there's no easier way to do it than I've found by Facebook. And I like Instagram, I like TikTok, but Facebook is the best one for this because there's groups. There's groups that you can join, and you can join all localized groups. So that's what makes that recipe really simple. The second part, like Jen said, 5 5 30, you got to be consistent with it. So at 5 groups a day, 4 or 5 of those a day, 5 days a week. And if you do that, you'll have incoming leads coming to you.
And the other thing too is if you are using Facebook and you haven't been on it in a while, maybe you're a lurker, which is totally fine. Like people, they don't really like posting a lot. But I'm going to encourage you to break out of your shell a little bit. You don't have to do it all at once. Although, heck, if you can jump all in, like Carlos is going to get into shortly, because when he did, holy moly. But what I want you to do is at least make it look like Joe mentioned earlier, like you're just a normal, regular, real person. Because how many of you have seen like a picture of someone and it's a dog as their profile picture or a stock photo? Like, I don't know about you, but I even get leery of people out there. So what I want to do is just remove any smoke screen and get rid of any worry and just have a normal photo of yourself. It's not like all glamored up or, some sort of headshot. Just you in your natural environment, just smiling, right? And so that's a really easy fix. And then just start posting and adding friends to your page. We had Brent Daniels on one of these a while ago. We can share that link below. And he gave some killer tips too. And Brent Daniels has a huge operation. And even he is still going on Facebook and he's making sure he's got over 5,000 friends and that he's sharing daily that he buys houses, DM him. Okay. So if there's all these people telling you to do these things, then if it's probably a sign to start listening. You're literally here wanting to build wealth for your family, start scaling your rental portfolio. Well, these little silly steps are what's going to get you there. So audit your Facebook, make sure you have a smiling photo of yourself, and that if people go to your page, page, they can get to know you a little bit. Do you have a picture of your dog or a coffee outside or a sunset? Like, just be relatable, and that know, like, and trust factor is going to work in your favor, where people aren't going to be like, oh, can I trust you? Like, you're allowing them to start to know you without even really putting much effort in, just a post here or there. So, really important there. I'm going to make sure my team drops a link for you shortly. I have a literal PDF you can download with all the exact things, Carrie. It does say, does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And then we're going to get that PDF over to you. We'll drop that link here in a minute, and you'll have that. But it's really, really simple, guys. And again, it's just like, make sure you're presentable on Facebook. We've joked around before, but if you've had your Facebook for a while and you've got some keg stands going on, like, maybe get rid of those photos, right? But, put some photos up there, like, let them know, like, and trust you.
Well, I think that was part of the issue. One of our friends who we were telling this to, one of our clients years ago, and he's like, "Well, I only have like a bunch of old pictures from college." And he's like, some of them were like partying. I'm like, "Well, either take those down or don't make them public." But from moving forward, you just want to kind of do a little bit of an audit. And that was really important because what we're trying to do is make sure they could see that you're, like Jen mentioned, just a person, right? And I think making that connection of being so real. So some of these little videos that we do where I just go live for 5 minutes, say I'm looking for a rental, the posts I make, or if I look at a property, I could talk about it. Maybe I talk to a seller who's in a situation because what we think of is like a virtual storefront. And when you've gone to the mall, many of us have, and you walk into some of these stores and they feel like there's no employee in sight. It feels like it's vacant. There's nobody in the store, and you almost have the place yourself. It's like that eerie feeling. But then you've walked into some stores where there's a little bit more of a vibe. There's people helping you and being helpful, right? And that just creates a different feeling. It's a buying environment. And so what you want to do is because you feel comfortable there. And so you're making your page comfortable so they could see you. And this happened to us because we made a video about you being an accidental landlord with your old house, and we were talking to a seller who asked us just that question, like, how do I know this is a scam and I could trust you guys? Because it was COVID and you couldn't go to everybody's house.
Yeah. And I just had shared that I became the accidental landlord, and how we're able to help other people out who are in the same situation. We talk about seller Linda. She found the love of her life, moved out of her house and moved in with her husband, rented it. Renters left in the middle of the night, and now she's like, I just want to be done. And so it happens. Like, these houses all of a sudden just pop up, and it wasn't exactly market ready, or she didn't want to worry about whatever it was. And she just was like, take over my mortgage. And we said, say less. We're here for you,
Hmm.
Linda.
So you do come across a lot of those situations, guys, but you're gonna have to do something different than what you've been doing. And this is the key to understanding if you want to continue to what you're doing, is it getting you the results that you want? And if they are, then rule number three, don't stop doing what works, right? If you're doing what you're doing and you're getting the results that you want and you're happy with that, then don't change a thing. But if you feel like I could get more done, I could get more deals, I need to figure out a better, different strategy, well, then we're going to have to start looking at some of the actions that we're taking and making some small changes in our day to day. And the first thing I always think about, I'm a deal maker. I want to get deals. That's the name of it, right? So I need to generate leads. If you don't have leads coming in, you don't have a business. This is why we talk about this so much. But if you do this consistently in your business, you're going to have constant lead flow. And if you have consistent, constant lead flow that you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on every month, then what's stopping you from getting what you want? Our biggest thing is, where do we find these people? Now I'm giving you the clues. They're going to come out to you, right? But some of the issues that we have are, and I didn't even really realize, but sometimes we have a fear of success. We have a fear of, like, what happens if this seller says yes and I have to buy this house? Like, what goes on through there, guys? So these are some of these steps that we've taken. Some of you I see on here are in our community, right? But a lot of times, some of these steps are where we need a little bit of help of how do I actually walk through these steps once I do find a seller. And so when we talk about booking a call with us, we're going to be talking about your business and seeing some of the steps that you're doing and kind of giving you that, like, roadmap of how to get you to where you currently are, to the same steps that we took, the same steps that we took in our business while I was working full time, where I didn't have a lot of time, right? So we were kind of able to niche out little blocks of time throughout the day and spend that little bit of time on things that were really actually productive in our business instead of wasting time on things that didn't matter.
Yeah, and I think that, we're really going to dive into that in another 10 minutes here with Carlos because, it's we all have 24 hours in a day. And when we really take it to heart of where are we spending the time, that's when change can really start. So it takes out just a little bit of like, looking in the mirror, knowing like what is it that I want? Where am I truly spending my time? I have to have that conversation with myself basically every like quarter. I feel like I do a time audit of okay, like if I'm feeling like I'm not getting the things I need to get done, oh, it's because I was spending too much time over here, fiddling with a logo, or maybe I was worrying about a website, or, what if, right? We can sit here and play the what if game forever and ever, but the fact of the matter is we have to focus on income producing tasks. And we need to know that every step of the way is how we're going to get closer to the goal at hand. And really having a good guide, a guideline, a checklist, like all of those things are really important. And just knowing that you're never going to have, like Lexi said it earlier today, you're not going to have step 52 figured out because you really have to do 1 through 51 first, right? And every step of the way, you can have your hand held. And if that's something that you're looking for, guys, then that's what we're here for. Because it's just for us, it changed the game. Like Joe said, crazy long hours. There were photos in our phone from how many years ago? Like, well, it's been 6 years, 7 years since you've had a tent sale, but he would be gone from like 8:30 in the morning until 11 o'clock at night, like the majority of June. And let me tell you, yes, he made great money, but at what cost? Like he
So
didn't see the kids at
So here
all.
it is. It's on my time hop today. 9 years ago today, here I am at work where I had to work this crazy sale. It was basically like 8 o'clock till 10 o'clock at night. It was for 20 days in a row. But the only time I got to see my kids, because by the time I left in the morning, they were still in bed because they were small. And then by the time I got home, they were already in bed because they were small. So there was weeks we didn't go by seeing each other during the month of June every year because of this big sale we had at work. But the only time I would see them is if they came up to the sale. So I have a picture that popped up on my phone today of them coming with the balloons. That we'd always have a clown there, but this is the 15 minutes of quality time I'd get to see with my kids. So although it was great, this was like I mentioned earlier, this was what was giving me that monthly income coming in to pay our bills, to have a little bit of money left over extra to where we could start investing into some real estate, start investing into ourselves with some education and how we could even scale this business and not feel like I'm doing one deal every 2 or 3 years, but how can I sometimes do 2 or 3 deals even in a month?
Yep.
Right. And that was the kind of that flip of the switch. And that's what the systems in place that we're talking about that really kind of made that difference for us and so many others.
Yeah, and I know for you it was early morning, so you would get up at like 5 o'clock and you'd work basically from like 5 until 8 or 7, whatever time you like have to get up, shower, have breakfast, quick kiss goodbye, and then out the door. And then you really didn't have time to work too much on real estate at work. Maybe sneak away to do a quick phone call in the parking lot if you could. But then it was like those hours between 5 and 8 p.m. and then also like your days off. So for you, it was Fridays and Sundays.
Yeah, and a lot of times if I was driving in my car, my poor wife, I mean, I'm listening to a podcast or some training while I was going to work. My drive was 12 minutes. So I knew driving to work and home, I could put in 25 minutes a day, 20 minutes a day of at least some learning, right? And I
Mhm.
took my drive time seriously. It was like my library on wheels. And
Like a university, yeah.
well,
Drive time university.
the reason why I love driving my car is because I can't fiddle with my phone. I can't do anything else. I'm focusing on two things, driving and listening. And for me, that's where I absorb the best is in my car. Everybody else has their own place. For me, it has always been in my car for some reason. Um, so I would use that time productively. And then when I would get home, if I had 10 minutes to peel away real quick to make a phone call, or if I had 15 minutes at work to peel away to make a phone call, I'm constantly working on just if I only have half an hour today. If I only could separate 1 hour into 10 minutes here or 40 minutes there, what can I do to actually make the big differences in my business? And those are the income producing tasks that you need to focus on inside of your business. Because I saw some of us wrote earlier, we're looking for that first deal.
Hmm.
And I will tell you, some of my biggest challenge was I can't tell you how many times I spent days worth of hours of my life working on some logo that didn't mean a thing. So that's why when Jen said that earlier, it stung me So she's not taking a dig at me, but she knows the stuff that I was working on.
Just as guilty of it too. Or maybe it's the dishes. I gotta have my dishes cleared. No, the dishes can wait. You can go post into 5 Facebook groups. I promise the dishes will still be there after you post, right? Or it's our brain playing tricks on us, right? We're always trying to do what feels comfortable, what we're used to. And this is where we gotta kind of trick our own brains and like, okay, we're gonna do this, the little bit of a scary thing, but we're gonna do it. So all right, we're getting ready here. We're going to bring Carlos up, but I just want to talk real quick about the Facebook. So, on your Facebook, you do want your personal page to look like you, your normal person. If you go to Jennifer Delafave, it's me. You can tell I'm a mom, I'm a real estate investor, I'm a mentor here. And then if you go, I have a business page, Jen Buys 585, Jen with 2 N's, and that's where I'm going to post all of my real estate investing business stuff, but I'm going to be talking to sellers. And I've been going live, guys, doing the 30-day live challenge. And not to toot my own horn, but I've done 13 days in a row. Well, coming up on 13. I've done 12 days of lives where I'm just talking to sellers, telling them how I can help in any situations. And so I encourage you to take a look at that and make your own and don't overthink it, right? We took forever trying to figure out what our name was going to be. Just pick a name and go. And again, you're going to post, you want a business page because I feel like the business page just makes it official. You look professional, and that's going to be like really where sellers can reach out, an email that works, a phone number that when they call, you're going to answer, and just make sure, all of that's there. Kind of like a free website, right? Again, this is all free. None of this costs money. It takes a little bit of time. Google and YouTube are excellent resources. If you don't know how to do some of these things, just go look it up, right? We figure things out. And then you're going to join these Facebook groups we're talking about from your personal page because usually groups don't allow business pages, but you want proof on your business page. So take a look at mine. I'm going to have Carlos share his momentarily too. And guys, it's all about taking the messy, massive action, but then also doing it scared, right? I don't think we talk about that enough. It's like, yes, there's butterflies in the stomach, and I don't have the whole thing figured out, but knowing you have people around you to make sure that you're doing the right things, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, and then there's many times where this is what we really want to focus on while you're learning, especially in the beginning, because I know for me, when I'm learning how to invest, I don't know, I was terrified to mess up. We spent thousands of dollars doing direct mail. Now, one of those ended up working out, one didn't, and we spent a lot of money. Now, I learned a lot along the process, but I felt the stress of when I spent thousands for this marketing every lead, I would just put so much stress and pressure on myself because I'm working. If I couldn't get to my lead right away, I would freak out. And I was putting so much pressure on myself. This put unnecessary pressure. So this is why we say, especially when you're just starting out, work on getting some organic leads. Work on getting that for free. Learn how to have these conversations. And then once you're doing some confident business and you're doing a deal and you get some momentum, then's the time to maybe think about spending a few bucks on some marketing. And we do spend some money on Facebook. We spend, I think it's $100 a day on running some sponsored ads also too, which is just another way to enhance it. But if I was spending money first and I didn't know any of this stuff, it's just extra pressure. So when you're starting off your business, if you're looking for your first deal, the best deals to get are the organic ones, the ones where there was no marketing behind it. There was other than free marketing, and then you're talking to sellers, you're helping them, and we've had some amazing deals. The best deals are usually from a referral from a friend or a family member, or they saw you, random strangers saw your post in a group, and they're reaching out
It happens.
all of the time.
Don't be surprised.
So we're coming here with gifts today, guys. We're coming here bearing gifts, and this is a huge gift because this is the way to do it. But we're going to bring on Carlos, and I'm super excited to talk with Carlos about his business, what he's been doing, guys. And it's truly a remarkable story because he's an investor. He works his tail off, right? He's a father. He's a husband. He lives in Florida, and part of our community. So excited to have you here.
I don't know many people busier than you, Carlos. So thank you for making the time. I know it is kind of a crazy season in your world, and we're excited to catch up with you. So thank you so much for coming.
Hey guys, good to see you.
Okay, good to see you, Carlos.
Exciting. Well, you were talking about Facebook groups posting, and guess what I just did in the last 5 minutes? I was posting.
Oh, perfect. I love it.
Live
You,
time.
you realize that, when you post, and I was, I'm a little freak with measuring and things, right? But you realize that that task is actually 5 minutes. If you know, and the crazy part is, as you were saying, right? As we put this constantly every day, it's just 5 minutes. But you just need to put and reserve that time just to start posting and do what is most important for your business, right? So that's what I was actually, doing. I say, okay, I need to do this. Let me take these 5 minutes and go.
And that's how you got here, buddy. Oh, I'm so excited to dive in.
Well, and I love it because, you've now bought some of these beautiful houses with, doing these creative finance deals and seller financing and things like that. And you've been able to connect a lot of these sellers from this blue ad and how well it works and all of these things. And, it's awesome to see where you are at right now and that you're crushing it and that you're consistently working at your business. But before we dive deeper into that, Carlos, I kind of want to go back to like, where was Carlos like before real estate, right? Like what was your life like? And then what was the mindset that you thought to yourself, like, hey, like this is where I want to go.
Yeah, so well, originally from Venezuela, right? Real quick, I came to the States last 12 years ago, and I'm still working, right? So I'm a W-2, right? I work for a company in the operation management and planning side. And 5 years ago or 7 years ago, my head turns a little bit on wealth generation. We're not gonna be able just to work for life, right? And I was working 60 hours, 70 hours per week, right? So I got some moments of realization on understanding where how I can use my time differently, right? Turning point in my career was I got a job or like an assignment for a different role that requires commute of an hour and a half every single day. So everyone was telling me, poor Carlos, yeah, you're going to that role, poor Carlos. So I used that time in that moment to start learning about real estate. So, and that's when I started to deep dive into that. That's why when I find you, like online and so forth, and uh, and then we started to buy properties in a conventional way, and until we run out of money, right? So you can save money. You can, I have a W-2. I can leverage my loans, but up until the point that I couldn't, get more down payments, get more 20% down payment and so forth. And that's when I started to dive deep into, understanding a little more creative finance, who are the gurus of creative finance, and when that's where, we find you, I found you, and then we started to connect, right? And fast forward, I'm a buy and hold investor. I manage my own properties. I work full time, and I have 9 properties. And my goal, on that is just to keep growing in a way that I can transition to from a W-2 base to a financial freedom person and family, so we can enjoy and do whatever we want, but at the same time, add value to everyone, right? Like on the things that I can be, I can provide, no? So that's who I am.
Ugh, my favorite part that you said was everyone said poor Carlos, right? So instead of like playing the victim and, complaining and getting all down about it, like you turn that into like a secret weapon and you're like, nope, I'm gonna, like Joe was mentioning, listening to the real estate podcast. I'm not sure if that's how, ended up stumbling into us and how we connected, but you one step at a time, and instead of being negative, you turn into a positive. And to me, like that was like one of the magic keys.
Yeah.
Well, and it's leveraging your time management because we all have the 24 hours in the day. Okay. Some of us, we're all busy, and I get it. We also have a lot of distractions in our lives too. So it's easy to get, sucked into some distractions, especially like social media and like, oh my gosh, where'd that hour go? Right? But what you did was you had to drive an hour and a half for your commute. And you said, no matter what, I'm going to learn this. I'm going to learn something here besides driving because you're right. When you put in 60 hours a week plus and you're driving and all these other things, like, I like realized there's got to be an end to this. I don't want to do this till I'm 80, right?
Yeah. And for the people who's on the call, right? Like that works today, 9 to 5 or 8 to 5. So you'll realize that, and these were kind of my changes, right? I all my life I've been working in corporate for 20 to 25 years. All my life been working for 60 to 70 hours. I'm still working 60 hours, but today I work 40 hours in my W-2 and 20 hours or 15 hours in my real estate business. And the way that, the way that you realize is that is number one is you can be more effective at your job, at your day job, right? So sometimes you delay things and I'm going to do this all after 5. I'm going to do this all before 8. And then when you realize to say, you know what, the things coming after 5 is real estate. It's non-negotiable. So you have to start, on realizing you have to be more productive in your day to day. Then you realize, okay, so now you have a lunchtime, right? So my lunch is from 12 to 1 every single day. Every single day, I talk to people, friends. What about if, out of that hour, you take 1 day or 2 days to deep dive on real estate? You're not gonna lose your friendships, right? You just gonna change a little bit the way that you're doing, and then you realize that you're gonna gain a lot of hours then you can if you put that in your book intentionally, you'll be able just to do task by task. And that's kind of a, we don't realize, but all of us, and then you guys mentioned it, right? All of us have 24 hours, right? The question is how do we use it, right? And without losing, or thinking that we're losing something, right? And that's how, I've been doing that for the last, I think, 5 years. But funny enough, and I have never said that, but funny enough, I realized that because I did my MBA, and when I did my MBA, it was a MBA working, right? So I have to, do my MBA for 25 hours per week, and I had to work 60 hours. And my boss told me like you're crazy, and I had a born child with me, like my wife, we had our born child, and then that's how I realized that you don't need 100 hours per week. You just need to, segregate and put on slots and be productive. And then even when you're in real estate, sometimes we get into I'm gonna work on the Facebook business page. You cannot spend 20 hours working on that. Like you have to prioritize what's the most important thing you have to do in this task. Was you were saying, like, lead generation type of task. So what makes my business money today? So how do I focus my time on that? So, and that's kind of I think the exercise daily that I do and said, okay, what's the most important thing that I need to do? What's the habits that I need to do? What's my goal this week? What's my goal this month? And then when you do that and you measure that, you realize that, okay, I got a good week. For example, I got 89% of my tasks done. But last week I had 60%. So you start identifying, okay, what do I need to do better next week to beat my week before, right? You don't need to be a Superman. You just need to be you from the last week. And then you go little by little until you get, a better habits or better daily task execution.
Well, success is all about habits, right?
Yeah.
And success is about having great time management. And these are the things
Like
that,
priorities. I feel like that's what I'm hearing too, right?
yeah.
Like if you're managing your time unwisely, then you're not prioritizing what's really important.
Well, and you're focusing on what you can do to maximize your business while still maintaining friendships, still being productive at work, to where you don't feel like one area is suffering because of this. You're just sprinkling it in where you can to still be all of a great person and all of the great workers and all of the great, family man, but still get production in your business. And that is where you obviously have excelled. And I kind of want to dial back because, like, we see Carlos now, and everybody loves seeing your success. And everybody in the community loves rooting you on. And I don't know anybody busier than you, although we got pilots, we got people, all types of stuff in our program. But my gosh, you're busy, right? But I kind of want to dial back to before you did your first deal with us in our program, you had that one special session of a hot seat where since then, It's because I'm doing one on Monday with Andrea. She's super excited because everybody wants to get Carlos. Because what we did was we had a hot seat session. I remember asking who's been part of our program for more than 30 days, hasn't gotten their first deal yet, and you raised your hand. We were doing a hot seat, and we were going to check what we call KPIs. These are the things that we're tracking inside of our business to track productivity. And so Carlos came up on stage virtually on our Zoom support call with our community, and he was very open. And can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, yeah. So I honestly like everything, right? Like, I was frustrated because I wanted to hit, and I was focusing a lot on I think the final trophy. Like, I won the house, I won the house, and and then I started to track, as you were saying, key performance indicators. But I was posting every single day. I was, doing my opening script, had conversation every week, but I didn't find the lead, the deal, right? So we spoke about it, and then you asked about who wants to be in the hot seat. Nobody wants to be in the hot seat, but if you realize that if you want to improve, you have to be out of your comfort zone, right? So I went to the hot seat. I remember you challenged me, right? I was breaking down, number one, the people that I was talking, right? I was talking a lot with realtors. I was talking because normally, and you were mentioning, right? You post these blue ads. There is a lot of realtors that are going to reply, right? They want to sell houses, right? And I was talking to all of them, but I realized that in my market, a lot of realtors were, responding and being very active on Facebook. So I was spending a lot of time on that. You told me switch, Carlos, switch to sellers, right? So I started to switch more to sellers, and and then you put me a challenge, right? I was doing, I think we were out of this post. I got like a 6 conversations per week and said, you have to get up. You have to get up. You have to find ways to have more conversation per week. Even you get leads, leads drive to conversation. Some of the leads won't drive conversation, but leads drive conversation. So I remember that you told me like you have to be able to talk to at least 12 to 15 people a week used to be able just to have that traction. So, and then and that was kind of a challenge for me. And I get challenged and I'm going to surpass challenge, right? So I started to post, I started to be more active, not only posting, but also looking at the comments, not only, inquiring, because some of these replies, you will realize, guys, that this is not, you discard sometime, but no, that might be a lead that you just say yes or they say maybe. So you have to go to the next step and say, okay, why maybe, why yes, or if you like, I found my first deal, like I just posted and I got a reply on my private message, and it was a paragraph of 100 lines. So when you go there, like I immediately, call him, and then we started to engage in a conversation. And right after, we went through a back and forth. We engaged you, Joe. You helped us a lot in closing the deal in terms of guiding, to ask the right question and go through the deal, and successfully we closed it, right? But it was, it was after this challenge. It was after this roller coaster, and I remember that, that we got that agreement, and then it was canceled because they were a personal discussion between couples, but at the same time, we keep consistency on the deal flow. We followed through the process, and we were able just to close it. And today, I'm happy to have that house. It's a 2023 house, brand new house, and then and the cash flow generating more than 300 per month. So I'm really happy.
Wow, so you got a brand new house. The thing was beautiful, turnkey, needed nothing. And it really dials down to the system because I remember I was asking you during the KPI session, the hot seat session, Carlos, how many leads did you have? And you had over 100, although majority of those were agents. And then I would talk about like how many calls have you had with direct to off-market seller out of that bunch? And you said, well, majority of those are agents, so not a lot. So our challenge was in 1 week. I wanted you to just be able to talk to 5 to 10 seller phone calls within 1 week because we did our call on Thursday night. I said, when I come back to the call next Thursday night, I want you to be able to just talk to 5 to 10 sellers, direct to sellers this week. And let's see, that's the goal. And when we started our next week's session, we always love to start off with some positivity. So we always start off with some wins. And Carlos was like coming in hot that Thursday night and had some wins. And he's like, hey, I did my calls. I hit my goal. And I was like, high five. I thought the wins were over and they were just getting started because within that 1 week, those wins turned into that deal. That seller, that lead came out of that 1 week of you just taking action that week, right? And so from everybody witnessing that in our group, now everybody wants to get Carlosed. That's what they call it. And they want to go on the hot seat to see how we could do that. Now that is not common that you just have it turn on that quick. But sometimes when you're looking at your processes, what your day to day is, just sometimes just one little tweak, one little time management, one little thing to focus on ends up turning into some big results because you didn't just stop there. Like you've done a whole bunch of these deals after that. Like something lit fire in your world, something happened, and then it's been just amazing.
Yeah, I guess like my after that, what I'm doing it today, right? Like what I'm focusing the most is in the process, to be honest. Like I'm not like I'm gonna get there. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get there, and I'm not, bragging, but I'm just thinking that if I follow a process and I fix it or I build this machine, and that's what I'm focusing today. Like I'm not getting a deal every single day, but yesterday I was walking in a property that it was open to terms, good cash flow, potential efficiency plus single family home, which is interesting. So I think the more that I focus most on building this machine, I think it's gonna get you to a different level, right? So has been my focus for the last, year, like how do I get this time? I got my 12 hours per week, 13 hours per week. How do I transform these 13 hours in a productive week? And all of us have 2 hours spare every single day. We just need to find out the spot. We just need to find out who, where, how, right? Like, and learning more. Like one tip that I'm using today is, stack habits, right? So you make my coffee, right? So I had this issue on posting, right? And now every time that I drink coffee or drink water, I was drinking water and I was doing my posting, right? So you can stack habits. Every time you do something, you just connect it to an activity related, right? So, and what I do is I post either on my coffees or my waters, coffees and water. And I have to drink coffee every single day. I have to drink water every single day. So every time that you remember that, and then you can attach or connect that with a habit or an activity you have to do related to your business.
Boom. So everyone who's listening right now, type coffee in the chat. If you drink coffee in the morning and if you drink water, write water. But who is going to commit to doing this? Every single morning when you're brewing the coffee or you're getting your glass of water for the morning, 5 different Facebook groups consistently every single day, at least 5 days of the week. And then what do you do to follow up? Because now that if you've got that down, right, you're posting every day, how are you remembering to or when are you finding the time to now respond to those people, right? Because you've just said like you're driving in the car, so we don't want you texting and driving and asking those 10 questions. So like how did you do that next step?
So my typical day, right? So I wake up in the morning, I just drink coffee, send my post, I work, my W2, lunchtime, right? So I have 30 minutes. I look at my text and say, okay, who has response? Who has, reply? And I reply back. And my goal in those 30, 45 minutes, I'm trying to set up calls. And I need to set up calls for the afternoon, right? So why? Because after 5, sometime I'm working in Miami. I have to drive 3 hours, right? And then sometimes I work from home. So, but after 5, I have a space of 2 hours to talk to people, right? So I'm trying to talk to, 4 to 5 people per day. Sometimes, sometimes I have follow-ups, right? Like I can tell you, yes, 2 days ago I was in Miami. I drive back 2 hours, to my home. And I think I made around 15 calls. Like, I was talking, nobody responded, I keep going. And I had my list on my phone. I'm not like on my screen, right? I don't need to text and drive. I just put it there. I just set it up and I just have my Bluetooth and I talk, right? I talk and talk and talk. And then Out of the 15 call, I have like 4 conversations. Right? Some people doesn't answer because they're busy, but others, yes. So okay, and then you find cases, right? Like divorce, you find cases like, I want to sell my home, but it's not moving in the market. So you start building that, through the scripts that you guys teach, you start building that momentum and understanding what's the motivation to sell, how do you approach this case? What's the best avenue to help the seller? Not all the time will apply creative, not all the time will apply cash. So you start having that conversation, and that's kind of my typical day. Like mornings, send outreach, midday reply, and set up things for the afternoon at the end of the day.
Thank you. I love that. And I use your example often when I'm trying to share with people because I know how we did it. But, he didn't have that long commute. So the fact that like he probably wishes some days he could have like called that many people. Otherwise he was home in 10, 12 minutes and then, kids and wife and all that. But you make it work, right? Like that's the whole point of this is if you want it bad enough. And I love that you're saying that you're building the machine now and that you're really even right down to whatever how are you programming it in your phone as a list? Like that to me is fascinating.
No, so I use Monday.com
Okay.
as a property management, like not property, well, as a project management tool. So I do have a CRM, and those have the phone. So I just click and they call, click and they call, and that's and I'm a little bit nerdy on that end. So I'm starting to build reports. I got automation, reports that get to my email on Sunday about the task for the week, right? Did I was successful or not? What's my percentage of KPIs? Did I hit my goal or not? So, and that's kind of my breakfast on Sunday, right? Like, did I have a good week or not? Like, how do I need to improve for the following one? And I'm just preparing this in the future to have people on board and create that momentum. Like whenever we have that reviews, we just have reviews weekly. We just, understand our performance of the week and improve just a little bit, and then if you improve one thing every single day, you're going to improve 365 things in a year.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm going to mention success is not accident.
Right.
Success is well planned, right? It's not an accident. You don't just automatically wake up like, "Oh, how did this happen?" No, it's well planned. It's well calculated activities. It's you taking the right necessary steps, and you don't let anything stop you. You don't let lot of hours. You don't let the fact that have a super long commute or any of these other factors that go on in your life that anybody else could say, well, because of that, I have a 2 hour drive. I can't do this. You actually use it to your advantage. So when we kind of started off today, we were talking about like one of the biggest things is your mindset. And if you believe you can do this, you can. You surely can, right? And then when you learn the right steps and you're taking the right action and you're finding those minutes and you're getting good at time management and you start seeing the success because now you're building momentum. You're building more than a machine. You're building momentum that's going to change the landscape of your family for your kids. It's not just what you're doing. It has ripple effects for generations.
And I want to get into that because don't you have your kid? How old are they again?
They're 13 and 7.
And you put them to work a little bit, right?
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes we work, together, right? Like his name is Julio, 13-year-old. Sometimes I manage my own property. Let's go and see this property. Okay. And he asks questions, right? Like how do you do this? Like is this like the Monopoly game that we play the last time? Yeah. But it's in real life, right? Like, oh, okay, so let's take a look on this, or let's do an inspection here, or let's we're actually, we were thinking, my wife is a realtor, right? We were thinking about talking to him, okay, let's have some calls together, right? Like, and see how that works, right? Like, but it's kind of it's when he feels excited, go there, not forcing, like, and that's kind of the equilibrium that we're trying to do. But it feels good, like when you're with your kid, you guys are the example on that, right? Like when you're with your kid, you feel like this is a team effort, right? Like this is something not for an individual. It's just for we're building this together. We're putting this effort not only for my generation, it's gonna be for the next generation and so forth.
Absolutely, because I feel like there's almost a stigma of you have to separate work and family. And I'm here to just like, tear that wall down and show that no, absolutely, especially since 2020. I mean, ever since we've been buying houses and having babies here, it's all been one blended thing. But especially in 2020, I mean, it was what it was. The kids were coming to the houses with us. There was no, separation. And I feel like that's okay. And we almost need to give permission to other people to say, yeah, get your kids involved, bring them to the houses. I know so many families that they do become closer. And then that way the kids don't feel like, oh, all you do is work, right? It's not like that because now they're bought into the vision of, well, yeah, we're building this so that we can go to Disney or we can take a trip or, one day this is going to happen. And they're like, okay, they start getting it, especially if they see the cost of things, right? As they get older.
And it's funny, I was, we had one tenant that he doesn't do electronic payment, right? So he wanna pay in cash all the time. So it's funny because now, we were in Top Golf with the kids and so forth, and I did a detour to pick up the rent. And I was, Julio asked me, or no, the Lucas, my youngest, where are we going? That we're gonna pick up rent. And now Julio said, yoo-hoo! Like he's like connecting to like you see, chin chin that okay, let's go and get that rent. Like and then I saw my wife who started laughing, right? Like you see, like he has that link of rent is synonymous to income, right? And then he's starting to teach the youngest, okay, what's rent? Okay, rent is when people is coming, is paying you for the house that we have. So that creates kind of a different story, right? Like, but it's funny because that happened this weekend, by the way.
Woohoo, ching ching. I love that.
Well, and it's amazing because you start getting the whole family pulled into it.
Yeah.
And like we had our end of year school evaluation for the state of Florida, and my son every year he's 10. And I love it because they're always like, "Well, what do you want to do?" And he's like, "I want to do creative finance and work with my parents." Like that's just his go-to every time. And there's not too young to get him involved,
Mhm.
right? And I love the fact that you're doing it. You get the family involved, and this is how you grow together, right? And really live that dream. So we have a lot of people watching today. And I know we've answered a lot of great questions. And we do have some folks here who they're still looking to do their very first deal. And I know that we have some, I've saw my phone go off that some of them have booked a call to kind of talk to us about, seeing how we could help them too. If somebody's, I guess what kind of advice would you give those folks if they're thinking about it? Because, some of these things that they might have questions in their head before we worked together, you probably had some too. And now that you've kind of been in it now,
Yeah.
what did you think? Like,
So thinking, right? Like now I'm thinking back then. I think one of the important thing is if you guys like, well, number one, confirm if you work with a mentor, if you work with in a coaching group, it's gonna be faster. Like I spent 2 or 3 years reading, talking, trying to, doing myself. Yes, I think eventually you can do it, but the fact that you're having someone that is an expert and that someone that is doing it, right? Like someone that is closing deals, right? Like, that's gonna give you, gain you like a couple of more, 3 or 4 more years, right? That's number one. Number two, I don't know if you know this, but I spoke with Grace before we connect with you.
okay.
And it's speak with people that have done this before, right? Like and have connected with you, have worked with you, the mentors that you're looking for. And she was super, straightforward, clear, transparent, and I like that, right? So when you talk to people that have been, with the coach or mentors that that you want to work, talk to them and ask questions, right? So that's one thing that I did. I feel good on that, and I think it made me, it complement my decision to work with you. And the third thing is understanding that this is a journey and not like at the end goal of getting one house, getting two houses. Is understanding that it's a marathon, it's not a run. So that part, I got a lot of frustration at the very beginning because I was focusing on the shiny object and so forth. But when you understand this is a journey that you understand your why, your goal, your long-term goals, and connect that to what you're doing today, that will help you to understand that this is just a step, one more step to keep going. and avoid frustrations. And the last thing is my mantra: discipline, task, stay consistent, do what it works. If they, as they're saying, like post and post, like don't reinvent the wheel. I remember that I talked to Jen, and the first thing that I told her is, what would you recommend? I'm studying, I know that you have a lot of students, but what would you differentiate the good people or the people has had more success or not? And you told me exactly that. You told me, hey, you just follow the instruction. You just need to recreate the wheel, follow the instruction, and then you'll see that that's gonna have some results early on, or during your journey. So that's what I would recommend.
I remember our welcome call, our onboarding call, and that question that you asked. But then I just remember hearing your story, and I'm like, you've already done like some really hard things. Like you've come here, you've built this life, you've got your MBA, like you've done like difficult things. Like this part's gonna be easy. Just keep going and don't quit. And like you said, follow the step by step, and just be you. Because I just knew like once I could get you to, were you scared to post online on Facebook at all? I forget how you were with social media at first. I don't think you were really posting much before we met.
No, I didn't have any business page, and I wasn't posting so much, to be honest. Like I don't like it. I didn't like it. I like more now. But I remember I think I have 400 friends at that point. I think I have at 1,200 right now, and I my business page is growing more and more. I That's one area that I need to work more, right? To be honest. But it's kind of when my mind shift was with you guys, like understanding that social media is not a personal stuff. It's more a channel that allows you just to connect with more people to get to complement your goal and to complement the things that you want, right? And then that's the view that the change of view that I did, with that, right? But yeah, at the very beginning I was, how do I do this? And I just did it, and I was starting. I need to do more, but that's one of the areas that I think I need to work more. But I did a change on that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
So what's Carlos, what's the family? What's your big ultimate goal that you want to achieve with real estate?
I mean, I want to use real estate to get financial freedom, period. And my goal is in 10 years just to be financially free, be able just to travel with my family, and then create, help others, right? On how, how they can create, or they can get to a financial freedom. And I guess but the thing that I'm working the most is, I think my skill is around discipline and task. And I think that that's something that I can help other people to do as I understand my superpower more, right? Like I need to create more system, create more, because I think we are here working a W-2, but we're trapped, right? Like if you're trapped for 60 years, 40 years, and so forth, and then after that, what happened? So you're gonna use your 401k, and that's it. Like how do you connect that, in a way that you do things that you like, things that you add value. And I think that that's my goal: use real estate as a vehicle to get financial freedom, and use my time just to add value for other people to do, things, do what they want.
I love that. Well, we shared your personal page on Facebook, so hope that's okay with you,
Yeah.
to get you more friends on there. And also,
Please.
again, you're out of Cape Coral. Is that where you're still investing? Is that where you're really looking to grow the portfolio, or are you all over Florida? What's your plan with that?
So the idea is to stay in Cape Coral for Myers, right? But I'm moving to Miami next month, right? I already rent this house as a part of the portfolio, so I'm happy to add one more, and I'm gonna start looking into Miami. So it's gonna be either Miami, Southwest Florida, and the east side of Florida. So I'm gonna start doing that, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get challenged, from Joe to invest out of state. So, so that's kind of the short term is focusing on the new markets and understanding Miami. I wanted to connect with more people in Miami, okay, and to see how we can, leverage not only the market on Southwest Florida that I know very well, and now understanding the Miami side. So that's my short term.
I want to also do get in on that too because I love Miami.
Yeah.
We're not far, obviously, and that's one of my favorite places where I want to definitely dive into. So please wrap me involved in that too.
Yes.
Any great meetups, like I definitely want to go. I love it.
And one last thing that I forgot to mention, but the other thing is I realized that the Latin community, the Hispanic community is not, um, I think I can add more value there, right? So I think that's gonna be my, my niche specifically because I was actually, meeting with some people and I don't find a lot of people talking about, creative finance, and I'm probably, that could be a potential. And not only that, but also you guys are doing deals with people that are sellers that only speak Spanish, and some of them are open to term, but they don't understand how to structure the deal, right? So if I think that's an area of opportunity that, that we can add value together and see how we can help sellers but at the same time increase portfolio.
I love that. Yeah, I remember that was one of the things you brought up too on our call. So it's definitely there's a true need for it. I know because if we don't know Spanish, so there's plenty of times where I think we've actually called you like Carlos. And
Yeah.
I love that about your caring heart. You're, just so wanting to help everybody and, but the patience you had for that first deal that you did talk about. I don't know if you guys caught that, but obviously he received a message, I believe. So he posted his blue ad in these groups for free. He received like 100-line paragraph. So when you see that, that's a motivated seller, most likely. And Carlos does all the things with Joe, checks off all the boxes, and then the seller and the wife, I think, were in a disagreement of sorts. So it was not going to happen, but then things turned around and it went back on the table. So again, never losing hope, always having that persistence, and then you kept following up too, I think. So you were really
Yes,
persistent on that deal too.
100%.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you so much, Carlos. I know you're a busy guy. But anyone else who is out there, you have questions, drop them below. Otherwise, make sure you go give Carlos a follow. Again, he is in the Florida market, and we're all definitely keeping our eyes peeled around here for some good deals and helping sellers who are ready to sell at reasonable prices
Yeah,
there.
no kidding. My gosh, that is awesome. Thank you so much for hopping in, Carlos. You are the superstar. We'll be seeing you at the support calls. And obviously, just keep on doing what works, and you know the routine. And I absolutely love it. Thanks for coming on. And I know
Yeah.
you're busy, so
Thank you guys.
Good work.
yay.
Everybody give a big hand for Carlos. Thank you so much for being here. And
Thank you, guys.
so happy. Happy for you, the family, all the things.
Bam.
Yay.
Guys, if you liked Carlos down there,
Oh yeah.
let's see some round of applause down in the chat.
Sean,
Give me some
Janine,
claps.
Bismarck. Great job, Carlos. Killing it. Great job, says James.
Well,
Yeah.
and I think back to Carlos when he first started working with us, like when we started talking about like what does that financial freedom look like? What does that building wealth look like, right? And it is, we all have these goals. Maybe it's to quit our job. Maybe it's just to get, I don't want to quit my job, but I just want some extra income, right? And I want something to set up for my retirement. But many of us had these goals of, I did want to quit my job. I want to be able to build wealth even when I'm sleeping, even if I take the day off, any of one of these things. And so when I was talking to Carlos about it when he first joined us, it's been a year now. And he's talked about how he wanted to be able to travel more. He wanted to be able to spend that time with his kids. He wanted to be able to spend more time traveling was one of his favorite things he loved to do. He wanted to give back to the community, and these were some of his hot buttons of what it looked like for him to have financial freedom. So I'm going to ask every single one of you to do a little reflecting in yourself. And if you did have some magic wand and you could have financial freedom, what would that look like for you? What would that feel like? Am I vacationing all the time? Am I traveling all the time? Or am I giving back to community things, right? And what does it feel like? And I know for me, I want to be able to spend time with her. I want to spend time with my kids. I want to be able to spend time with my friends. And I wanted to help our community. And that was one of the things I was always really just dialed into. And I absolutely loved it. So these were some of my wants and my desires. And if I had time to myself, where I didn't feel like I was stuck in my job, what could I do with my time? And it was helping others too. So these were some of the reasons that really connected me to real estate, even in the beginning. Because when I was poor and broke and I saw all these people who made millions from real estate, I thought that's what I wanted to do. And it was just like, this was my true love and my focus.
Woo! Yeah, guys. And I see here we got Hubert signed up here for a call happening. And so who else do we want to help out here, guys? We've got so many gifts coming your way here, and I just want to congratulate all of you again for pouring into yourselves all day here on Friday. Like, this is such a big commitment, 5 hours, and you're sitting here and you're learning and you're taking it in. So who's ready to take action here? We're ready to help you out. And what do you want to share next?
So we're going to start talking about some deals. I want to talk about some more of the properties and some of the reasons why we've been finding some really great wins right now, and some of the opportunities that you're going to come across too. So some of the things that we've really been seeing right now, and we've talked about this before. If you haven't already got it, the motivation scale, y'all need to get it. I think a bunch of you dropped the word motivation scale, and you're going to get your copy of that. But here's what we've noticed once again, guys. We want to do this consistent marketing. Remember what Carlos talked about being consistent? It takes 5 minutes a day.
Sipping your coffee.
So
Or your
habit
matcha.
stack. Create a habit stack of what you do. I see we got motivation scale. We'll make sure we get you that. If anybody else wants it, drop motivation scale and we'll get you that. This is our copy. This is something that we developed in-house, and this was for originally for my own team. When we had a motivated seller, what did that look like? Did they even know? How were the answers coming in? Because what we realized, if you spend all day long calling and messaging a bunch of unmotivated sellers, my gosh, this starts to feel really tedious and
You're
challenging.
gonna give up.
It's tough.
Yeah, and you
But
can't.
when you start finding out how to make sure that you're going to spend majority of your time talking to the most motivated sellers, that's when the things started to really take off. So get that scale if you don't already have it, but then take that time to post 5 groups a day. So we've already talked about how to post in these groups. We've already talked about what's going to start happening. Now we're going to say what happens when these leads come in. Okay? Because if you do this challenge, guys, that we're talking about, you're going to have leads. And here's where the opportunities lie. So we're going to get into a little bit more in depth. And yes, did you share the PDF already?
Yes, Ed, we've got it right here. Z, she's on our team. Can you make sure Ed gets a copy of that? We've got the free lead, so how to post that blue ad into Facebook groups, and then we've got that PDF also on the motivation. So once the leads start coming in, we need to be able to ask them questions and determine how motivated are they. So we've actually got so many gifts for you. So just let us, we'll just keep dropping these links left and right, whatever you need.
And we're going to go over the hacks right now, how to do it quick and easy. Easier than ever, guys. And you're going to kind of giggle. Some of you might laugh. Probably many of you know this. Some of you, this might be new to you. But I didn't even know this until a handful of months ago. And then when I did this, it blew my mind. Okay. So I would always be posting in these groups. I would have all of these sellers always reaching out to me, and I'd be sitting here asking them these questions, right? My first question was always like, thanks for reaching out. I'd love to find more about the property. Can you give me the address, including the zip code? And then they'd send it to me. And then I had to ask them another question. And I'm sitting there texting and I'm typing all these people and I'm messaging them a whole bunch of questions. And then I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I learned out one of the little hacks that I'm going to go over. It takes only 2 minutes, but I've learned in my iPhone, and I know that the Android phones have it too. But there's a spot in your phone you could create what's called keyboard shortcuts. And if you pull it up, it's super easy to do. Even I did it, okay? But all I did was I programmed my questions as a shortcut into my phone. So what does that mean? When I ask my first question, I just ask Q1 is what I programmed it to. So every time I hit Q1, my very first question pops right up with an introduction asking about the property. Once I hit Q2, the second one pops up my second question. Guys, it is literally just that easy. And before you know it, within 2 to 3 minutes, I know their motivation. I know what they want for the property. I know how soon they want to sell it. They'll even tell me if they owe any money on it, or if they do, what is it? They even tell me if they're open to doing seller financing. I have all of these messages back so quickly in a few minutes. This is where Carlos was mentioning, and we determine, is this a motivated seller? Should I be picking up the phone and talking to them right away? Or if not, schedule that call when I get out of work? Or if I schedule that call on my lunch break? These were the times where I really saw like, oh my gosh, because if you've ever talked to an unmotivated seller, guys, I am usually in no hurry to get on that call right away. Um, super motivated sellers, those are the ones I always want to bump to the front of the line and find out why are you want to sell? Time is what kills deals. So when you're going to be talking to these sellers, you want to talk to the motivated ones as soon as you can. It's just best business practice. But how do you filter them? By messaging them some questions. And I've noticed our most successful clients, they could do it in a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't take a lot.
So now you've got leads coming in. You're asking some questions. Here are the two opportunity zones that we look for on a day-to-day basis. I'm looking for seller finance properties. So our process is a little bit different than most. I'm asking every seller what they want for their home, and then if we were to agree on that, would they be open to doing it in payments or terms? We do it a little bit more elaborately than that, but that's what we're looking for. And what we're finding out just from doing that, it's a really just simple process to where the seller says, please tell me more, or I could find out this, it's time to pick up the phone and start dialing.
Yeah, guys. So we've just dropped so much. We've been going live since 10 a.m. Eastern. We had Carlos on here sharing his story. We had Lexi who explained all of that. So I would love to hear what are some of the biggest aha moments? What's a piece of, advice that just rang true? Or maybe you're going to go try the blue ad out. And I just love to hear below what is one of the biggest takeaways that you've had so far today? Love to hear that. And I've got my team members are sharing here each of the links that you guys need. So we'll make sure everybody has exactly what they need. But I want to know, what was it that stuck with you? Maybe it was something Lexi shared earlier this morning, or something that Carlos just dropped, or maybe even something that we've shared.
Well, I think some of the key things is action takers, right? It's taking that action. There's some type of burning desire for what that is behind it. I think that really, when you look at Carlos's story, some of his biggest challenges in the very beginning, he was like, I don't know what to say. He was like, sometimes people don't really take me serious when I'm on the phone with them. He was certainly nervous about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was some of these fears that we had that kind of held us back. But then when you're just like, just do this one step and one step at a time, before you know it and you have some support, that's what was the difference. And so for us, this is where we're looking to scale our business, and so many other people are too. It just dials into those simple processes.
Awesome. I got Jonathan saying messy mess of action. I totally agree. It's one of my favorite phrases to say. And to piggyback off what you're saying, yeah, it's because you sit here and we've talked about a lot. We've talked about how to buy the deals, how to find the deals, how to talk to the sellers, what you're gonna have to do on the back end of it with rent to own. But you've got to start at the very beginning, and you got to have that messy mess of action, the just rip the band-aid off and go.
Well, and I feel like a lot of times that's what stops us
Yeah.
when we feel like, what are we supposed to do first? And what are we supposed to do next? And it comes down to, just like I said, taking that action. And obviously, guys, if you've got some questions, drop them in the chat below. But this is the time we want to spend a little bit of time seeing where you feel like you're stuck on. Is there a certain part of maybe your process that I've just like, man, this is my biggest challenge? Because I want to hear what it is. If it's lead generation, I can't find good leads, or is it the paperwork? I think I mentioned one earlier. They're like, I'm afraid to mess up.
Hmm.
Is what is the most common spot where you feel maybe just a little bit stuck inside of your business in your real estate investing? Is it lack of capital? Right? And it comes down to usually a couple of these things that are stopping us from doing business. Um, Zoom user, how much time social media working Facebook eats up? Well, think of this. It takes about 5 minutes to post those ads in the day.
Yeah, so what I would do is really it's a honest conversation with ourselves, and I have to have it almost daily. It seems it's like Carlos said, posting into 5 groups should take 5 minutes. Maybe joining 5 new groups might take 2 or 3 minutes, and then responding to comments, responding to messaging back and forth. To me, like that's not so much social media time. Now that's acting, engaging with the lead. So you have to really kind of just think about it that way too. But it can all happen in small increments of the day. Carlos doesn't have 8 hours to sit there and talk to all of his sellers, but he had 5 minutes in the morning to post. He took his lunchtime, not even every day. Like I love that he shared that. He's not giving up every day with lunchtime with his friends, but can he do it 2 out of the 5 days and just, close his door quietly, or maybe goes in his car? I'm not sure, but do something where you're just, dedicating that time. And if you just only have 1 hour, you only have 20 minutes, just use the time you do have and not focusing on the time that you don't. So maybe just really kind of reframe how we're looking at the whole process. And instead of thinking like, oh my gosh, it's going to take me forever. Well, in the beginning, it's going to take a little time. Anything worthwhile is going to take time. Just like it takes time to watch a whole Netflix series and catch up on all of the shows. But, just what are you going to replace? What habits can you remove and what can you replace it with? So, just some little tidbits on that.
Well, and I think that's part of the key too. It really comes down to habit replacement and taking away some of our social media time because we spend so much time on TikTok or Instagram or Facebook or whatever channel looking at other people having fun, other people enjoying their lives, other people, whatever you're watching. But if you were to take some of that time back into investing into your own business,
Hmm.
that's where you're going to start seeing some of these differences. So, like I mentioned in the beginning of this, when I didn't have Facebook on my phone, I didn't have an Instagram profile till 5 years ago. I was super focused on my job. And then I realized all the connections that I could make by social media. And that's when the light bulbs really went off for me. And some of the challenges that I know is when we talk about posting in the Facebook groups, right? And how to do it, how to get these leads. And I want to just start off by saying that the number one key to success doing that is consistent action.
Hmm.
Many times I've posted into groups, believe it or not, and I didn't get any responses. Imagine that. Happens. But the consistent action of why we call it the 5-5-30. Because if you post into 5 groups a day, 5 days a week, that's 25 at the end of the week. And if you do that for 30 days, that's 100 Facebook groups. And if these groups all have 10, 20, 30,000 people in them, and you've posted into 100 of those, you're right. Some of them, the admins don't approve. Some of them just get absolutely nothing. But then there's going to be a portion of those, a percentage of those, of the 30% of those groups where it does post, it does get a lot of action, and now you've got incoming leads coming in consistently. And what I've noticed is this, and what I hear most of the time say people say I have a challenge with Facebook, is we didn't do it in probably 5 groups a day, 5 days a week for 30 days. Just like any marketing channel, and we've talked to so many different marketing companies, all of these things, actually, marketing takes time to kick in. I don't know if anybody knew this or not. This is something new to me. I didn't know that. But if McDonald's runs a commercial, doesn't mean people are immediately kicking down McDonald's door to go run in the store to go buy a burger. That's not what happens. It's consistent marketing, then all of a sudden the message starts to kick in. So what it takes is some consistent marketing for that to happen. The first day you post, if nobody sells you their house, that's okay. It's the consistent action that gets you there. But the most reason why most investors will fail is we take some time to invest in a marketing channel and we don't give it enough time to be successful. It's called a runway, right? And most of the time, the reason why is because marketing costs thousands of dollars per month. We went to a seminar and everybody was talking about how they have a minimum of how much it costs to pay for marketing per month. And some people were as low as 2,000 a month. Some of these people are paying 10,000 a month or more to generate leads. So you only have so much money. It's called a runway. But if you don't have a lot of money, you don't have to worry about that. If you could just be consistent, you're building your own runway as you go by just getting free leads. And when you're starting this off and you're worried about it, can I mess this up or I'm kind of new, that consistency in your business is what will translate into other things that you have to do consistent too. So rule of thumb, join all these groups, great. I'm in well over 1,000 different Facebook groups. But in the morning, I spend my 5 minutes posting into 5 of them groups, and then I'm done. But now I'm going back, I'm checking them, I'm getting notifications, people are DMing me. You can't just make the post and then set it and forget it. You actually have to now start having some conversations. This is where the magic kicks in, because there's gonna be some people who are gonna respond, unless absolutely Facebook hates your profile. And I don't think that's the case, okay? So you're gonna finally get some responses, but you have to have the conversations. This is where the magic happens. And this is where they say it goes down in the DMs. It does. This is where you're having these conversations with sellers, asking them a couple questions, collecting the information, and then making that decision. Are they a motivated seller? Should we proceed? Or they don't want to sell for 5 years? So some of these are the keys to actually having a business. And you don't have to spend tons of money to get a business started, which I didn't know that was even an option. I thought you had to have a ton of money. and you don't. My very first deal, I got it from a code enforcement officer. I've had people who saw that I buy houses from my Facebook profile and I get deals from that. So I'm just a lead generating machine. So if you have a problem with getting leads, my second thing is if you're posting in a Facebook groups, what does your own Facebook profile look like? Is it all locked up and nobody could see it? And you're that storefront, like we talked about earlier, that nobody's inside, they can't even see in the window? Or is it a warm, welcoming place where they feel good, they feel confident that they're going to reach out to somebody who knows and buys real estate and I could openly see who they are? So my trust factor goes up versus my suspect guard goes up because I can't see who I'm talking to.
Hmm.
If you were to sell something or buy something on Facebook Marketplace, you'd want to see who you're doing the transaction if you're going to go meet them in some parking lot somewhere. If you're talking about your house and an address, they're going to need to check you out. If your Facebook page looks sketchy, maybe change that, right? Or if it's just blocked, doesn't have to be sketchy, but
And if you don't know what we're exactly talking about, guys, that's what we're going to go over on that phone call with Joe, right? He's going to set you up with a roadmap. He's going to make sure that you know exactly what the next steps are of how to make sure that you're getting out there on your Facebook page. Because again, like you don't need to go spend thousands of dollars like we did to get no deals because we were trying to figure out what we were even doing in the very beginning. And so this is like the perfect way to dip your toes in the water. He's going to make sure that you have that exact blueprint of the next step to follow, of what to say when the seller reaches out, and then what to do if you do have a deal, right? And that's the important part of it. So make sure that you're taking advantage of this opportunity right now because, again, you're showing up today. You want to change your lives. You want to build wealth. And like Carlos talked about, that time freedom. Like, I just love helping other families get more time back with their families because to me, that was the one thing. It's like I finally met him, like, which felt like forever. And I finally meet him. We get married, and then I never see him. We have two kids, and I have to like bring the two little kids up to the dealership, which we're grateful he had the job. He made decent money, but literally no time. And that pain of like the kids not even really knowing, dad that well. I mean, I remember like no joke when it was COVID and Joe'd now been home for full time for a couple of months. We had to bring one of the vehicles up to the dealership. Our son, who was what, 5 at the time, like got physically upset. It was just like, Daddy's not going back to work, is he? And it was like, oh my gosh, like what an impact it has been now that Joe's around more and like the relationship that we have with our kids and the legacy that we're going to leave behind. And I don't know, I just feel like it's so important to share like this is totally possible and it's possible to do it from the car line in Starbucks. Like that's how simple it is. And it's just believing in yourself. It's believing that the process, trusting the process, which we're proving that it does work from Lexi's story, a babysitter out of Ohio, and Carlos, who came from Venezuela. And he's like he said, he stumbled around for 2, 3 years trying to figure out like how to do this. And then I don't even know. I want to say it was like he came to us like end of summer, and then it was by next spring he was rocking and rolling with some creative deals. And I know everybody's time frame is different, and it feels like a lifetime. Trust us, we know the first seller finance deal, but it doesn't matter how quick or how long it takes. It's just the fact that you're following through and doing it.
well, and I think about too is like when we talk and we get on the phone. And we're super busy. We got our full-time you met Lexi, like this is our business. We're doing deals. Lexi's on our team and we're rocking our real estate business. We have closings, we got deals at escrow, like we have stuff going on in our own business. It's crazy. And then we work with a small group of other investors where we're helping them through their businesses too. And they're absolutely just it's absolutely amazing. And you met Carlos, he's part of the community. But I want to be able to take some time with some of you to talk about your business, right? To find out what does your business look like and see if we can come up with some type of roadmap of how to get you some of these accomplishments that you're looking for. And if it is to build wealth, and if it is to scale a real estate portfolio, rather scale means get your first deal, right? Or scaling means get your next deal. When we learned about seller financing, we were new to it and we bought deals the traditional way, but this was a new concept to us. So it doesn't matter if you have no experience, like how Lexi had when we met Lexi with absolutely no experience, or sometimes you might be a little bit more experienced, but you want to learn how to do this and you're kind of newer to creative finance and this whole big thing too. I totally understand that, guys. And I felt like it wasn't there too long ago myself. It was back in 2016, but they say time flies when you're having fun. But looking back on it, like having some type of resource of a map, because I felt lost.
Mhm.
I felt like I saw the big picture, but there were so many missing pieces to the puzzle. I couldn't figure it out. And I needed some help. I needed a roadmap. And then some of you, if you feel like I just need that help or what it is, like you'll be on the phone with me. I'll be asking your KPIs and then checking in to see what you want to do, right? And seeing what is that help look like, and see if there is a way that even some of us could work together and help you in your business. And I gotta say that is consistency is the key. You can't do it on your own. So having a village around you is also key. So a village, what does that look like? It means, having a good attorney to look after your deals. It's having other people to turn to help analyze your deals because there's so many moving parts to some of these things. Like,
Mhm.
is this a good deal or not? And knowing some of the things to look for. And I think having that confidence that you can make good, educated decisions and you know how to cross the T's and dot the I's, that's what we're going to talk about and how you can do this too, because it might sound really kind of like, oh my gosh, but just one small little baby step at a time.
Mhm.
And before you know it, I guarantee when you work with us, in under 30 days, you're going to be generating off-market leads for free. We're going to be chatting with you about that and talking about these leads. And then, like we mentioned, we'll be talking to your leads for you to help you get over some of those sometimes tough conversations in the beginning. Because I see, cold calling sucks, the life of me. So how to create inbound leads for my first deal, that's a challenge, right? And when you do cold calling, it does work. Like I said, all of these ways do work. Some I've just found are a lot easier than others. And you're right, cold calling, if you've done that a whole bunch of times, you'll realize that you could only do that for so long before you quit on it. And I haven't found a way that I could do this anywhere with doing these Facebook sponsored or even the free posts in these groups. I see Scully here posted 7 groups yesterday afternoon and still following up with people as we speak. Oh my gosh, that is what I'm talking about. Um, and I will tell you, you got to be able to put out some time because one of our record, and if you beat this record, you got to make sure that you send us the picture of that group. But the record was 1,100 comments on one post. So you just need one of these to get 100 comments, 80 comments, and you're going to be busy for days. And that's what we're looking for. And some of these groups, you post it enough times, you post it to some of the bigger groups, that's going to happen with consistency.
Awesome. I see another call got booked here. We got Donnie. Can we get 5 more calls booked, guys? I see some serious action takers. That's like one of the messages we're hearing today is the messy mess of action, and we're taking that today.
Well, I feel like if you set your goal to do that deal this year and you feel like you haven't hit that yet, and you
It's
are that action taker,
June, right? Like,
yeah.
let's not phone in yet. We've got plenty of time left of 2025. And if you were here in the very beginning, you have to go back and watch the beginning replay. Joe pulled up like so much opportunity in so many different, I mean, all areas of the country, obviously, you can definitely get some deals done, but we pulled up some major hot areas as well.
Well, I feel like that this seller market right now with like Florida, you see all these reports that like, oh, there might be some dips in Florida or Florida's crashing.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, these motivated sellers are just giving way better deals right now,
Mm-hmm.
way open to doing seller financing. And a lot of these are some really good deals. And there's some that obviously, with the change of market, things are just, it's been shaking up a little bit. And Lexi mentioned earlier, the motivation scale has
Yeah.
been off the charts lately.
Yeah. And did you give Scully a shout out here? She said she posted in 7 groups yesterday.
Yeah.
What? And you've
Mhm.
got people you're still following up with. So, hot tip too, if you're posting in these groups, which you all should be at this point, I'd love to know if anybody's been posting in these groups. Make sure that you go to your inbox on Facebook in your messages and you go to your other folder. Sometimes Facebook, if someone just reaches out to you, it will go to this other like spam folder. So keep an eye on that. That's where Carlos found one of his deals. One of his sellers reached out that way. So awesome, Janine. I'm so glad to hear that. We are working. Cool, cool.
I'm gonna post one right now.
Oh, Joe's going for the post.
I'm gonna do it as we speak.
I love that. Um, and then, yes, Bismarck. I wanted to address this real quick. So, yes, 5 different groups a day. So it might be a Tampa. Let's say I'm going to talk to sellers in Tampa area. It might be Tampa moms, might be Tampa buy and sell. It might be Tampa community garage sale. You notice how all of these are just kind of like town groups or like a city group or an area. They're not so much a real estate investor group. That's not really where we want to post this because all real estate investors are going to be in there. What we want are just regular, everyday, average homeowners, right? So it's like as if you're driving down a street, but like you're just hopping into a Facebook group and you're going to post this little ad out there that you can grab. Does anyone have a house for sale not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And then people are going to reach out to you. They're either going to comment, yes, I do, or they're going to send you a direct message. And if you really want to buy a house, put a phone number on your profile page because that gives them direct access to you as quickly as possible.
I'm posting mine right now.
You're welcome. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah. So guys, tell me, are you posting just like Joe is? He's in a South Carolina group right now. Uh-oh. So that is the coolest thing is like and we always like to say to you guys, don't post into too many groups a day. That's why we came up with the 5-5-30 rule because obviously people have bots and AI and all the things, and we don't want Facebook to like get mad at us. So keep it chill, right? Like post into 5 groups a day, 5 days a week for 30 days, and you can be joining groups every day. But you don't ever want to do like an overkill. Otherwise, it could like, slap your account for a few days, and we don't want that happening. So that's why slow and steady wins the race. If you're familiar with the tortoise and the hare, that's what it's about.
And I just want to kind of take just a quick show, guys. This is the actual post. Like, here's my phone. I'm going to show you the group. I'm going to show you exactly what I did. But it says, does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I made the blue background. Super simple, easy peasy. All of us could do that. Now I'm going to hit send. I'm going to hit post. Okay, but here's what I did. I'm going to show you one of my secrets. Now, this group, the reason why I'm looking in South Carolina, because we've got family there. I love the area. I would love to buy some rentals there. Even though I live in Florida, I buy properties in other states, and we do, and we hold properties in other states too. So for me, that's where I am not looking everywhere, but there are some places I'm looking for. But now, 6 days ago, I posted in the very same group, best must go to restaurants in Folly Beach. And I had 39 likes. And when you look at how many comments I
Oh my
have,
word.
it just keeps scrolling down. So I got a ton of comments from people telling me the best restaurants. Now I have a list because we're going to be going there. So which is super awesome. But I knew this was an active group, guys. And when I know there's an active group, now when I go post my real estate post in there, I know I'm going to get a lot of action on that. So see in group, I had 170 comments. See that? One share. That was my first comment in the group. Here's the group. I love Folly Beach, South Carolina. That group, just so we all know, has 93,000 people in it.
Oof.
So I'm looking for a property over there. If you've never been there, it's a part of South Carolina. It's absolutely beautiful, cute beachy town, a little bit of town outside of that too. I'd love to find some rentals over there. So this is an area where now I'm going to post that post. Once it gets approved in the group, I'm going to start getting some leads. People are going to start seeing this post and start reaching out to me. And I know it's an active group because 170 people told me where the best restaurants are in Folly Beach. And it's in a small town, so there's not that many restaurants to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely. And congratulations, Tracy booked a call. She is committing to herself and her family,
Bam!
taking those next steps. So, oh my gosh, guys. So that means a couple more calls. I'd love to see that get booked so we can help more people just on their path toward whatever it is that you're trying to get for, whether it's time freedom, location freedom. That was one of mine. I knew that if we could work from anywhere, how cool would that be? And that is honestly one of like the most amazing perks because when I was a teacher, like it was a luxury to even go to like grab lunch, right? Like I couldn't even like I had 42 minutes to scarf down my sandwich and then get ready for the next class. And so the fact that like I can go out to eat and have a glass of wine is like I don't take that for granted because you can do that when you're your own boss and you're living the life on your terms, right? And that's just like the freedom, the little things of like how we can all be eating breakfast at 8:30 in the morning and no one has to rush out the door. And, there's not this, honey, I made dinner for you. And oh, I'm tied up with a customer right now. And then the food sits in on the stove or in the microwave, and then you don't even eat because by the time you get home, it's like way too late and you're too tired.
That would happen twice a week.
Real life situations there, right? So like it's yes, the money is great. Yes, it's nice to build the wealth, but also like I don't want to forget about like the things that I don't take for granted.
Well,
The morning walk that we can do now, just like little things like that. You have your time back and it's really awesome.
well, they say wealth. The definition of wealth is having more and better options. And so and we just talked about going to South Carolina, and part of the reason why I love what we do is because we're going to be traveling in the next few weeks. Some of these, if you are in Pennsylvania, we're going to be speaking in Pittsburgh on
I was just gonna say June 25th. I'll get that link dropped.
June 25th. So if you are in Ohio, West Virginia area, Pennsylvania area, we'd love to see you in Pittsburgh. We're going to be speaking at Brittany's event there. It's going to be a great time. But the part of what I love to get to do is how we were even able to move to Florida is because, guys, we own real estate. We have monthly cash flow that's coming in. We have renters paying off our debt. We're still doing deals consistently, and we've cracked the code on how to even do it virtually, even if it's in my own backyard, even if it is out of state. And that's what kind of gave us the confidence to buy in other states where we're finding these great deals. But because of having the location freedom, we were traveling in 2022. We got tired of being in upstate New York. We got tired of the cold winters, the COVID restrictions to where everything was still locked up. And so when we wanted to get into the warm weather in the middle of the winter, that's what made us be able to come to Florida. And the thing that made us move to Florida was not only the beautiful sunshine, all the great things here, but when we came down here, we were actually doing more deals than ever before. And
Hmm.
I don't know if it was the sunshine giving us a better attitude. I don't know if it was what was going on. And that's what was one of the things that gave us the trigger that we could actually move here. And so now every summer we go on a trip where we spend weeks traveling, and we're leaving in next week.
Hmm.
We're going to be going to Savannah, Georgia. We're going to be going to Charleston, South Carolina, West Virginia, Pittsburgh, and New York, and Boston, and be able to go do this with our kids and have that location freedom. And this is where my better options was my job only gave me 2 1-week vacations a year. I would have never been able to do this. So the money is cool. To me, that's awesome. It gives me enough to keep my bills paid. It's built me up a whole more than I could ever even dream of. But now I'm getting my time back with my wife and my kids because it's scary. But my daughter is 12 and my son is 10. And in 10 years, they might not want to hang out with mom and dad as much. So I want to build all of the memories now and not miss a thing. So to me, that's what the success was. And the fact that we could do this even starting next week, again, another trip, because we have that sweet spot with our kids where they love to travel. So sometimes that could be you in your life of like, what does that financial freedom look like? Like, what is that big picture? Because when I met Jen 17 years ago,
Oof.
17 years
17
ago,
and a half, really.
when we met, I was dating her for 2 weeks and said, hey, come with me to Florida. We're going to go visit my grandparents.
And I was crazy enough to go.
So 1 month of dating, we're in Florida together. And we had the fantasy, both of us, of how nice would it be if we could live down here too.
Hmm.
But being a teacher and being in the car business, it didn't seem like it was ever going to be possible.
Mm-mm. It took a lot of mindset work on me for sure. Because again, you came from a little bit more of a, I don't know, you've been working on yourself a little bit longer, I guess, personal development. You've listened to some of the greats, right? Like the Jim Rohns, the Think and Grow Riches. And I was very much like, I went to school and I had to go get my master's and I was kind of going into debt just to make that happen and making like not a lot of money every year, but it was for the kids, right? And then I realized that there's more money that you could make while still helping people. And that's when we got into the rent to own that really opened my eyes of like, holy cow, like not only are these sellers in situations that you're able to help out, but also when we started doing our rent to own program, helping people out that just needed a little bit of time to qualify to get these loans was really awesome.
Well, and I think too is when you're able to help people and get this kind of lifestyle, to me, this was my absolute dream come true. So the fact that we were able to achieve it much sooner, but guys, I got to tell you, there was a factor in my life that made me take that jump. And there was many times there's a crossroad in our life where we actually took that plunge. And for me, it was COVID. Now, I've been doing deals before COVID, and we were, But COVID was the time where my doctor advised me, like, if you go back to work with you having Crohn's, because I have that and I take a medication that lowers my immune system. They said, if you get COVID, like, this could be a real big problem. So for me, that jump into doing real estate full time happened like this. But if I didn't have the resources and the mindset and the ability to know how to buy real estate this way, I couldn't have done it. So it was having the right principles behind me, then taking that action. And when we did this full time in 2020, some of the coaches that we had in our lives, some of the people that were pouring into us, helping us learn from some of the best in the industry. We work with some of the best in the planet as far as how to do this to make sure we're doing everything is crossing the T's and dotting the I's. And they said you can't do it yourself. And that's when back, if you think about it, when we brought on our
Yeah.
interns, which was a whole different situation, guys. But we had two young guys. One was a 19-year-old pizza delivery guy. One was a 22-year-old bartender. And they want to learn how to do real estate. They would intern for us if we just showed them what to do. And if you think back to 2020, it's been 5 years. And we started doing from just implementing these strategies, doing from doing a deal a year to doing one deal a month.
Mm-hmm. It literally was just like step by step. And like really it was a belief too, like that we could do it and then taking everything seriously. So even going back to um, your time audit, you're looking at your time like, well, I'm busy, Jen and Joe. Like, and I get it, you were busy too, but like I don't think I can. But like, what if you just shifted your mindset a little bit more and you really looked at like, could you replace Netflix or Amazon or any of these subscriptions that we're all, buying into? And if it is just a matter of that, because in 2020, when you walked away from your job and they kind of let you go, essentially, because everybody closed everything up, then it was, let's take a look at our finances, right? And so, like, it was a halt, no date nights, no extra this, no extra that. And we were even like talking about it, it was a big deal to buy Just Dance 2020 for the kids. And so, really knowing that there are some subtle sacrifices that you will make, but it's like a short-term price to pay for a huge long-term gain. And if you can just, listen to and be around the people that have really made some huge life-changing decisions for the better, a lot of them will say that. Because I remember I was reading Lena Cardone's book, and she talks about how her and Grant Cardone kind of went through a similar thing because of the 2008 market and all of that. And so, there's times where you have to really just have some tough conversations, maybe with yourself, a spouse, sit the whole family down, because we've had plenty of family talks about that. And, like for the greater good, hey, if we don't go do this, whatever trip this year, and we just hunker down and we focus on really buying our next property or our first property, like in 10, 20, 30 years, what is that going to look like for us? And, just really start allowing yourself to dream, because I was guilty before I met you of like not dreaming. Like I was very much wake up, go to school, clock out, come home, grade papers, see you, go to bed. But like there's so much more to life than just like going through it as a robot, and just living for weekends. Because now if you really are living the life of your dreams, you can, like you said, we could go to the beach on a Tuesday, even though maybe we don't go enough.
Well, I think it's you got to set your goals, you got to set your visions, and you have to have your dreams of what does that look like. And dreams so big it's almost scary because I think that's where a lot of our limiting beliefs come in. It's
Yeah.
like there's no way I could ever do that. Or there's no way. And I think of some of the folks in our group.
Hmm.
How many times have they said, I can't post in a Facebook group? Are you kidding me? Some didn't even have a Facebook post. And then you look back years fast forward and you would never know.
Yeah.
They're absolutely just amazing. And one of the things, like what Carlos talks about,
I don't think anybody's come to us and been like, I love Facebook.
no,
He may be just me, but
I love it now because it's made us so many amazing,
but those are all normal feelings. If anyone's like, oh, I'm really scared, I'm really nervous. Like Grace, we talk about her quite often. She did not want to post on Facebook, and now like girls' social media all over the place.
well, and I think of it too is like what all of our group, they just pride themselves in able to do all of these deals without spending any money on marketing. And that's one of the things Carlos was mentioning. He's able to grow a portfolio of that many properties
Hmm.
without spending any money on marketing, without having to spend thousands or hiring cold callers or doing the cold
Yeah,
calling
he doesn't
yourself.
have a team either. I wanted to get into that. It's like him. Like his wife is a realtor, but like when it comes to the investing side, like he obviously has his wife and his kids too, but I just want to shout out Jacqueline. Congratulations. So excited for you to talk to Joe and get your roadmap of the next few steps to take. And then Jesse, yes, if we could get the link again for the blue ad, so you're generating free off-market leads, if we want to just drop that link one more time, that's going to say exactly how to post in the Facebook groups and to get sellers reaching out to you. Because just like we talked about earlier, nobody likes cold calling and getting yelled at or, door knocking. I've never done it, but
I
that
have.
that doesn't sound fun either.
Well, I mean, you could get a deal, but once again, we live in Florida where you don't know what's on the other side of that door, and many of the other places are too. And I wanted to kind of share a little bit earlier about, like, for an example, Lexi. Lexi, we have never sent her to one house. She's never been to one of these houses. She does it all virtually with working with us. She lives right here close to us. So, but she works from home. And it's as simple as, once again, with technology now, guys, it's never been easier. So many times, I know for sure I want to send my daughter, if she was a grown adult, to some of these situations. I've walked through some of these houses that are in such rough shape, that it gets to be a little scary, right? And so you could do it safely from your home or uh, uh, from the beach. I hope if you're at the beach, be on the beach. Don't be working, but you can do it there if you wanted to, and that's
Hmm.
the whole point of this. All you need to do is have a cell phone and a connection. So as we travel, I might bring my laptop, but I surely don't need it. All I need this, I'm going to leave my iPad home, I'm taking my phone, and that's everything I need to do to operate our whole real estate business. And that's just me talking, looking through my deals, my lead flow, closings that we have, and this is what's happening to get consistent business. And I will tell you, we kind of mentioned this earlier for our business and what it looks like. A little bit of a snapshot behind the curtains of Joe and Jen's properties and what we're doing. We're just generating leads. We generate, I would say, in our business, probably 40 to 50 leads per week consistently, week in and week out. So we're getting a few hundred leads per month nonstop. Now, what do we do with all of these leads? Some of these properties we have that we've done a fix and flip, maybe they weren't open to doing seller financing, but they would take a cash offer where it made sense for us to flip that property. And if you're new, I don't recommend doing that. I've been doing real estate a long time. I don't even love doing it, but it does have some opportunities, but there's a lot of like management behind that. Contractors, a lot of money, some room for error. Things could happen and it's wonderful. You can make money, but my gosh, that's probably like the least one I want to do. And I'll be honest with you, if you go back to the end of 2024, some of my goals were no fix and flips in 2025. I was just going to wholesale some of them. I broke my rule. We're doing fix and flips too. But some of these houses we're finding, there are fixer upper, and I'll just talk about Dawn. This is a deal that we just closed recently where Dawn reached out to us. She's got a house. Her husband passed away 4 years ago. The house needs a ton of work, needs a bunch of work. When we asked her, how soon do you want to sell it? She said 7 to 10 days. I asked her why. She says the house needs a lot of work. I found a new home I'm going to buy, and I need to use the proceeds of this sale to buy that next property. So when we knew talking about seller financing, that wasn't going to work for her. But here's what we did figure out. We figured out she was wanting $100,000 for the home, because it was a cash sale. What we did was we talked to my agent, who's also an investor. He says, Joe, I think it's going to be worth more, but it's going to need everything done to it. He does the walkthrough because the house is in a different state. I'm in Florida. We've never gone to the house. I got a lot of pictures. He says, Joe, he gives me the snapshot. I'm doing this all remote. And he says that the house is going to need a bunch of work. He gave me the list of what it's going to need. He would list it for us, or he would take the deal from us. He would close on it so I don't even need to buy the house, and he'll pay me a finder's fee. Because then I got a $25,000 check, a finder's fee, for letting him take the deal. Now he's going to do the renovations because he's got in-house contractors. He's going to list it himself because he's the agent. He's going to still make a good buck. And the seller bought her new home. She is like the most happiest person ever because she was overwhelmed with the town giving her tickets for the garbage in the yard and all of the things going on. She just wanted to hit the quick easy button. And the house was in no shape to sell by putting on the market. She wanted a quick sale. She wanted this closed in 10 days. So the fact that we were able to help this seller out. Now, ideally, I want to find a beautiful house that I could buy and turn it into one of my rentals and build wealth over time. But when you have these opportunities come across your desk, we say no lead left behind. I'm making offers on the junkers and we're getting big checks from that. But as the other leads come in on the beautiful houses, I'm making offers on every one of those with seller financing.
Guys, we just fully booked all of your slots.
Oh,
No spots left, but we're going to open up just a handful more. So you better connect with my team if you want to get on a call with Joe.
oh boy.
Ooh, I love this. This is so exciting. You guys are ready to take action. You're ready to change
Yeah.
all the things that maybe you've just been questioning this whole time through of like, how do I find my seller? What do I say to my seller? How do I post on Facebook? Like, let's keep it easy.
Yeah. And I think
Yeah.
keeping it easy, and that's the best way to do it. How to simplify it. And I think the funniest thing, if you go back to some of our YouTube shorts on Creative Finance Playbook on YouTube, one of our most popular shorts is a video of our daughter 2 years ago. So she's 12 now. She was 10 back then. And we were in the kitchen making dinner. I'm cutting up an avocado, and Brooke, my daughter, she's like messaging a seller for me because my hands are busy. And Jen just happened to pick up the phone and record it. And there's my daughter locking up a seller finance deal at 10 years old just by messaging a seller while I'm like cooking in the kitchen, guys. So
Mhm.
one is so easy that, yeah, even a 10-year-old can do it. That is the truth. And my son, he does work with us and he does want toys. Everybody who's got a 10-year-old, you know what I'm talking about. But he wants stuff. And so what he's learned is he can get whatever he likes as long as he's willing to work for it. And so what we have him do with us and our system is we have him do follow up. And he knows exactly what that means. He's going to be following up with sellers that we've chatted with before to find out if they're getting closer to wanting to sell or not. Do they still have the house or did it sell already? And he's actively going through our CRM and putting people on do not disturb if the house sold and doing all of the right steps.
We just dropped it, guys. So, Brookie, 10 years old, locking
Oh,
up a seller finance deal. So go check that out.
the link is in the chat right now. Go watch that video. It's only like 15
We
seconds.
get some hate comments because people think we're like making her do work, like, but she actually was really excited about it. But
Oh, she is so
it's
excited about
funny.
it. Yeah, there was days where she's sitting at the kitchen table on her laptop and she's like, "Hey, mom, this person hit stop and I pull up the property on Zillow and it sold it already. So should I just remove them from the CRM?" And I'm like, she just out of the blue did that.
Yeah.
So this is the wonderful thing, guys. There's always a point where there's never too young to get them started, but these are the things we work on because we homeschool our kids. So as we travel, there's going to be lots of education, lots of history, lots of things we're going to learn, but we also teach them how to do business and how to start connecting and communicating with humans because that's a huge lesson for them to learn at such a young age.
Yeah, awesome. I'm also gonna have them drop the other one Joe was just talking about too. So get your kids involved. Tell them the big goal, the big vision. Like get a big whiteboard or a piece of paper, get some chalk, go outside and like get with your families and really talk about like where do you see yourselves like time is fleeting, right? Like we know we can't get it back, but like moving forward, how can we all grow together? How can we build the legacy for your family? Is it being able to help your parents out, to help friends out? Like Carlos, he really wants to help the Latino community out, and just like so many wonderful things can happen when you just kind of put your blinders on as far as like the average normal what we're supposed to do, right? Like go to school, get a job, yada yada, and think outside the box. And again, I know it's like cheesy, but like creative financing is all about being creative and outside of the box, but like it also allows you to live outside of the traditional box.
Well, and that was the key, because guys, once you get slowed down by banks, once you start realizing what 20% down plus closing costs just to get what we saw earlier, 7 and 8% interest rates, just to come up with all of this money to do all of this prospecting for the right deal, just to sometimes lose money per month
Mhm.
and not even cash flow. That's where I see a lot of the challenges are. So, what's going to change in your business if that's all you're coming across? Or what if one of your challenges is even coming up with a 20% down and that's what's stopping you from doing deals, right? And in many of these things, we're going to have these roadblocks. And it wasn't until I got in front of some really super smart people who were doing this for decades who said, Joe, you don't have to come up with 20% down anymore. And you don't have to get these junkers and remodel them and then go to the bank and refinance and take your money out because that takes so long and you're personally, guaranteeing the debt
Mm-mm.
and all of these other things that they just don't teach. And it was some of those steps of what we learned that and how to grow
You
that.
want to come in? Wait, did you call him in?
Oh man, there we
Oh,
go.
there he is, Mr. New Lead Manager follow-up. So we're wrapping up our live here shortly, but any words of advice you'd give for someone who's maybe just getting started or maybe has their kids? How would they get their kids started helping out?
Well, if they play any like online games like Roblox, or if they just want a toy or something, you can have them do. I would recommend follow up, definitely. That's the easiest one.
And how do they follow up?
Basically, you just have to go up to like you just have to go onto the what's it?
CRM.
CRM.
So a CRM, if you don't have a CRM, maybe you're just messaging sellers off your Facebook page and you just go in and say what?
Just say George question mark.
Yep.
Like
So
they're just their name with a question mark.
networks.
And if they say stop, no, just delete them and do not disturb them.
There you go. So
Like
does it
DND
bother
them.
you if somebody says stop or no?
No.
You just don't let it bother you. What if they say yes?
Good.
A
That means that I make like
lot of
Right. And then once they say yes, you get them over to Lexi, let Lexi do her magic, and then there you go. So, is there any advice? Because we talk about real quick before you go, because we're wrapping up here, but I want to at least give some of these folks some really good advice. Because how old are you now?
10.
How long have you been doing this for?
Since I was like 8.
Mm-hmm.
2 years?
Yeah, 8.
Okay. And that's how you've been able to get a bunch of your toys and some of your games because you've earned and worked for them. And what we always talk about is the fortune is in the follow-up and how important it is to reach out to some of these people. And have you noticed that some they have a house for sale still and some sold it, right?
Mhm.
So when you're reaching out to these people, what are some of the things have you noticed when talking to them of like, hey, they're really wasting time or they really need to sell?
Well, if they're really desperate to sell, they would really just like be like, so what time? Like, what about this? What about this? What about that? But then people that just don't want to, they're just gonna be like, yeah, yeah, sure.
They're
Mhm,
difficult.
yeah. They have like a different attitude.
Yeah. So you're sensing who's motivated and who's not motivated.
Yeah, now I go through all their texts, but once you at least have like 1 or 2 years of experience, you can go up to lead managing.
So does Lexi love having you on the team? Did you help her a ton?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe, of course she does. Of course
She
she
does. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
So other than working with Lexi, she's a great babysitter too.
Mhm.
There you go.
And then having a great attitude, right? You were even reminding me of that earlier. Oh, really important.
Mhm.
Awesome.
There we go. High five, Junior.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in here. But just some words for wisdom, guys, because if a 10-year-old could do follow up, y'all can do it too. And that's that consistent action.
Yeah, his confidence is quite high there. So thank you, dear.
But
Awesome.
that's the thing is, guys, we've been able to take them, and I just think of like not only for our own life, but how does it affect my son, right? And how does it affect my daughter, and even later on his family, right? And so it's just getting that family awareness, and it doesn't have to be just you. You could have other people help, and it was just me in the very beginning. If you're watching this and you say, "Well, Joe, you've got a wife who helps and a son that works,"
I
guys,
was no help in the very beginning, let me tell you.
in the very beginning, I was the visionary. I was the one that saw this vision. And the only reason why is because I saw me growing up so poor and so broke, but I saw other wealthy people who I saw had a bunch of rentals. I looked at what my grandparents built, and because they started off having rentals, came to this country, couldn't even speak the language. So seeing what was built from real estate, I knew this was my ticket out. I knew this was going to be that side thing I was going to create and create a side hustle until you don't have to go to work anymore. Until you have that choice. Do I stop and do this full time and put a lot more attention to this and really blow up my real estate business so I can walk away instead of having that 65-year-old punch bowl party
Get
at
my
the
bell, my
retirement?
golden bell here.
Yeah.
That there can be more, and I'm not making fun of it. I was actually looking forward to it and excited, or so I thought, but then I also would have been sacrificing like so much more, like of being able to build something with him and being able to, to do that. So if that dream is in your heart, and if you're just like, I have this vision of where I want to go, like take a minute and just like think about that and then write it down. And if you want to achieve that, buy real estate, then this is your sign to book a call, to see your roadmap, to see that next step of how it could be laid out and quite possible. Even if you're a busy dad driving to Miami, even if you have a 60-hour work weeks in a car dealership, even if you have a teaching master's degree and think that it'll be a waste because you spent all that money, like it's okay. Like nothing is a waste, right? It's just moving forward and knowing that everything ahead of us is, there's so much more than what you even probably realize if you just let yourself dream a little bit. And I got to go back to Bradley real quick because, guys, he just gave you guys such a little golden nugget there that if you are dropping those blue ads and you're chatting with your sellers and they stop talking to you, first name, question mark. Try it and see if they re-engage with you.
It is like one of our secrets. It works so well. If you ask them a question they're not answering, just first name question mark, and it gets that conversation back engaged. And I kind of want to talk about Bismarck. Dropped a really good comment. People only see the final product. They don't see or understand what it takes to get there, which is the blood, the sweat, the tears. And I gotta tell you, when I first got into this, I had a whole lot of tears. I remember the first time I tried to fill out a purchase and sale agreement by myself. I locked myself in our office. I closed the door so my wife couldn't hear me yelling and crying, and it was just out of pure frustration. I think I have a deal. Oh my gosh, the seller just agreed to this. I just got to get this agreement written up and not mess it up. And I had the biggest pile of papers on the floor because I was handwriting it, and it was such a challenge. And yeah, like that really chucked into my brain. So one of the first things that we started doing when we work with other people is like not put you in that spot, how to make it just so darn easy to fill out a purchase and sale agreement. Now, how to do the paperwork, my God, you could do it in under 5 minutes now. It is that lickety split. I have taken years of aggravation off of all of your lives just from even just that one step because there was so much aggravation. Or how about all of the times I would be on a phone call. I would get out of work at 5 o'clock, but I really wouldn't get out till 5:30. By the time I got home, it's like quarter to 6. Jen's making dinner, but I have to make a quick call, and that quick call turned into an hour and a half
Or worse, you'd go to the property.
because I'm talking to an unmotivated seller who just really just looking to somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
Guys, so many of these things that we've learned are how to go to the property and never buy them. I could write a book on how to do that, but I'm going to teach you how not to, okay? I'm going to teach you how to only time you're going to ever go to a property if you even choose to, because you already got the deal or you're about to go make it there and that's why you're going. Other than that, I don't.
Oh, we have 24/7 like WhatsApp access, which my goodness, if we had had that when we were in a program like learning, if I had somebody that like maybe it's not if it was 1 a.m., obviously that's kind of crazy, but like, different time zones and whatnot, but it was so frustrating to not have a question and have to wait like a week or to have a question and just like never have it answered. And that's where like I feel like I know we go above and beyond making sure that everybody in the small group has access to the right things.
Well, and that was what's key because those questions, those time kills deals. And sometimes if you're waiting too long to get your questions answered or know the next step, that could really take a lot of time of, I don't know, I don't want to take the stairs to the top floor. I'd rather take the elevator, is the saying.
Mhm.
But we've worked with some of the best programs and learned from some of the best people in the whole country for a decade how to do all of these things. And this is where we've really focused in, and not only to do our business, but when we start working with somebody, I kind of want to get into what does that look like? Because what we've learned is that for us in our own business to be an open book, like to just show you all of the little things that we're doing and how you're able to implement these things to yourself one small step at a time. And a lot of the things that we're going to focus on is how to give you the all of the education. With there's videos and there's the course, there's a whole lot of great things there too. All of our scripts, you might have heard some of these things that we talked about today. There's a whole section for just all of the scripts, which are just questions that we've designed and how to have the seller make us the offer. Takes all the pressure off. I'm just asking some questions, seller's making us the offer. That's how we designed our scripts to make them so easy that anybody could do. But we've also really dialed into here's our checklist, here's all the land trust, the rent to own stuff. Like it's all in there. We have a WhatsApp channel. Jen was just mentioning that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times when I feel like I'm stuck, I wish I had just something where I could plug it in and it gave me an answer. Well, we created a small community on WhatsApp where everybody inside of our coaching program, they're in there sharing their wins. They're sharing their deal. They're sharing all of these things. They're answer asking questions. And it's the greatest thing and the great part about the community is maybe you ask a question that somebody just solved, or you have us all helping you in your business. And the best thing about it is how we do live Zoom support calls every day of the week. So if you ever feel like a point in your journey and you feel like you're stuck and you want somebody to turn to maybe analyze a deal with you, maybe it's to call one of your sellers for you. Well, we do that for you. Lexi does that for you. Same person who calls our leads, she'll call yours for you too. She's doing that today, right? So this is the support that we've realized that people actually need in order to get their business to be successful. Me just giving you some videos and turning you and saying, go ahead, good luck, you got this, and give you a good pat, that's not enough, guys. You're going to run into questions. You're going to run into obstacles and roadblocks. And to have somebody to turn to that's not only able to help you, but they're doing it themselves still and consistently, and they've just solved that same problem, and they're going to help make sure that you don't. That speed and convenience is what's in your business now. All of these years of working with some of the best, that's what's in your business now. So if you feel like I'm just brand new and I don't know where to start, that's in your business now. Now you're going to have that roadmap. Okay. When you're talking to a seller and they say, well, have you done these before? Well, I'm in a whole group of investors and that's just what we do, right? And then when I'm on the call and I'm explaining this is the kind of the network that where you build a village, and that's what you're going to have is an instant village of support. You're around other people doing deals. You're hearing what's working for them. They're sharing their techniques of what's working. And I'll be honest with you guys, the secret formula is what Carlos mentioned. He just stuck to the recipe. He didn't change it.
Mhm.
When you come in, all you got to do is just have, like I talked about earlier, being an A player. That's all we work with. So if you don't think you're an A player, just that's okay. I love you anyways, but we work with A players. Somebody who's ready to just take some action, they just need to be shown what to do. And that's the key. And then taking those action steps and don't reinvent what works. We took all the thinking out of it. So it's really just sticking to the process. And I think the key is one small win at a time. So I know for us, a lot of times, like Joe, I know how to talk to a seller, but I need to know how to do the paperwork. We'll get there, but let's get you a deal first because the paperwork will be easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and you'll get it and you'll have it and you'll understand how to do it. But let's make sure we're at that point by getting you those leads, making sure we get the deal, we analyze it, we love it, and then let's go put it on paper. And we walk you through those steps so you're not sitting there crying with a dead tree of paper next to you
Mhm.
because you've messed up so many times.
One of the greatest hacks I think too is, we teach how to post the ad and then you're asking the 10 question script and then they get on a call with the seller. But then if there is something that comes up, the one of the community members should say, that's a great question, Mr. Seller. Let me check with my partner and get back to you on that. And so that way now you person can take notes like Carlos, you take notes and he comes to the support call or he puts it in the WhatsApp channel and now we can go over what the questions were as it's happening because it's just like anything. Like you can't study for these calls. Like you don't know exactly what a seller is going to ask. You have an idea, and once you do enough of these calls, it really is just a handful of them. But in the beginning when it's all new and overwhelming, so just having that, like Lexi said earlier, you don't have to like make the deal happen on that phone call, but just knowing that there's a bit of a cushion, you're just gathering some information, taking that stress off of yourself, and you're just looking to get some more information on the property so that you can go back and really do some more research, right? Pull up the details and all of that, and then have myself and Joe and Lexi and the community to be able to talk about that deal because sometimes when you're just sitting there looking at a property, scratching your head, it's hard to make sense of it. And I think that was really tricky too in the beginning.
Well, and I think of like, people like Henry who shared a huge win in our group yesterday, just talking about like he's got a second deal that he's doing currently right now. They're going to turn it into a rent to own. They bought it directly from the seller. And he would say, I'm scared as hell, but only about 75% as scared as the first one. Keep taking action. You can do this.
Mhm.
So when you're around other people like Henry, this is our actually WhatsApp chat and the support and the community. But when you're around other people who are taking those steps and they're doing the right thing, it just feels like, my gosh, I could achieve this too, just like they are. And when you join a community of people doing deals, you got to remember they just started a short time before you. And you're up next as long as you take the same steps that they take. And it's really broken down that easy.
Yeah. And it's just one thing at a time. And it's not worrying about, like I said, having it all laid out. Because sometimes that's where our brain wants to go, right? Like I have to have it all figured out before I can even start. But like, I don't know about you, but like, I didn't have it all figured out and I had a kid, right? Like, I had the kid and then, okay, like, this is what we're gonna do. I knew the idea of it all, but like, exactly how much does the baby eat and how many times are you gonna change a diaper? How many diapers you need to buy? Like, it was a lot going on, but like, think about all the big things that happen in life. This is no different. And it's just like really just diving right in, knowing that it's gonna be not perfect because nothing is perfect. And it's really about progress over perfection.
Yeah, so if you want to see if you're a good fit for our community, we have, I think, only 2 spots that we have left this month. I gotta check. If you think that you want to see if you're a good fit for the community, write fit down below and we'll schedule that kind of call to find out about what your roadmap would look like if you want to join our community. And Zilpa will get that scheduled with you too. And we're going to see if you would be something that where I see fit already dropping. So if you want to see if you're a good fit for the community of how we could help you in your business and you want to start seeing some of these consistent actions in your business and you want to have that roadmap for you and your business, and you want to be able to have folks to turn to, and you are ready and committed to actually making this be the year, right fit. I already got a bunch of them in there. But let's get that call scheduled before we leave next week. Because I want to talk to you about your business. I want to see if this would be a good fit to apply for.
You got one spot left. One spot.
Giddy up. Well, good. Y'all keep me busy, but I love connecting. And this is my favorite thing to do is see how we could actually help you in your business because guys, we can make things as difficult or as easy as we want. Everything we do is simple. It just takes the necessary steps. I think of when my grandfather came to this country, he came here as a mason. That is labor, hard work. You're lifting things, it's abusive on your body. Guys, I sit next to my pool on a phone, messaging people or chatting with my team and things like that. And life has gotten a lot easier, okay? So everything that we do is simple, but it's just simple because it's in the right thing.
Oh, you miss eating the very last corner piece of pizza on a Saturday that everybody else touched.
Oh my gosh. I do not miss the car business. I miss my friends there, but I don't miss those days.
Yeah,
Because I feel like I miss so much of the other stuff
I
too,
know.
which is
You
important.
think, but yeah, again, it's the little things that like you look back and you're like, wow, like you don't have to live that way. So take some time, even after this call, decompress, write down like what is it that you vision? Is it you want to move to a different location? Because we felt tied to New York because of his job. I already walked away from teaching. And well, we have a couple properties here, but then we realized like you can run your properties from anywhere and you can buy properties from anywhere. So let's remove some of the smoke screens or shields that we're kind of like hiding underneath and realize that anything is possible. But you've got to feed your mind right. You got to be around the right people and you got to believe in yourself and believe, really truly want it.
Well, I knew that was the goal.
You ever said this when I met you like 17 and a half years ago, like we'd be on a Zoom with all these people talking about how we do this, like I'd have been like, you're crazy.
One small win at a time,
Yeah.
one small step at a time.
Even 5 years ago, when COVID had just happened, I think you might have been the time where talk about persistence. We'll wrap up maybe with this one crazy story. So, how bad do you want it? This guy over here ended up having a collapsed lung, unbeknownst to him, and went in for because he does have Crohn's disease, so he does have to go get some checkups. So he went for a CT scan, thinking they're going to say, oh, XYZ is wrong with your stomach, and lo and behold, they're like, oh, there's some findings. Your doctor's going to have to call you. And because now we had gone full time in 2020 in March and it's now June, I had scheduled on our calendar to go live on it. And this is how serious I was taking our business. Maybe I'm crazy for doing this. And I was like, no, we have to go live. I can do it alone. You're like, no, I can do it with you, I think. I don't think I forced you, but either way, we're waiting for the doctor to call back. We have no idea really what's wrong with him yet. We go live on my Gem Buys 585 page. You can scroll back and see it. It's still up there. I'm wearing a pink outfit with my sunglasses. We're on our back deck and we look scared, right? I was a little scared to go live back then, but I was more scared because I didn't know what these findings were that the doctor's going to tell us. So we go live talking about how we buy houses and we can help you. And then we would share them into Facebook groups. And, we were just bound and determined to make this work. We hadn't made any money yet since he walked away from his job in March. And so, like, I was so serious and dead set on making this happen. And then we find out that he had a collapsed lung. He had to go to the hospital. And wouldn't you know it, that week is our first closing on a creative deal. So I had to take the kids, mind you, New York State, COVID, everyone's masked up. You're not supposed to be in the same room with each other. And I take my kids, and I meet at a park with my parents, and they take the kids outside. Again, we can't be in the same room. I go to the attorneys, pick up paperwork. I drive to the hospital to have to go drop off the paperwork so Joe can sign it because he's on all of the paperwork to buy this property with a couple $1,000s down. This lovely couple was moving from Henrietta, New York, near Rochester, down to North Carolina. And I remember sitting there with the attorneys back when we would do everything in person, but I'm all masked up. And the seller, Zeb, says to me and looks at the attorney, Kevin, and he says, well, how do I know that, she's going to make these payments? And he just said, hey, this is what they do for a living. I've been helping them for years. This is how they do it. They're great people. And he's like, okay. So that was his one little question with his wife. So I take the papers. I literally go into the hospital, and the hospital at noon, weirdest thing. At noon, the governor said, "Oh, the hospital people can now have patients can have visitors." So literally at 12 o'clock noon, like the stars aligned, I go upstairs to Joe, hand him all these papers, FaceTime with the attorney while he's literally like
In the
chest
hospital bed.
tubes, like all the things. Now I have to go take all this paperwork back to the attorney, now drive and go get my kids. It was like I was scared for him. I'm scared to do this on my own because I don't really know what I was doing at that time. It was like we were still so new at like this full-time thing. Like it was crazy town. Like I'm just trying to express like when you want something bad enough, you're going to find a way to get it done. And I remember being so proud that we were able to still like get the deal done, help the sellers because they were relying on us. And most importantly, get you healthy because that was just a fluke accident. Like, well, how does that even happen? So, guys, if we can do that, like that was hard. That kind of story was like crazy, and I just wanted to share it because I remember our coach at the time, Nate was his name, Nate Armstrong. He was just like, that just shows your perseverance of like, no matter what it takes, you're gonna get it done, and hopefully you don't are not faced with that kind of situation or scenario by any means. But
The DWIT.
do whatever.
Do whatever it takes attitude. And blown lung, I had it for 2 weeks, didn't know. Thought I just had a back pain. So when they did that, and next thing you know, I'm driving myself to the emergency room, and we have a closing. We have all these obstacles in our way, guys, but we still found ways to get these deals done. And it doesn't have to be a medical thing. Sometimes it could be some challenges financially, sometimes they're mentally. Maybe it's just like, I don't know who to talk to about this because in the beginning, when I first got started, before YouTube or Google really was even a thing, I didn't know there was like a support group for real estate or other people to talk to about this stuff. Now it's been a little bit easier to find people, local meetups, things like that. But even this side of it, there was not much out there. And that was why when we created this, it was to get around other like-minded investors who saw the ability to scale a portfolio, to build wealth over time. They understood what that meant. We just kind of wanted a better blueprint on how to do that. And once we figured out that code of how to buy these banks or buy these real estate properties without using banks, without 20% down, this was that magic bullet for us that's changed everything, guys. So I am so happy and thrilled. Y'all have stayed on to
I know. This is remarkable. So definitely, if you've got any last minute questions, we've got about 10 minutes left here. And I think your calendar is full. So unless we can magically make some time slots happen. I think I see a couple fits still waiting there. So just message our team here. They're on standby. If you still are looking to book a call, like Joe said, we are doing a little bit of traveling. So remember that, yes, you can work hard, but then you can also work around working smart, working hard, but making your life happen the way that, you really want it to be. So like we're going to be going up through Charleston. We're going through West Virginia, Pittsburgh. So again, June 25th, if anybody's in the Pennsylvania area, please let us know. We'd love to see you. It's right outside of Pittsburgh. It's going to be an awesome meetup. We'll be there for a few days. And then I am working on a Rochester, New York meetup. So if you're in the Rochester, New York area, or even within a little bit of driving distance, come hang out with us. I think it's going to be an awesome time that first week in July. So stay tuned for some dates on that. Otherwise, blue ads. Ask those 10 questions, and I'm gonna have us drop the closing call script. So team, make sure we get them that.
Wow.
Woo!
So guys, you're getting the closing call script. This is the first time we've given this away.
Ever.
This is the exact closing call. So when I'm chatting with the seller, it's the same one that we use, our clients use. So we have our script when we're asking the initial questions to find out what's going on. But when it looks like, can you tell me more? Or how would this look? Right? When I have that motivated seller who, I mean, I think of the couple that we helped in Edgewater, Florida. Their house was built in 2022. This was last summer. And I said, we're moving. We're moving to Texas because my job moved me there, and we just built this house new. There's really not a lot of equity, but they do have a 4% rate and a really low payment, and the house is gorgeous, needed nothing. So when they were moving, they were super motivated. They wanted to get it sold quick and easy, guys. And we bought a house in Florida with $10,000 out of pocket, closing costs, and it's a 2-year-old house. So some of these things that just coming across your desk, it's life changing.
It really is. So thank you so much. Z on our team just dropped that. That is the closing call script. If you haven't had a chance to grab that, do it now because it is a special one. And that is where you're really going to be able to secure your deal, to be able to talk to your seller and ask those extra, right questions toward the end there to wrap it up because
If you have that one, that's what they'll answer those questions.
that's gonna unlock the key there, unlock the door with the key. So, oh my gosh. So, any other last minute thoughts, comments, any biggest moments that you're gonna take action with? Maybe it's I'm gonna make my first Facebook post. Maybe I'm making a Facebook business page, or what is your next step? Like, I want those of you, we've still got 38, 33 of us sitting on this Zoom right now. So, what is the step that you're gonna take? Maybe you booked a call. Maybe you're gonna post your ad. Maybe it's you're going to go get on a phone call with that closing script you're going to grab right now, but let's claim it right now in the chat. Bismarck's going to do the blue ads, 5/5/30. Janine's working on adding more content to her Facebook business page and post more. Janine, drop your page here. We can get some more followers on there. Let's do that. I'd love to see your page. I'd love to follow you. Scully's going to send some deals. I would say send the deals, post them into the Facebook group. Facebook with Jen and Joe, Creative Finance Playbook. If you are a part of our free group on Facebook, I would say post it there. If you've got probably should be under contract.
If there's questions on deals, yeah, you could just send them over.
Just go through okay, yeah. So if you've got a deal on questions, then just go through messaging my team. I think Z's in the chat through the messaging. So just go ahead and send it to her there. Thank you, Janine. We'll go and follow you. Spencer's going to call on pre-foreclosure lists that you've pulled. Awesome. Claiming it. And yeah, anyone else who has a Facebook business page, drop it below. Mine is Jen Buys 585. That was our old area code, JENN Buys BUYS 585. So give me a follow. I always say you're more than welcome to take any of the content I post. Just please don't use my pictures. And guys, what a great day. I hope that you, most importantly, are inspired to take the action. Know that it is possible for you. And whatever you're saying in the chat that you're going to do, go do it. And then report back to us. We'll be here for you.
Damn, what a session today. You guys are a bunch of rock stars. Guys, I am telling you, this is the recipe. We're sharing with you, open book, what's been working. I looked at my calendar just now and I was like, wow, I'm super excited to chat with you guys. So when you come hop on a call with me, the one thing I always ask is just be in a quiet spot where you could take some notes because we're going to have some questions and some questions for each other so we could figure out what is your next steps? What is that plan? So if you're going to be meeting with me, I cannot wait. Guys, I love to help. This is my favorite thing to do. The fact that I get to do this for a living and there's no more job, which just stands for just over broke, if you know what I'm talking about. But I get to do this. I am like the luckiest guy in the world. So when you get on a call with me, you better be ready to go talk about some awesome stuff because I am excited.
Awesome. So if this was helpful for you, go ahead and type that out. This was helpful. And because why? Is it because you are allowing yourself to dream again? Because like I said, that was something that I worked hard on. This was helpful because it inspired me. Carlos inspired me. Maybe Lexi said something to me. But take one more minute. Love to hear from you guys. Again, you've been here for so long, and I so appreciate you. One thing that you really are taking away from this 5-hour was helpful because, and then again, connect here. We've got some more Instagrams. Awesome. Super helpful to break down the it's going to be hard mindset. Love that, Janine. Scully, I have people who want to speak with you about taking payments. And then the workshop was seriously so helpful because it helped me see how easy it is. Sean, love that. Thank you so much. Extremely helpful. Says Bismarck, we can never stop learning and connecting. Oh, absolutely. That is so true. You know, no matter how old you are, we've got so much to learn.
And here's our YouTube channel, everybody. So guys, please go give us a review, like, and subscribe to the YouTube channel because we're putting out a ton of content on there that you definitely don't want to miss. We've got live seller calls. We got a ton of stuff on our YouTube channel. So make sure you're subscribed there because the stuff that we have on there, absolutely amazing. We got some classes, but the live seller calls, that's where you're actually hearing us talk to these sellers. What do these calls sound like? They're on our channel, guys. So go subscribe to the channel. Make sure you keep following because there's a lot of great stuff on there as well.
All right. Until next time, guys, we'll see you later. Have a great day. Thank you, Lewis. Have a great, awesome weekend, everybody. Go take that messy, massive action.